She's electing to hold up both counter spells.
Yeah, to be honest, there really isn't anything wrong with Michelle playing on the slower side because she does have two counters. Well, she had two counter spells in her hand.
We see a counter spell, and I think Jacob is trying to decide if he wants to fetch Shock to play Veil of Summer.
Yeah.
If he plays Fetch Shock Veil of Summer and gets a Dwarf, or he can't get a Dwarf. Okay, so yeah, Fetch Shock is not. It puts Michelle in a better spot. Not being able to get a Dwarf here for her is pretty huge. If he draws another fetch, that's pretty bad for Michelle. So you're gonna see Jacob attempt to Veil of Summer, and we're gonna see if Michelle decides or not whether she wants to play the second counterspell in her hand, which I think it's a great idea to play it. Yeah, she not even a question.
Yeah,
she slammed it.
She knows it. Yeah, one other outlet she could have gone with was slamming a Murktide and then going right into holding up counterspell. I think using both those counterspells in the long run shouldn't hurt too much. I think having that Murktide still in hand is still fine. And now Jacob's tapped out.
After the sequence of this, I think I'm gonna play Murktide and then hold up counterspell. She's gonna run into a Leyline Binding next, which is pretty not great for Murktide.
Now let's see. Can
think it's
she
4
delve and
counters?
still have
I
Delirium?
would give it 4 counters.
So she's only one off Delirium, and she needs an instant. Yeah, that's very doable. She's got a counterspell in hand. She's
this is how I would delve it for the
she's
counter.
rolling on hot right now.
Now she has the counterspell, which will give her Delirium right back. All right, so this is the clock for Jacob. He's at 12, and this is a 6/6 Murktide. That is a 2-turn clock. Here's the attempted a binding. The question is, does Jacob draw a Spell Pierce or a Veil? Don't believe he did.
I think he would have liked to have that second Veil of Summer in his hand about right now.
Yep. The one he bottomed for his mulligan.
Yeah.
All right, so this is looking really good for Michelle. She has Jacob on a 2-turn clock. She has Acceleration with Expressive Iteration. She's looking for a Spell Pierce. She's looking for, Engineering Explosion is also cracked.
Yeah, EE is a good card.
Yeah, did she bottom it? No way. No shot. No shot she bottomed it.
She did.
Now, what was the other card she put in her hand?
Flooded Strand.
No, she exiled Flooded Strand. What's the other?
Okay.
Oh, Lightning Bolt. Okay,
Oh,
no,
okay.
she did.
Oh, she did get the E.
I was like, no shot, she bottomed that.
Yeah, I was gonna have some choice words. Yeah.
No shot. That's insane for Michelle right now. That's not only the 2-turn clock, because Jacob's
protection.
at 6.
She's
I believe Jacob's at 6.
binding. Does she still have
She has a bolt in hand. She just needs another bolt, right?
Yeah, Bolt does it.
I don't hate the play from Jacob. I think it's a great idea to do it then. Gives her less chance of drawing an answer.
Oh, you know what? Michelle should have Sunburst for 6.
Oh man,
That's what it should have been.
What's the What's the 6th color in Magic?
Purple.
Purple.
Come on.
Purple.
I remember a few years back they did that as an April Fool's joke. They printed a Magic card behind one of the announcers and had a purple dot above them. The Reddit community went crazy. Now let's see.
Right now, Michelle really just needs a Ragavan or a DRC, and this game should be closed.
Yeah.
Jacob does have a Lightning Bolt, but like it does minimize his options. I see a Spell Pierce, I see a Blood Moon, I see an Expressive Iteration.
Yeah, to be honest, we're still
slamming,
a really good
We're
card.
slamming Blood Moon.
Yeah, Blood Moon is
we're putting
super solid.
Blood Moon in exile and probably Expressive Iteration in hand, just to be able to iterate again next turn. Yeah. Spell Pierce is also not bad to put in hand, but she's a bolt in hand, so like I think I'm one of that Expressive Iteration just to go Iteration Bolt next turn. Or DRC Bolt, like now you have to deal with my DRC.
Yeah, I mean like
oh, we're doing Iteration in exile. That's interesting.
Like Blood Moon in this situation shuts off his deck.
It does.
Like the whole thing.
She is choosing to cast a second expressive iteration.
I think she's
Two Unholy
digging.
Heats and an artifact.
Unholy
right?
Heat's still really good
Is
right
that
here.
Mishra's Bible? Yeah.
Unholy Heat is very good right here.
That's a Mystical Dispute.
He has a dispute in hand.
It's an interesting choice for Michelle to cast that second expressive iteration instead of just casting the Blood Moon and holding, the mana up for the next turn. I'm a little curious why she did that, because she does have dispute mana. Oh, she did draw the Spell Pierce. That's huge.
That is big. To be honest, she's still looking really good right now.
Yeah,
she has
she
EE
is.
on board, Spell Pierce in hand, Dispute in hand, Bolt in hand, Unholy Heat. She's still very reactive with this one land that she has up.
She could have also, with the Blood Moon, tried to play around Spell Pierce.
That is true.
That might be
That
the
is
reason
true.
she did
Yeah,
that.
she could have gotten got pretty good if he had Spell Pierce in his hand. At this point, Michelle's just rocking on high. She's playing very safe. She's still safe in this position. Like she's in a good hand right now. And she's rocking our Rockets jersey, which I'll plug. I think so cool. I love that jersey. It looks super sweet. I own one as well, so big shout out to Rockets. It looks super cool.
So you're gonna see her fire off this Unholy Heat
She's got to get rid of that token.
or Spell Pierce. She's gonna cast Pierce.
Yeah, there it is.
All right, come to turn. Draws the second Blood Moon.
Yeah, that Blood Moon's going to feel real nice right now. Now let's see. Is she going to hold up both islands, or is she going to hold up...
I don't think you
Red
hold
and
up both
blue.
islands. I think you hold
Yeah.
red and blue.
Oh, yeah. She only got one blue card in her hand.
Yeah. Or she could also just leave up Engineered Explosives.
That's true.
I think she can do both. Blood Moon
Yeah.
and leave up EE. I don't hate it. I think it's sweet.
Yeah.
Now, what she's got to do is when Jacob casts Domino Creativity again, she can just blow up EE. And he has essentially time-walked himself.
Yeah. Fable's still a really good card for him right now, because he'll be able to cast it and dig for something.
The problem with Fable is it's also a 0-drop, so Michelle would just fire that off immediately.
Yeah.
You don't want to give the Shaman an untap so it gets an attack trigger for a treasure.
Yeah, but also I'm more talking about the fact that he'll be able to loot 2 cards, which will dig for some sort of
I
hope.
agree looting, but you also have Blood Moon out.
Yeah.
So what you're doing is you're firing this off while you have mana open.
Yep.
So that you untap and you have mana management, which is very important for Michelle's deck.
Especially facing down a Blood Moon.
Yep. Blood Moon shuts off the Overmind, so it's so big right now. If he does cast Fable, then you need to shut off the token too. So he's swinging for 1.
Hey, you gotta deal damage where you can.
Yo, get in there. 1-1 beats. Let's
Yeah,
go.
Go get him.
Let's go. 1-1
Michelle's
beats.
on
Let's go
a
get 'em.
14 turn clock.
Hadouken. I'm at 2.
3 to the face. He's at 2.
Yikes.
Let's see what's gonna happen.
Dashed Monkey. Ooh, Shredder's a
Dash
2.
Monkey could be hilarious.
It'd be pretty bad. It'd be real good.
Dash the Monkey, trigger, make a treasure?
Oh, Shredder.
Oh, you're dead. Never mind.
So I think what we're gonna see here is Jacob probably gonna lightning bolt the Shredder. Yeah. The question is, does Michelle have a heart of the cards here? She can.
She could Unholy Heat the token,
Yep.
conniving, putting it out of range of Bolt. There,
Yep.
yeah, that's
I
what
like
we're
this
gonna see.
play. I like this play because it also leaves up Engineered Explosives. Oh, we drew a monkey. I think we're discarding the Blood Moon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now the Shredder lives through the bolt. This looks like a wrap from my side. We'll see if Jacob can pull out of this. Michelle played this really well.
Playing with that safety net of just
Yeah, you
being
don't
on the
care
safe
about that other
side,
Fable.
it is so good. Makes
Yeah,
a token.
this game is effectively over.
It's
you're gonna see
not
E blow up.
looking as good.
Yeah, no, that's a wrap.
Now let's see. Yep, they are wrapping it up.
Well,
Awesome.
Rob,
Yeah.
how do you feel about round 1? How'd you feel?
I'm gonna be honest, I love watching Michelle play Murktide. I think that deck is super sweet. Michelle's been on it for ever, and she's just a champ when it comes to it. I also love watching creativity. I think when that deck became more meta-centric, it is so cool to watch. It being a combo deck that's based around playing out an Archon on turn 4, that's just, like, awesome.
It's gnarly. It's gnarly.
I mean, you could even, technically, if you're playing it with, like, Strike It Rich, you could play it earlier than that.
Yeah, you could.
So it's still a very cool matchup. I mean, if I'm being honest, I feel like Izzet Murktide has the favored matchup in this. It's still cool though because they're both very, very
Proactive decks.
proactive.
Well, you guys, that's gonna wrap it for the first round of this Rocket Series kickoff. First one being a Modern 1K. Thank you for tuning in. Hello, welcome back, guys. We got Hong and our Starboy Chase. We got Han on Greentron and Chase on Merfolk. Talk to us, Rob.
So let's see. Honestly, coming into this position, Fish has like 8 main board ways of getting rid of Tron. It might be a little bit more favorable on Chase's end. Han is a good Tron player though, so you never really know what can happen right here. Tron's known for getting real big, real fast. It literally goes 1-2-7, so it's a quick boy. If Chase doesn't have interaction, it might not be too hot for him. But luckily, his deck is interaction.deck. So. So let's see. I know with Chase, he's on like 4 Force Negations main board. So he's got a lot of pretty hot stuff going. especially against Han's Tron list. Han seems to be on pretty much standard green Tron. He's running 4 basic forests in the main, 2 Boseiju for his green pips, and then 4 Urzus Bind, Power Plant, and Tower to go real fast, real quick. Let's see. So it looks like Han's got 2 of the Tron pieces, no map, but a Chrome Star, which is a good start for him, I will admit.
So let's talk about the interaction with some of these spheres and stars. Sphere is a mana ability which is going to come up pretty often because you cannot respond to Bowmaster, or cannot respond for Bowmaster. Part of Spear Sacking is a mana ability, which means it doesn't actually lose priority, and then you draw a card as part of Resolution.
Which is great. Drawing cards is good.
Well, it avoids Bowmaster triggers.
Yeah.
You're going to see a lot in this matchup. Han's going to lead heavily into just trying to do the thing with Tron. While you got Chase over here on Fish, I mean, you're trying to make some of Han's creatures lose their abilities. You're trying to
tempo out mostly.
Tempo out.
I feel like you're just getting Lord after Lord after Lord of getting big boys. And then luckily a lot of these newer Lords are pretty interactive.
You also have mainboard answers for Tron pieces like Tide Shape Caller or Tide Shaper Kicked, which turns Han's Tron piece into an island. Also gives his stuff Island Walk. But you also got this Voldarian Hexcatcher, which force spikes a lot of Han's big stuff. You flash in a Hexcatcher, you force spike a Karn, you force spike a Ugin. It's pretty hard to deal with. That looks like Tron.
That is Tron.
I think I puked. Here comes Karn.
Let's see what Chase goes with.
Unfortunately, that Hexcatcher for that Karn's not going to do a whole lot because Han has 3 mana remaining. What Tron does, 1/2/7.
1/2/7.
Looks like it resolved, and Han is trying to determine what he wants out of his sideboard. I don't hate a Wurmcoil for a second Wurmcoil in hand. Oh, he's just going to go straight for Chalice.
Chalice on 1?
That's what it's looking like.
Yeah, Chalice on 1.
So cast a Chromatic Star, then Chalice on 1. Chase might flash in the Hexcatcher to counter the Chalice. On the flip side, though, that does shut Han off of Stirring, Star, and Sphere.
Yeah, honestly, Chase's hand's full of 2-drops, so it's not like he's getting... Oh, there's the Vial. That doesn't feel as good.
That feels bad.
Let's see what he can rock with right now.
I also don't hate that he drew a Mutavault here. It's going to put this situation in a little different spot for the Karn. Chase has a Lord in hand, which I think he does. He might just play the Lord to make the Hexcatcher a 2/2, and then swing at Karn, putting it to 1, which means Han cannot downtick that Karn. It looks like we're just going to swing for 1. I wonder what Chase is thinking here.
Let's see. He still does have 3 mana up.
Han's also getting hit by his own Chalice here because he has a Relic in hand, so he's not going to get to draw an extra card that he may need.
And he is sitting on 3 lands in hand and a Ring. Ring's really good, though. So, no complaints on that end. Win Ugin. Whew. Han's got a lot of gas in his hand right now.
Yeah, that Ugin is not something anybody on the other side of the table ever wants to see. We might just see, is this the Wurmcoil? That is the Wurmcoil. Wurmcoil's pretty good. What do we uptick on? No target? Yeah, it looks like no target. I don't hate flashing in Trickster here and tapping down the Wurmcoil so that we can kill Karn. I'm not exactly sure how we're going to deal with that Wurmcoil when Karn's gone. So it does look like it's what he's about to do. So he is gonna tap down the Wurmcoil. This is pretty good tempo for next turn. I think we're still trying. Yep. So it's Trickster does resolve. Wurmcoil is tapped. So that might be a dead Karn. Which is great for Chase because he needs Karn off that board now.
He can't.
We
he
did
can't
draw
win.
another land, so we could
Lord
essentially,
is pretty good.
yeah. Well, that or we could save Ottawara for Wormcoil when Han swings. The
Sure.
Ottawara back to his hand. I kind of like that. So I like swinging right here and killing Karn with the Trickster, and then dealing one to the face with the Hex Catcher. Or is he? He's gonna play another Lord. He's just gonna go straight for the Lord. Oh, we're activating Mutawall. We're just going straight in. Tons of damage.
Yeah, let's go to face.
No,
So-
you gotta get rid of Karn. Can't
Oh,
move Karn.
oh yeah.
Karn's
But
gotta
I'm
go.
saying like he's still getting at least some sort of
Is
damage.
he leaving?
He might be leaving one up on Karn. I'm not sure.
There we go. I like that.
Yeah, I like that.
I like that. So it looks
Getting
like
rid of Karn completely is
Yeah.
way better
it
than
looks
leaving
like
it on
Karn's
the wall.
dead, and he's going to deal 4 to face.
4 to face, yeah. He does have to worry about the crackback with the
Yep.
worm coil, which is gonna hurt, and he's gonna get.
So I
Just
kind
a
of
knife
liked
slam.
the Ottawara for that, because it would force Han to essentially have to retap mana, recast Wormcoil.
It is true.
Wormcoil is pretty brutal in this matchup.
It is. It's just a bigger creature than Chase can really.
Yeah. Oh, there's the ring. The ring, they say, the ring. What does Chase have for the ring?
He's got an Ottawara.
I don't know if
Bounce it
Ottawara.
back, but I don't really think it's that
Yeah.
good.
No, you don't want to trigger protection again.
Yeah.
I think just the reactionary. Maybe how much mana did Han?
He's
Oh,
got a-
Han's got tons of mana. He couldn't
he's,
sack.
he's another mutable. Still has the old Ottawara, which is good. He's got a. Unfortunately, Aether Vial's a dead card in his hand right now.
You know, even countering that Chalice and slamming that Aether Vial, because Han had the Wormcoil so fast, I actually don't think it mattered. That's another 1-drop to sit under
It's another
Chalice
dead
with.
card.
Yeah. Oh, is that another tower he just drew? It
Yeah,
is another
it's
tower.
another
That's,
tower.
that's kind of bad. That's a lot of mana.
It is.
What do we lose if we Ugin for
He just drew
2
another
here?
Ancient Stirrings, which is also a dead card.
He's so far ahead that I don't think it matters.
Yeah.
But this tower is really brutal because this allows him to.
Hard cast like anything in his deck.
Well, he's gonna go tower, one of the 2-drop or one of the 2 manas to cast Ugin. That
Yeah.
leaves 4 mana open, and he can only Hex Catcher for 3.
Yeah.
The only thing that's
true.
gonna get around that is if Chase had Force Negation, which I think Han is trying to play around. Actually, no, that's not true. Chase can animate the Mutavaults, but that's still kind of bad because you lose your whole board doing that. You're gonna lose your board either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not liking this position.
It is a tough spot.
I mean, having Tron right off the bat without having to do much for it is just too good. And he had the ring. I think sideboard for Karn we'll see, or not for Karn, for Han on Tron we'll see Haywire might come in. Haywire might's gonna come in and attempt to fix the stuff with the Aether Vial plays. What does Chase have for sideboard here besides?
So going into the sideboard, I mean, he's got Chalice, Dismember, Hercule's Recall, Kira, Steel Sabotage, Stern Scolding, and Subtlety. I mean, it's kind of just his main board stuff that's gonna be pretty solid.
I really like to bring in the Hercules Recall and the subtleties. I think the
Hercule's
subtlety will,
Recall's sweet.
I think the subtlety would make a huge difference. Subtlety would have been really big there on that Karn, and then he would have just slammed so much damage to face.
Yeah. Because Subtlety is creature and Planeswalker, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
There's a Manamo. That's pretty hot. So how much damage we got on board here? We got 3. No, wait. I'm sorry. 4, 7, 11, 14. That's a lot of damage with another Mutavault.
That is a lot.
So there's 4, 8, 10, 4. Is that 18? Looks like this is 16. There's
Let's see. So we got
That life total doesn't look correct, Steven. These are
So
four
that should have
fours. These are four
been
fours.
8.
So 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Yeah, he should be at what, 2?
No, 3.
Was he at 18?
He was at 19. Should be
Yeah,
at
he
3.
should be at 3.
So, because these are both lords, right? So there's
Yep.
4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, it's 15. So we'd be at 4.
Those Mutavolts are hitting like trucks right now.
Yeah. Pretty big hits there.
The game really isn't out of commission as of right now. If he does get this Ugin down, it doesn't look very good.
No, it doesn't.
Let's see. Does Chase have any counters in his hand right now? He's got a Trickster. That's a good card.
That's a huge play too, because
Now he's
now
not gonna get that life swing.
Well, yes, but now he has another target for pitching for Hexcatcher's effect.
Yes.
Chase allowed it. So
Yeah.
I
Well,
think...
he doesn't have enough mana for
Well,
it.
he's not in a horrible spot if he has a Lord in his hand, because he comes to turn, activate Mutavault, slam a Lord, and that should be game. Okay, Karn's kind of bad. He only has 2 mana. What's he getting? I guess he can get Coding. Coding would stop the activation of one of the Mutavaults. That might be game. Oh, that's brutal. Chase had game otherwise.
Yeah. Without that Karn and Ugin in your hand, like, as crazy as it sounds, getting board wiped right there didn't actually put him out of contention. He does have a Lord in his hand as well.
I'm assuming a Coding and Mutavault. We'll see an upkeep. He did preemptively do it, so we'll see what happens.
He did
do a Mutavault.
Yeah, he did target the Mutavault. So if he goes, he already draw for turn. Let's see. Lord Dismember doesn't do it.
So let's take a look at Han having the ring, right? I'm still playing this Lord. I'm activating one of the Mutavaults and swinging. It's gonna put Han to 2, and then he dies to the ring in his upkeep.
Yeah. Chase has still technically got it.
Yeah, I like this position.
It's just the ring is new, and we're not sure if it's seen that he will be taking that 3 damage. He should still swing, because he can get him to technically lethal.
Yeah, he can get him to lethal without the Lord in his hand, because Mutavault deals 2 damage, and Han's got the ring on 3.
Let's see if Chase sees it. If he goes Lord swing with Mutavault, dies to the ring.
Yeah, I mean, he's dead without the Lord, too.
Yeah.
He activates the second
that's
Mutavault, yeah. I think the Trickster play from Chase was pretty huge. Tapping on that Wormcoil to prevent combat damage for lifelink.
So he does activate the
So
Mutavault.
we do see the Mutavault activation. That's huge.
As long as he swings for face. We like it. Boom. Han scoops it up. And Chase takes game 1.
That was a tight.
That was a tight game right there.
All I'm saying is both those Tricksters were sweet.
Yeah, it's crazy that card has flash, taps down the creature, and it loses all abilities. Like, it is just, there's just so much that 2-drop does. It's a 2-drop.
It's got to be his good looks to have that kind of look.
Oh yeah, come on.
Come on.
Look at him. Like, he is just an absolute stunner.
For Han, the Haywire Mites are coming in. These Haywire Mites are going to be some of the main things that he has to deal with the Aether Vial stuff. Besides, obviously, Karn, but, like, yeah.
Yeah, and Han having, like, a Karn board is pretty solid. Like, Han basically has his whole sideboard in his main deck, because of the fact that he makes so much mana so quickly that if he goes like tower, power plant, mine, he's got 7 mana turn 3. He could just go Karn into any card in his sideboard and he can play it. It is. There's a reason that Tron's been around for so long and how it's still so consistent. The ring being a card just makes it infinitely better. Like it is such a strong card, and it being colorless, him being able to go turn 3, make 7 mana, play a ring, and hold up anything. It's super, super solid. Going into this next round, I am pretty excited to see how it goes. Chase is actually looking pretty good going into game 2 as well after round 1. Now let's see what their opening hands go to. Yeah, if I'm being honest, Chase doesn't always get to play as often as he wishes, but him coming into a 1K, I don't want to say unprepared because that's just a little discouraging, but no, like
shout out to me because I came in here Wednesday and he's like, should I play the 1K? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, what should I play? I was like, play Fish. So we set in, I picked up the rental deck here at Rockets for Boros Burn, and we ran through a few sets. And I was like, send it. You got this.
Yeah. To be honest, that Chalice absolutely, I think, did way more damage to Han than it did to Chase. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a bad play by Han. Shutting off all of his like main deck Tide Shapers and Aether Vials, that's pretty strong. But Han missing out on all those draws from like
Han got wrecked by Merfolk Trickster. Trickster doing what the card says.
Yeah, Trickster doing a lot.
Tricking.
Now let's see. Han's opener is 2 lands and a map. That's pretty good. And he puts one away. Chase is keeping his 7, I think. I don't think they both mold.
So he draws a god. Merfolk god.
It's a good card.
We get a Mutavaul and an Aether Vial.
We are getting a Vial.
Best fish start ever.
Yeah. This is super strong Tron start, super strong Fish start. This is what we like to see.
All right, upkeep Vial on 1. Draw.
Let's see.
Another god.
It's a good card.
Yo, is that a Force negation?
It is a Force negation.
Yeah, Force negation.
It is a Force negation. I'm sure Chase really wanted to see that game 1, but hey, card's just as good in game 2.
Silver Depth.
Let's see.
Revealing the god.
One of the.
This.
Is it Sylvan or is it Sylvelin? How do you pronounce that?
I've
always
Silver
been
Gill.
No,
it's Sylvelin.
God.
I think it's Sylvelin.
Yeah, to be honest, it's a weird spelling name.
Yo, she's a god. That's all that matters. Goated. Looks like we completed Tron with that expedition map, as expected.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, Gio, I don't really know who to vote for either. I love both of them. Han's a local, but Chase is also one of my boys.
My boss.
And my boss. But but no, I've known Chase for a long time.
Oh, there's the ring. Let's see if he fires off that Force negation.
Let's see. Does he want to save that Force for a big boy later, or does he want to get rid of that prod?
So I like that he played this. Oh, he also played an O-Stone. That's a lot.
God, Han going turn 3 Tron is just so good.
Yeah, we're gonna cast Force, and we're pitching extra god. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta get rid of
Can't let him have protection since he's about to wipe my board with O-Stone. Actually, yeah.
I think it's totally the right play to get rid of that ring. That
ring
is so good.
Miststalker.
What does it hit in? Again, it's a Tron matchup. I mean, it's still a 1-mana 1. Like,
in a matchup where you're swinging face a lot with Lords, that 1 becomes 3 real quick.
Yeah. And now he's got the Silver Go and the Lord out.
So Mistcaller. And another ring, jeez.
I want to say Mistcallers if they don't spend anything to cast it.
If a non-token creature would enter and it wasn't cast.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I don't think that's actually doing much here. Ooh,
this
Hexcatcher's pretty
Case
sweet.
is coming in with a lot of damage.
Yeah, we're gonna see the pop of the O-Stone though. That's kind of unfortunate.
Luckily, he'll still get to keep his Sylveon. What's that third card in his hand?
Trickster.
So I think the right move is just to keep what he has on board, let it pop. Because he can do, yeah, he can play.
Wait
more
a second.
cards.
Does that get rid of the Sylveon?
I think Sylveon should have indestructible.
What does the Oblivion Stone read?
It says destroy.
Do we need a judge call, Steven?
I think
Yeah.
we need
Steven, we need a judge call. Pause the game. Pause the game.
Yeah, we're gonna get a judge call on this just because Sylveon should have had indestructible at that point, and Chase did have 3 Merfolk in total, so I'm not sure how it would get rewound. This isn't iffy play. I mean, both of them technically let that resolve, so I wouldn't say it's on anyone in particular. Yeah, regardless, Chase will be losing his Lord and the Silvergill, but he is supposed to have that Sylveon. So yeah, we'll see how this is all going to end up resolving. It is a weird spot for both. I don't think it was malicious at any point.
I don't think it was either. We just have to that's something that isn't just a missed trigger, it's on the card.
Yeah, you gotta it can't go to the graveyard. That is, it going to a graveyard is technically an advantage, and then it being destroyed is an advantage against Han. So or I shouldn't say against Han, for Han.
I think we're gonna have to, since he did cast, I think is it gonna be legend rolled?
I think it's gonna get legend rolled. Is basically how it's gonna get resolved.
Okay, that's unfortunate for Chase. I mean, that is part of the game.
And then that Ugin coming down. Is he gonna minus? He did minus.
Yeah.
Got rid of it. Now let's see. Does he have enough to really refill?
Sadly, I don't think he does. That O stone was just so
Yeah,
bad.
that O sounds gross. It's a gross stone. Let's see. Chase with the fancy Zendikar bucket lands.
So we're gonna activate that Mutavault. It looks like we're gonna force the block with the Haywire Mite. Oh, is he gonna Trickster and send Ugin to 1? No, maybe. Ugin just takes the hit.
Yeah, I also feel a game 3 coming. I think having an Ugin already on board is pretty good. With nothing to compete with, it's
yeah, that Ugin was very crippling, as was the Oblivion Stone. You can't really deal with the Oblivion Stone.
Especially, yeah.
Maybe Chase should have fired off the Force Negation on the Oblivion Stone, but then he also gets hit by the Ring with Protection and to Ugin, so it's not much different.
I think it's a tough spot
Yeah.
to call on Oblivion Stone. Now let's see where it goes. Yeah, now it's kind of Han's in full sprint.
There goes the Mutavault.
There's not much Chase can do in this situation. We'll probably give it 2 more turns before we see Chase kind of roll over and play dead.
Scoop it up.
Now let's see. Trickster comes out, targeting the Might. Just paying 1 more for the Mist Caller? Question mark. He has 3 tap mana. Did he activate the Mutavault before it got gut?
It got exiled by Karn.
I know. Let's see. Cavern not doing too much for him in this situation. Let's see. Yeah, Ring on board, Ugin on board, Karn on board. There's not much.
Yeah, that's a tough choice.
Chase is
Either
looking at.
Liberated or Ugin, because neither of them are dying.
Yeah. And you never know. Maybe he's gonna overload a Cyclonic Rift.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see that happening anytime soon.
No, I
but
don't either.
let's see. I think Chase kind of sees
Yeah, the light.
the light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah, I think this is anyone's game at this point. Like, Chase competing very well against Han in that first round,
Let's be
even with
honest.
Nattytron.
Let's be honest, Chase is on the play, and that's pretty scary for Fish.
It is. Fish is explosive.
Yeah, turn one Vile is
Yeah.
with Mutavault, and then
Fish is explosive.
yeah, it's really rough.
Stirring's using the green mana.
That is a
Let's see.
warping well.
That's another ring for
and
him.
another Tron or Karn. This time
Honestly, I
Creator,
think
yeah. You take
yeah,
Karn.
you take Karn.
That's a lot of mana.
So you can go play Karn, go get
Yeah, he's still
the
got 10
biggest
mana.
thing.
He's got a mine, a power plant untapped, and 2 towers. That's 10 mana.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Looks like we're
Gonna see the Karn.
So he had a mana floating from the Stirrings. Oh, did we plus on the ring? We did plus on the ring. Wow.
Oh, that's spicy.
Wow.
That's kind of cool.
That's pretty sweet.
Haven't seen that happen.
I don't know if Chase is completely out of this if Han doesn't get a Wormcoil here because okay, well that doesn't help.
that
Doesn't help.
Yeah.
But Han has, ring damage coming and he needs to get rid of Trickster.
If Chase just plays this game out,
If he plays a Lord, this game could be
I
over.
think it might. I was thinking he should have grabbed the ring because resetting the ring, he doesn't take 3 damage every single turn.
Correct, and he's also not taking damage from Trickster.
Yeah, and
So what do we
Han
tap in
can't
mana
kill him in 3 turns.
For are we just we're exiling the ring
No way, he's exiling the ring.
to gain 2 life. That's pretty sweet.
That is spice. I like that. That is a high tier play. I think that is V smart. Now let's see. So it does unfortunately slow Chase's clock down. It also takes away Han's draw engine.
No, that ends
but
the game.
it's not looking too.
Yeah,
hot now.
this game is effectively over with the ring off the board. I did not recognize that play. It's a really good play.
Another Trickster. Chase should be swinging in for 4. Yeah, it's just he's gonna take up with Ugin, kill one of them.
Shout out to Chase for not scooping before he's actually dead.
Yeah, you never.
There's a
you
lot of-
never know, man. You gotta play to your out.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of people that preemptively scoop. He is not doing that. That's good. We also thought he was dead game 1 and he had
Yeah.
a burst of damage.
Yeah, out of nowhere. Explosive. Fish is explosive. There's Wormcoil Engine.
Yeah, Wormcoil's
Yeah, he's picking it up. Okay. So now going into game 3, I don't think he's changing anything out of his sideboard.
I
He
don't
kind
think
of
he
already
is
saw
either.
everything that he wants to see. You know, Chase is just a silly little guy. And hopefully we see something crazy come out into the game 3.
He likes to play with fish, man. Fish
He is a fish man. He is a fish man. You should see his fish tank. It's incredible.
I seen a post of him getting rid of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes me sad.
Yeah. It was so cool. He still has another fish tank though out in the front of his house, but his fish tank's cool. He's got some big old fish in it. I also remember the first time that Chase preemptively scooped. Feels like yesterday.
All I'm saying is I like how he didn't scoop there. He wanted to see it all played out to make sure he was exactly dead, and I give props to Chase for doing that. Because there are a lot of players that don't do that, and they could have drawn an out. And instead of giving it the chance until they're actually dead, they just give up the game. I think for like casual play or like basic weeklies, the behavior is not the worst because you're kind of for the weeklies you're here to mostly test. So it's not the end of the world to do it, but when you're at something like a 1K plus, preemptively scooping is just not in your benefit. The only time you preemptively scoop if you know you're going to go to time, and these matchups are so fast between these two, where either Chase does the thing fast enough or Han does the thing to stop him, that I doubt they go to time.
Now let's see. Chase being on the play is such a
It's so
lead
huge.
advantage.
It's so huge.
Especially if he's going to have that one drop turn one where, I mean, he goes Mutavolt Vial. Whew. It's honestly not looking super good for Han. It's so fast. Fish is so fast. It's reactive. And one thing to talk about, Chase is also on the fish list that doesn't run ring. There are a lot of fish lists out there that have been running a lot of the newer rings. And I personally feel like it's not necessarily a misplay. I think it's kind of cool. Just tried and true classic fish. Going Cavern, probably naming Merfolk, leading off with a Vial. Chase is really hoping for an island off the top right here. That's going to be super helpful for him, especially becoming more explosive. But he does have a Tide Shaper in his hand, which is so good against Tron. It is so good against Tron. Shutting off one of the, I mean, most likely the tower that he played. Shutting off a tower is just, it's going to slow down Han immensely, keep Chase's tempo out, and we see a subtlety. I know Chase probably really wanted to see a land right there, but I think it's still fine that he didn't necessarily get it. Yeah, not seeing that second land is not fun. Yeah, I think playing that Tide Shaper out, forcing damage, might not have been the play for turn 2. I think you gotta for sure, you gotta hold that up to get rid of that tower. Luckily Han didn't necessarily reveal that he didn't have the second Tron piece, but Chase is pressuring with some damage, so we gotta take what we can get. Now let's see. Chase is also still holding up that Vial, so he can flash a Trickster, he can flash another Lord. If he brings in another Lord, that's a lot of damage that Han's going to be facing. That's what? 3, it's 9 damage that he'd be coming in with. Here's another star. Han really wants that last Tron piece. Got an Ugin in hand. Silvergill. Okay, Silvergill's cool. It being a 2-1 that lets him draw is pretty sweet. Now let's see if he goes straight into Lord swing for what? Lethal? No, it's a lot of damage, but I don't know if it's lethal. Let's see. So that's 9. 12 damage is what he could be if he flashes in that other Lord. Chase is in pretty good position. Not drawing that second land off that second turn was a little rough, but seeing it going into the third was what he wanted to see.
We also seen Han play the Boseiju, and that's not great for him. It looks like Chase also has a Subtlety plus Pitch card, which is screaming in this matchup. Han's going to untap, play Tron, have 8 mana, attempt to cast this... is that 8 mana or more? No, it's 8.
It's 8, yeah.
He's going to attempt to cast probably Karn and then get wrecked. We'll pop the star first. Do we cast a Liberated or cast a Created? Here we go. Let's find out.
I think he's going... Let's see. Yeah, he's going 4-drop Karn. I think we're going to see the Subtlety come out of the hand.
Is that enough mana to cast Karn? We floated 2... Yeah, that's not enough mana to cast Karn because we floated 2 and cracked 1 of them with Star, right? Oh, and we netted a mana.
Yep, you netted a mana with
Never
Star.
mind.
Yep, it should be good. It should be good. Now,
Fire off
we're
the subtlety.
probably
Shit.
gonna
Oh, we're
steal
gonna
the
vial. What are we vialing
subtlety.
in?
What are we seeing?
Trickster.
Trickster, and he's letting the card resolve. And are we gonna see a bridge? No, we're gonna see a ring. And he's gonna
Now Chase is gonna be really upset with himself for not firing off
Yeah.
the
I
subtlety.
think you use that subtlety swing for lethal the next turn.
Yeah, let's see if Chase knows to swing into Karn or not, because protection only gives it to the player, not their planeswalkers.
Now let's see. Also, couldn't he have sacked one of the fish to counter the ring?
Yeah, he could have.
Sylveon's good here. Now let's see what Chase does. He should still be swinging into Karn.
Chase does not know that the ring gives protection to just the player and not Karn. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it's not great that he's punting, but you know, this is from lack of reps, and he hasn't punted all the way yet. Han could still get hit with subtlety here. It does give Han some outs, right? He's got bridge, and whatnot, but I mean, we'll see. This is unfortunate. That was definitely his game. He either just subtletied Karn there or sacked the fish to counter the ring.
Yeah, we must remember, this is the business owner right here. He, as much as he would like to, he doesn't get as many reps as he needs. But still, it's not like the game's over. Letting that Karn resolve is tough. Not swinging into the Karn is
Here's the thing, too, right? If he goes for bridge, he has a ton of cards in hand, which doesn't exactly stop Chase from swinging.
That is true. Yeah, that is true.
Right?
It's not like he can dump all those
because he has to get bridge out of the sideboard, and then if he gets engineer explosives here, you can't exactly engineer because you don't have colored sources.
Yeah, he can only make green right now,
which kills Vile, Taichi Poller. I mean, you still got
more than 9.
Still got Hexcatcher and Master of the Pearl Titan as lords, and then two fish. Like that's still a ton of damage that you can't prevent. We're gonna draw a card. Does Han still have Oblivion Stone in his side?
There's a Wormcoil engine.
Wormcoil is definitely gonna get fired off for that subtlety. The question is, does Han have enough mana to cast Wormcoil and downtick for Bridge or O-Stone?
Seems like he's only got 8.
Sure, Bridge and Ring are not a combo, but Bridge does allow him to draw into a few turns, and Han is also playing Haywire Might, which he just showed us game 2 to exile the ring. So if he gets Bridge, it's preventing him from at least dying, or attempting to prevent dying. I think O-Stone is the safer play here. He is getting Engineered Explosives. How's he making colored mana? Oh, the star. He's going to do it with the Chromatic Star. The Chromatic Star is going to... Yeah, E for 2 is pretty brutal. Yikes. Did I... Okay, so we did see the spear sack. So it is E for 2.
There's 2 more stars. 2 more stars against Starboy Chase.
Yeah, this is pretty rough for Chase. He's going to be pretty upset with himself when he realizes he had game.
And let's see. He's going to pop it. Not all of it. You get the Tide Shaper. And the Tide Shaper is still alive.
Yeah, Steven,
can you let Chase know that the Tide Shaper is still alive?
Yeah, it's the Tide Shaper. It's a 1-drop.
There we go. It is back and ready for action. Now let's see.
Finally, Karn is off the board, but it's a day late. Unless Han doesn't have a follow-up with...
I think he's got an Ulamog in hand, but I don't think he has the mana for it.
Oh, he's definitely got mana for it. He's got 2 spheres.
Oh, he does.
So we have Tron plus Pasaju. Yeah, no, we're never mind. We're one short.
I think he's got 9.
No, we're 1 short. We have to Ancient Stirrings and hope we hit.
No land in sight.
Yeah, so we have to Ancient Stirrings here if he wants to attempt to cast Ulamog.
I think he's got Trickster in hand, though.
Doesn't stop the cast trigger.
No, correct. I'm talking about Wormcoil, though.
Oh, correct.
Because he is Wormcoil in
Correct.
hand, and he still has a Trickster in hand.
Correct. Does it end the
So-
game, though?
No. He'll be swinging in for 4. But if he has Trickster Lord, that's game.
And land. Trickster Lord land. Oh,
He's
no.
got the vial.
The vial, you're right.
If he's got Trickster Lord, he's got a Subtlety in hand, which still is good.
Yeah, we're going to be subtleting the Wormcoil, I think. Okay, so Han's going to dig. He wants the Ulamog.
Yeah, he wants that Tron piece.
I don't think it's still enough.
Gets a tower.
Yeah, so it's still 8 mana.
Still short.
Oh, it's not 8 mana.
It's not.
Oh, 'cause of the
no,
float.
You're right. He's floating.
Ouch.
Yeah, that hurts.
Okay, so our only out here is to activate Trickster, tap down the Ulamog, draw another Lord that's a 2-drop, and Violet in. Or he's going to cast Subtlety.
And he's going to put Ulamog right back on top to get that cast trigger again.
Our boy Chase in shambles.
There's a Hex Catcher. He's going to be swinging in for... Oh, it's not immutable. It's
Manamo and Cavern of Souls.
going to be swinging in for 2 damage. 2. Han takes 2. Han takes 1. Puts him to 4.
It should be 2. Yeah, it should be 2.
Yeah.
The Hexcatcher is Lord.
Is Ulamog any permanent? Or is it
It's
just
any
permanent with your
permanent.
opponent's control? Okay, so he'll probably hit the ring as
No,
well.
no, no. I think the cast trigger is opponents. Let me look it up.
Okay, well, Han's on 2-turn clock then. If he
That's fine.
casts the Ulamog.
Let's find out. No, it just says 2 target permanents. So you can't exile the ring.
Okay. Well, he doesn't have the mana for it anymore.
So if Han plays this Wormcoil, what are we moving stuff around
Yeah,
for?
there's a lot of untapping going on. Yeah, why is he untapping?
So he did Stirrings, right? I think he's just trying to decide how he wants to tap his mana. Because he cast Stirrings.
Let's see.
So we need to top deck exactly Trickster here. Oh, he does his ring. He did pay attention. Exactly Trickster here. So we top deck Trickster. We go to Han's turn. We let him swing with the Ulamog. We wait if he plays Wormcoil, and we flash in Trickster.
Yeah,
Tap down the Wormcoil, and then we swing for 3, and maybe more if we top deck a Lord.
Trickster still looks
It's about the
good.
only out I can think of. You're going to have to eat that 10 damage and those cards.
There's a Haywire Might.
Yeah, that Haywire Might is game. Does he have another land, though?
Having another body out is kind of tough.
Did he have a mana floating from the... He did. That's unfortunate. Our boy punted.
Now let's see. He's gonna draw another card. What is it? It's a vial.
We still love you, Chase. We still love you.
Now let's see how Han decides to close his game out.
Yeah, I think he's just going to Haywire Might the Vial.
Yeah.
Just to be at 6. Chase does have chump blockers, though. Yep. Now he goes up to... Why do you go to 3? What just happened? Was the life discrepancy at 3?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Now he's at 5. You never know, man. Han swings with Ulamog. Lord puts him to 0. Oh, never mind.
Ugin's
looking
real bad.
Real bad. Top deck city.
Take the damage first. Ring.
You know, that Ulamog exile never feels good.
No.
That's a chunk. And there's the worm coil. That's pretty brutal.
10 damage is always butt cheeks, but exiling most of your library is not fun either.
It's an Otawara. It's looking like a scoop.
Yeah, not looking good. GG's.
GG, guys.
Looks like Han's going into round 3 2-0. Chase is going to be 1-1. Tron is still looking pretty good so far in today's standings. The ring being a card is
It's just bonkers.
real good.
It's bonkers.
It's real good.
But you know, that'll do it for round 2, guys. We'll hit you back in round 3. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. This is round 3 of the Modern 1K for the Rocket Series. Oh, we got Devin on Kethis combo, and this looks like Kai. I want to say Kai is playing Amulet type.
Let's take a look through some of these lists real quick and see if we.
Oh no, he switched to Grixis Shadow.
Oh, sick.
So we have Kai on Grixis Shadow and Devin on Kethis combo. Kethis combo is sweet deck.
Yeah, this combo is a really cool deck. Looking through the list, like the combo basically operates around abusing legendaries such as Emery, Lurker of the Lock, Kethis, and Mox Amber in order to try and create what is essentially infinite mana and do whatever you want with it. Taking a look at the list here, it looks like we're really centered around Grist the Hunger Tide, Jace the Perfected Mind as actual win conditions, as well as Grinding Station to mill yourself out, and hit a copy of. Ooh, you know, I'm not actually seeing a copy of Thassa's Oracle in the deck, so I'm interested to see how it wins.
Let's see if I'm louder. So we have round 3 with myself and being joined by Kazi Baker. Rob tagged out. So everyone welcome Kazi.
Looks like both players are going to keep 7s. We're going to start with a land into a Hope of Gearfer for the Kethis combo deck. Pretty standard start. They play a non-zero amount of legendary 1-drops just to get on board, and that card happens to protect the combo pretty well. And then Kai is going to lead with Shocked Blood Crypt into Dragon's Rage Channelers, and then casting a Mishra's Bauble in order to trigger that. Look at the top card of his library.
Let's see if Kai figures out what this deck is. I'm not sure if Kai's familiar with Kethis combo.
It is definitely a doozy. Devin's going to draw for his turn, and we're going to play a Cavern of Soul. Or no, actually, oh my lord.
That's a haul of the
Great Hall. I know this card from
Great
Limited.
Hall of the Citadel.
I know this card from Limited.
Let me look it up while you
It creates
catch yourself.
1, tap it. You create 2 mana of any combination of colors, but it can only be used to cast legendary spells. In this case, it's being used to create a Emery Lurker of the Lock, and it looks like he is deciding whether or not he wants to attack with his Hope of Gearfer.
Yeah, Kai looks very confused about what's happening.
This deck is full of what we in the industry call readers, which is random commons and uncommons from sets that have only seen limited play. But as long as they're gold, they're probably good at Devin's deck. And it looks like Kai's going to lead his turn 2 with a fetch land. We're going to search up, presumably a Shock. The Grixis Shadow deck likes to damage itself in order to create as fast a clock as possible. Not to mention the fact that that land in the graveyard powers up the Dragon's Rage channel. Do you think that Kai can reasonably figure out what Devin's doing from here?
Game 1, I really don't think he's going to reasonably figure it out unless he lands a really good Thoughtseize. I think landing a good Thoughtseize before Kai can execute what's going on might give him a little bit of an indication of what's happening. Game 2, I certainly hope he figures it out.
Well, this Drown on the Lock targeting this Emery Lurker of the Lock seems pretty solid, and is definitely going to be not hard for Devin to beat, but disruptive of the game plan. That Dragon's Rage channel looked like it's just going to attack for 1, and Devin's going to elect to trade that away, which means Kai's left with no material, but Devin is as well. Hard to figure out which deck actually enjoys having cards in play more. They're both very board-centric.
I feel like Devin can hold some of his board state, whereas Kai kind of has to have a board state to win the game.
I would agree, and a good way to create a board state extremely quickly is to play copies of Grist the Hunger Tide, which creates 2 permanents at once by milling a card and creating a 1/1 green insect creature token. Devin, technically, that card, if it mills another Grist, can create an extra 1/1 and mill an extra card. I don't believe there are any other insects in Devin's list.
It's a pretty bad mill for Devin to hit the Mox Amber there. It was a good play on Kai to get rid of the Emery. Otherwise, Emery would have just started having, a lot of mana extra with that Amber.
For sure. It looks like Kai's going to lead on a fetch and another Shock. Looks like we're going to go down to probably 11-ish here. And let's take a look and see what happens next. How do you think... So, Devin, in addition to having the combo, also very clearly has a value plan of just playing good permanents on their own. How do you think Kai figures out when to navigate or switch gears in this matchup?
I think he figures it out once he, again, draws his Thoughtseize and gets some hand reveals.
Okay.
A Thoughtseize here could be pretty crazy, revealing like a Thassa if he accidentally draws it, or a Kethis itself, or maybe even a Halfling.
I think the what we're looking at here with the Death Shadow as a 1/1 is pretty indicative that Kai has put Devin on virtually no red spell or red removal. Usually Death Shadow on 1 is pretty vulnerable to a lot of staple cards in the format, like Unholy Heat, Lightning Bolt, especially with no onboard way to lose life, such as a fetch land or anything like that. Looks like we're gonna get in with an insect here, and that's just gonna grow the Death Shadow.
Ooh, I like that Kai knew how to sequence that. That was very clean.
Yeah, so taking the extra damage means growing the Death Shadow, and getting rid of the insect in response to that Gris activation means that Gris does not have any permanents to sacrifice to kill anything on board. So Kai's just swung the board state from 2 permanents and a Planeswalker activation versus his 1 to 3 permanents versus a very vulnerable Planeswalker unless Devin has something that he can do to protect it.
He hasn't untapped yet. That's the scary part.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Grist is looking pretty vulnerable.
Absolutely. Devin's got a lot of cards in hand, but it doesn't seem like his decision's coming very easy. What do you think Devin is really looking for at this point, considering the way that this game is played out? You think he's looking to combo? You think he's looking to play a bunch of weird random cards for value?
I think he's looking to figure out what to put in front of this Grist to attempt to save it, or at least make Kai commit a lot to the Grist. So there's Kethis. This is the part where I think Kai figures out what's going on.
That's probably fair. Let's see, Kethis has way too much text, which we're going to have to pull up on our end because I don't actually remember what that card says. All I know is that it combos with a ham sandwich. But it looks like before this Kethis is resolving, Kai is asking to get a look at the graveyard. So, Kethis, the Hidden Hand, is a legendary creature Elf Advisor for a white, black, and a green. Legendary spells that the controller cast cost 1 less to cast. You can exile 2 legendary cards from your graveyard. Until end of turn, each legendary card in your graveyard gains. You may play this card from your graveyard. So it looks like he's going to resolve this Kethis. He's going to start by... Oh, it looks like he played a Mox Amber. And then we're going to play Grinding Station, and we're just going to keep untapping, netting 1 card for every time he casts this Mox Amber, maybe? Can't exactly tell what's going on.
Yeah, there's a lot of legendary spells that are coming out of this.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
the
there we
cost
go. We have
reduction.
the two Mox Ambers. That's going to make it pretty straightforward from here. So it looks like Kai's going to allow him to just mill all the cards on the top of his deck until he figures out exactly what the kill is. And Devin's just going to grab a handful of cards and sort from those how many he's exiling. Alright, Kai looks like he's figured it out after seeing the Jace the Perfected Mind. I believe that is the win condition in that deck.
Jason Thassa. They're both there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I believe there's a Thoracle in the list. Let me take a look. So how do you feel about sideboards?
So if we're going to start with Kai's sideboard, it's hard to prepare for this kind of matchup. From Kai's sideboard, we have 2 copies of Force Negation, 2 Spell Pierce, 2 Engineered Explosives, 1 Unmoored Ego, 2 Alpine Moon, 1 Brazen Borrower, 1 Kolaghan's Command, 1 Dress Down, 1 Cast into the Fire, 1 Chalice of the Void, and 1 copy of Brotherhood's End.
Looking at this, Perfected Mind is the win con here. Devin is known to also run Thassa in previous iterations of this deck, but I am not seeing Thassa in the 75.
I don't think you need it if you have the other payoff for the Infinite Mana. I think that's the intention. But what do you think that Kai is going to be able to bring in here in order?
I really like this Force Negation. I really like Spell Pierce. Unmoored Ego is also not terrible if you can fire it off early enough to get Kethis out of the deck. Kolaghan's Command is interesting, but maybe it's too slow.
Kolaghan's Command is an interesting card. I think the problem is that it doesn't tag enough of the creatures in the deck, and a lot of the going instant speed against Grinding Station is pretty good when most of the artifacts are going to be cast at sorcery speed, but there's not going to be often where Kai has 3 mana up to interact on that axis into Devin's combo, where Devin won't just re-combo. What you're really looking for, I think, is answers to the card Kethis, or things that remove the ability for the deck to combo from the entire game.
If we're looking at that, we're definitely going to go the Dress Down route.
Mhm.
I don't hate Chalice of the Void on 0. It stops the Amber looping, which is super important to slow down the looping for essentially, an unnumbered amount of mana. I also don't hate Unmoored Ego. I kind of like Unmoored Ego in this list. Is it fast enough? That's the question.
Well, one of the things we have to ask ourselves, if from what Kai saw, and he did see a lot, he knows that there's virtually no counterspells in Devin's main deck, which means that a lot of the sorcery speed answers he'll have that are a little bit better at blanking the entire deck, but are very vulnerable to cards like Mystical Dispute and things like that. Devin's deck isn't exactly set up to cast those cards, especially looking at the way that his mana base is configured, with things like Great Halls, Takanumas, and Cavern of Souls. Most of the things that Devin has to bring in are going to be creatures, and going through his sideboard, we're looking at 1 copy of Giganta, 2 copies of Lavinia Azorius Renegade, 1 Haywire Might, 2 copies of the Stonebrain, 1 copy of Sky Sovereign Console Flagship, 1 copy of the Filigree Silex, 1 copy of Soul Guide Lantern, 1 copy of Pithing Needle, 3 copies of Oath of Chandra, 1 copy of Orvar the Allform, and 1 copy of Lauren of the Third Path. What do you think that Devin is really doing in order to help himself get through Kai's removal package?
You're going to look at the Filigree Silex, because Filigree on 1 is very strong to what Kai is doing with Ragavan and Shadow. That's going to slow him down. You're also going to look at possibly the Stonebrain. I mean, I'm not convinced Stonebrain's super good here, because if you don't get it out or fire it off fast enough, are you really getting a benefit of it? I'm going to have to look up Oath of the Chandra to remind myself what that is.
I believe Oath of Chandra is a 2-mana enchantment that enters the battlefield and deals 3 damage to target creature, and then has some irrelevant text when you play a Planeswalker.
Oh, it's actually pretty crazy.
Okay.
The text is at the beginning of each end step. If a Planeswalker entered the battlefield under your control, it deals 2 damage to each opponent.
Oh, sweet.
Is that going to be triggered through Looping Grist?
I don't think so. I don't think that he has a way to generate infinite turns in this deck. But I could be wrong. Oath of Chandra, I assume, is there for the front half, but the back half is non-zero, especially considering that post-sideboard Kai's probably going to be a little bit more disruptive to what Devin's doing, and is keeping hands that are actively stopping Devin from playing the game.
I agree. I don't think we're going to see much in sideboarding, then. We're just going to lean straight into the plan.
For sure. I do think that Kai is probably favored on the play, as is every Magic player ever, but
Yeah,
being the Thoughtseize deck against turn 1 stuff feels like really, really good.
it feels relevant for sure.
Looking at Kai's opener here, it looks like he's on Steam Vents, and then a couple of 1-drops, and it looks like he's going to go to 18 immediately, and we're just going to play out this Ragavan, one of the most threatening cards in the format.
It's pretty scary against Devin's deck if this Ragavan gets to connect, because there's a lot of things that he can cast out of Devin's deck that could be relevant.
Ooh, and it looks like Devin is going to lead with 3 turn 1 artifacts into an Emery. Emery is going to reveal a Mox Amber in the graveyard, and is also going to put one, and he's also got one in play to play a Chromatic Sphere. Interesting config with all these 1-drop artifacts plus these like 2 and 3 mana legends. Looks like he's just going to get rid of those Mishra's Baubles to draw an extra couple of cards during Kai's upkeep. Sometimes this is actually considered a misplay, depending on what the goal of your deck is against the Grixis Shadow deck, which is running Thoughtseize.
He is just straight up swinging with Ragavan.
Yeah, get in there.
And we show a Rona.
We can cast that Rona.
How do you feel about casting that Rona?
I want to cast Rona.
I think that Rona's sweet.
I think it's probably bad, but I want to cast it.
It's a 1/3 though. It's pressure.
So
It's
we
not-
true. We have the privilege of being able to see most of Kai's hand here. I'm pretty sure Kai is just gonna have to lead on Expressive Iteration because he does not have a second land.
I don't hate that play. Ooh, no, we're
Ooh,
just terminating Emery.
Terminate makes a lot of sense as
It
well.
does.
If Devin doesn't have decent follow-up, this also takes away a mana from him. And Devin's 2-drop slot is surprisingly light. Especially when he wants to make legends. That Rona is one of them, but short of that, not a ton of creatures in Devin's deck that are allowing him to make extra mana this turn.
Saga is very brutal to see. That is such a value engine against what Kai's trying to do. We also sack at a mana ability, which could be relevant later with Bowmaster, considering it's a mana ability, so you can't Bowmaster the ping. That could come up.
And it looks like Devin's got second Emery.
Devin confirms he did bring in Oath of Chandra and the Filigree
Yes,
Silex.
he did. Does damage. So we're going to make 1 blue mana, we're going to make 2 blue mana, and we're going to play Grinding Station. We're pretty close to combo for Devin at this point. Definitely not all the way there, but a Kethis or even a Through the Breach, which I don't, or
Underworld Breach.
Underworld Breach, which I don't believe it's on the deck, are both
I'll
cards
take a
that are
look.
basically lethal at this point. I literally think Devin may not be able to play it, and it looks like Kai is going to trade with Devin, giving that Ragavan up in exchange for the Emery. But Emery's kind of done his job. At this point, Devin's really just digging for this next copy of Kethis. And then he's just going to pop off from there. Great Citadel means he's at 3 mana, but it looks like he just doesn't have anything to follow that up. Devin will draw for turn. We found a land, and it's the best land we could have possibly found.
Yeah, the Black Source.
Yes, sir. And
I don't hate this board state from Kai, but he is getting pressured quite a bit by that Grinding Station and that Urza Saga making constructs.
Urza Saga is currently making a 3/3 and then a 4/4, correct?
Yeah. Oh, no,
Probably
he
a
could make
5/5.
5/5.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 5/5s is kind of rough beats.
Let's see if Devin declares his trigger. He didn't. Whack and uncool, even though he was never going to use it.
For the Grinding Station.
Yeah, you got to do it. You have to send the message.
So I think we've drawn and we're trying to respond to the Urza Saga trigger.
I think we're trying to figure out if we are going to use our priority in order to make another construct or not. Looks like Devin is going to go on the value plan against Kai here. One of the biggest reasons to bring in Dress Down in this matchup is this exact play pattern. Devin can put a lot of these constructs into play, and they're not very bad. And they're very good, actually, into Kai's removal suite, seeing that he's on copies of Unholy Heat in his main deck. Those things outgrow Unholy Heat really, really quickly. That Shadow Spear only makes them bigger.
I don't dislike Dress Down right here at all. Like,
I think Dress Down would be excellent here. It'd
Yeah.
be really, really cool if Kai had it. Is it foreshadowing, or can I not read hand? I can't read hands. That hand does not have any
yeah,
mono
it's
blue
not.
spells.
Ooh.
Ooh, and we're gonna play a Soul Guide Lantern, which is brutal into this Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Yeah, it's also brutal into potential Unholy Heat.
Yep. And we're gonna be getting him for 6. 6 is a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, it grew Shadow though. We got a Shadow online.
Kai
Can we get there with Shadow though?
Kai essentially taking a time walk here. Probably not the best spot for him to be. It looks like he's trying to figure out what exactly he's going to be doing this turn. We're just going to lead with Death Shadow. We're going to put another Darcy on board. And next turn is when we'll probably start firing off these 2-mana spells out of Kai's hand, because he's just desperately searching for a way to get this board back.
So explain the interaction with equipping Shadow Spear. Death Shadow blocking one construct, and the other construct being blocked by the DRC, and how that grows Shadow.
No, because I don't have to.
Oh, Kethis.
And only because I don't have to. Definitely couldn't be because I don't know it. No, basically the way that combat damage works with state-based actions means that Death Shadow is more or less immortal as long as you're taking damage on attacks. That simplifies it because we're not going to have to worry about it. We're going to lead into this Teferi. Teferi is going to make Kai, is going to render Kai's entire deck useless at this point.
Very sad.
And Devin is just going to show him every single card in his graveyard that he can cast. And he's going to mill Kai, or he's going to mill himself for like 20. Mill Kai for 1 billion. And we're just going to kind of keep doing that.
Yeah, this Kethis top deck was just puke.
This shortcutting is so hard to watch because I don't know how exactly this shortcutting works.
I believe he explained to Kai as he was doing it.
I'm sure he did, but he should be a little bit more courteous and come over to the commentator's booth as the clock runs and tell me what he's doing. Because I have no idea what's going on. There's just a pile of cards on the battlefield. Like, it's his graveyard. It's his graveyard, but, like, there's also permanents under there that are clearly on the battlefield. Kai Scoop, it doesn't. Okay, cool. Game's good.
So he's actively using the grind station, and he's casting the legendaries with the cost reduction.
I'm confused.
Yeah. Kethis allows him to replay, and then grinding station is allowing him to mill. So every time he mills an artifact, he can grinding it and go again and again.
See, that part I get. What I don't get is how many times he's doing it, because he's just grabbing handfuls of cards off the top of his library. And I don't even know if he's counting. Like, I can't tell.
There was there was 4 at a time, Cuzzy. Chat says just dump the deck.
yeah, just turn it over. I mean, but that's the thing, right? Is that, like, if we're gonna just grab random handfuls of cards, we can just take the whole deck except the last card and just put it there, right? We don't have to, like, look at this.
It's pretty wild.
This is look.
I'm a fan. No.
This is the most chaotic board state I've ever seen. I've seen limited board states on turn 20 that are cleaner than this.
Oh, sheesh. Well, chat, that's gonna do it for round 3. It's surprisingly a really fast game.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
Jace the Perfected Mind is the win con.
Yeah, you can minus exit for its entire loyalty and recast it with the mana that you're generating from your Mox Ambers in order to mill your opponent out.
You're making your opponent flip their deck upside down.
Yes. You can also mill people with a Grinding Station because Grinding Station plus Kethis actually does net 1 card, which allows you to start Grinding Stationing your opponent when you have enough cards in your graveyard, which, again, in theory, have not played with this iteration of the deck, should be enough to mill your opponent out in combination with the Jace and the 20-ish mana, let's say, you should generate with your...
So usually, Devin is known to have a Thassa in the 75. He's been playing this deck for a while and definitely been playing it competitively here for a while. I'm not seeing a Thassa in this list, so maybe he just got tired of Thassa being dressed down, but Thassa being what people would expect to stop the combo. Jace kind of just is a juke that's pretty hard to read.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, the combo, the card that kills your opponent in this deck can kind of be whatever you want as long as it says win the game, right?
Yeah.
Whether or not that's Thassa, Lab Maniac, doesn't really matter as long as you can make it happen. And it looks like
That's gonna do it for round 3, guys. Thank you. else?
Nick with
2.
2. No, he's under 2. It's all by last name.
No, I'm looking at.
Quentin Souls.
Is
Yeah,
Chase Starboy Chase Lurley?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. Can I also get Lurleys?
There we go. Welcome back to round 4, everyone, of the Rocket Series Modern 1K. We have Nick 2 on Amulet Titan and Alex Pitzer on Boros Burn. This is going to be a pretty interesting matchup. We'll see if Nick keeps quick enough hands or if Pitzer gets him. Looks like they're shuffling. I don't think we've decided who goes first yet. Appears that I am doing commentary solo, so it's just me at the moment. Looking at these deck lists, since I don't have Nick's in front of me, I do have Alex Pitzer's, though. I'm really excited to see this 4 Skullcrack main board, 3 Rolling Vortex, and 1 Exquisite Firecraft. I think all those are pretty relevant cards in this matchup. Skullcrack's going to stop the Radiant Fountain tech if Nick has it. And it's also going to be pretty gross for Rolling Vortex for some of the 0 drops that Nick plays. Like Pact for, you know, not spending mana and doming himself for 5. It's going to be pretty sweet to watch how that plays out. So it looks like we shuffled up. I'm thinking Nick is one that I roll. I'm still not sure. Nick decided to take a mulligan, so I'm not sure if he won the die roll or not, but it would appear to be so. Alec, it looks like he's gonna keep that 7. Nick appears to be going to 6. All right, I am being joined by Rob.
Rob again. I'm back again
I
from
don't-
round 1 and
I
2.
could not find Nick's deck list in there. Nick 2.
Let's see.
He's
Nick
on
2's
Amulet.
on Amulet.
Yeah. But we have Rob. We have Alec Pitzer on Burn and Nick on Amulet Titan. And Alec kept a 7, and it looks like Nick is going to 5. Nick has a pretty sweet looking hands. Maybe he just go to 6. Looks like Nick's gonna start us off with Urza Saga trigger. I believe he's gonna play an amulet. But he does have options like Expedition Map. Like, none of that really is bad. The only problem with playing Amulet turn 1 is you have to draw into the bounce land that he currently does not have. Looks like he's going to play Expedition Map. I kind of like this play by Nick. Passes to Alec. Alec draws Fiery Illit for turn. So it's probably going to come up for card advantage when he sacks it to draw another burn spell to dome him with the face.
There's a lot of setup he can do with having that Expo map, especially.
Like getting the bounce land. It's pretty sweet. We'll see if Nick knows what Alec's playing. I'm sure he does, so maybe he already knew how to prepare. Basic Mountain for the fetch from Alec. Start off with a Swift Spear and get in there for 1. Looked like Nick played a second amulet. Or, not a second amulet, I'm sorry, a second Urza Saga. More than likely, Expedition Map for a bounce land. Come to turn and start doing some crazy stuff with an amulet that he gets off the Saga trigger. Let's see if it's going to be fast enough. You might ask Billy too. They might have got deck checked and did bring it back. Pitzer, it looks like it's trying to determine how he wants to play this turn. So it looks like he's going to swing a Swift Spear. Just for one. I bet he always says pass turn. Passing the turn. This is interesting. I wonder what Pitzer's trying to make Nick think he has. So Nick did fire off that that expedition map for a bounce lane, which is as expected. Shows him the bounce lane, puts in his hand. Untaps, draws. I fully expect him to float a mana here. And then go find himself a second amulet. Or, I'm sorry, a first amulet with an amulet in hand. The question is, what does he have to actually take advantage of the amulet? So yeah, here we go. We have a mana floating. Then there's the amulet. All is expected. Nick's shuffling it up, probably trying to contemplate how he wants to make his play. It looks like he drew Vesuva for turn. That's kind of interesting. Makes you kind of wonder what he's going to do. So he's going to definitely play the amulet off the floating mana from Saga.
2 amulets is also so freaking strong. You could pretty much borderline do anything with 2 amulets.
Looks like we're going to play Vesuva copying the Urza Saga. That's an interesting play as well. It kind of does show Alec that Nick's hand's a little empty, showing 2 amulets and knowing a bounce hand is in play. Is he running the...
Urza Saga is just such a ridiculous card, especially in Amulet. Being able to go find all those amulets themselves.
I'm confused how he played Photo Mana. How did he have enough mana in a construct? We floated mana, played it, or got an amulet, played an amulet off the floated mana. How did he have enough mana to make a construct? Oh, the Vesuva when it comes to play. No, that makes sense.
Oh. Now let's see where we go from here. Alec being on burn is going to put in a lot of pressure really quick. And fortunately, I don't think Amulet necessarily cares unless they're dead. That's usually a big con of playing Magic, being dead. But in this Amulet list, it's pretty resilient. I feel like it can kind of kill you out of nowhere. It's kind of how Amulet works. Now let's see if Nick can get the proper setup. And Alec's just going to keep beating face. Let's hope he does not reveal a land. Summoner's Pact keeps it on top.
It also has shown that Nick couldn't have made the construct, so that's good. And then looking at Nick's 75, I don't see a Radiant Fountain, which a lot of people don't really agree with having that card in the deck, but it does stop some of these burn lines with bounce lands that little bit of life can just, you know, get you out of a pinch. So it looks like we're gonna float up another Mana Saga and get a third amulet, which is pretty gross.
Now it's infinite mana times 2.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, having that one bounce land is just insane. Did he just kind of say, like, hey,
Yeah,
I have the bounce land, I'm going to kill you?
Yeah, the Summoner's Pact was known information from the Goblin Guide.
Yeah, he kind of knew that he was walking into a brick wall.
Yeah, that was a spicy meatball.
Yeah, having 3 amulets is just mental. 3 amulets out is real tough because, like we just saw, you You show that bounce land, and it's just over for Alec.
Some notables in Alec's sideboard are going to be Path to Exile and Deflecting Palm. Palm, you can palm Titan's attacks. You can't really do much for the Valakut, but swinging a double striking Titan back at your own face is pretty relevant.
Yeah, especially when it's 16 damage.
Yeah. And then Path to Exile is just a clean removal for
A little reset.
yeah.
Especially because it's not like Titan's going to have a bunch of Titans out at the same time. Occasionally they'll get one or two, but most of the time it's just that one. Now let's see how Nick is going to want to go into this next game. It's going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, it's hard for Burn to beat double Urza Saga start with an amulet in hand. That's kind of rough.
Yeah. Honestly, having 2 amulets out is pretty rough, but 3 is... It's a pretty steep uphill battle for him.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. It's not great, that's for sure. Is Alex still resolving his sideboard? I think so.
I think so.
So I just want you guys to know if this is a boring match, it's my fault. I requested to see Nick play Titan and not expecting him to get paired into Burn. There was a couple other decks like Scam where Titan and Scam can have like very back and forth games, or it could be a non-game too, but Burn is not the most exciting match into Titan to watch. So I apologize for that. Looks like they're still sideboarding and discussing what's happening because they're
It was a pretty short game 1. Yeah, Burn into Titan isn't super favorable. More so the fact that like Burn's removal spells to get rid of Titan
not that great.
aren't like removal spells. They're
Yeah,
the spells that they want to use to kill you.
yeah,
And
not that
double
great.
bolting a Titan is like not good.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say it's useful, but it's still, we are in round 3, so these are very good
4.
players. Oh, it's round 4. I take that
Mhm.
back. They're both 4-0, so they're very strong players.
3-0.
They know what they're doing.
yeah, we're in round 4 and both of these are 3-0.
Yeah, I have no idea what I'm talking about. That's the real statement.
Dazed and confused. It's okay, Rob. Everybody had a good weekend.
Oh, I know what Daze does.
Trying to get this man to play Legacy so he can, daze somebody playing Gertz.
I've heard Legacy's a nice cheap format that anyone can get into.
Oh,
correct?
it's so inexpensive.
Oh yeah,
Only surpassed for cheapness by Vintage.
that's what I've heard. I've heard it's a very welcoming community.
I think Alec is trying to determine whether or not he wants to
Win or lose.
keep this or go down. Shout out to Rocket Pizza and Sub for my lunch. Garlic Parmesan wings. I really like that Boros Charm and Alex Sands. Pretty good card here.
It really is.
Yeah. Nick finally shuffles up. See if he finds something he likes. Alex hand's kind of interesting. I see a bolt, a Boros Charm, a spike. Looks like a Searing Blaze, a Vantage, and 2 Canopy Lands. Both are pretty relevant in this matchup for Canopy Lands for cantripping for that last 3 to face.
Yeah, and honestly, Nick's hand's pretty good too. Now he's just deciding what
To mulligan
I
back.
think he's gonna mulligan back. I mean, he had Urza Saga and an Amulet. Like that is just that's
Puke.
already a really good hand.
This is gonna be pretty gross for Alec if he top decks a Path of Exile. Be pretty disgusting. Besage's interesting here. We're gonna run out that amulet. All right, what we got? Looks like a Sager Foundry for turn.
I mean, technically, Alex winning in the old race for life.
3 to face, 3 to face, 3 to
Yeah,
face.
3 to face.
All right, we're gonna
let's
go
see
to
what
18 off a
happens.
Sacred Foundry. Oh, he passes. Looks like he just wants to either
Keep
Boros
shooting.
Charm, yeah. Oh, there's gonna be some dumb things that happen. That's a bounce land.
Yeah, you can kind of tell by the way he's holding it. Now let's see. Gets that untap. He's probably gonna make a construct. Looks like he's making a construct.
We still have to
Or is
determine
that
what
3?
we're bouncing. I think he's trying to do that right now.
Yeah. So he's got 3 floating. 3 floating in the air. Now let's see what he's gonna do with it. He's got a Dryad in his hand. Was
He
there a
does.
Nazuza
so
too?
he's gonna. Oh, I didn't see Nazuza. It could be.
No, just a Dryad.
Oh, it looks like a Titan.
It is. It is another Titan in his hand.
So he bounced the Saga and replayed it. That's pretty
Yeah,
interesting.
Which is very good.
Yeah, there's the charm to the face. So now we're at 13. Now we're sweating.
Yeah, now it's some damage.
Alec is not drawing all that well. There is
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
yeah, that's pretty rough.
Same with I mean, having a Dryad out there, it's a body, but it's also a 2/4 body. It literally blocks anything that Alec can swing with.
I kind of like this play that Alec might make, where he goes land, Searing Blaze, and then bolts the Dryad. He is only going to get off 3 damage instead of 6, but
It
it
gets
does
rid of it.
get rid of the Dryad.
You kind of need it gone.
You do, especially with the amulet showing and
Yeah.
a Saga to go get another amulet.
Yeah, you definitely need it gone. Board state is also one of the most important things in Magic.
This particular game, it's can be a little loose because Nick can just like play a Dryad and then just
And have a
win the
board
turn.
state out of
Yeah,
nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, his board state could emerge from nothing.
Where Alec doesn't even really necessarily always have to have a board state. You just go face, 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 face,
Yeah,
face.
that is true.
So he is gonna play the land. He is gonna Searing Blaze the Dryad.
It's that landfall.
3 to face.
No, let's see. Is he gonna hit it? He is gonna hit it.
That's the play.
Okay, and he'll probably crack that Sunbaked either next turn. So
Yeah.
he's sitting on 2 more lands in his hand.
Oh, and he draws another Titan. That's
It's yeah.
or is
It's
that the same Titan?
unfortunate.
I can't tell. There's a Besageus too.
Let's see. There's 2 in there.
Is
I think
what's the green card in Nick's hand?
it is 2 Titans in his hand.
Is that a generous int in his hand? I think it is in Nick's hand. I think it's a generous int in his hand. The right there. That's what it
You're-
looks like.
Yep, I think that's what it is.
So we sacked a draw. Oh, Skullcrack's kind of good. So is
Skullcrack
Smash Smithereens.
It is good.
Smash Smithereens is very good.
It is very good.
So we play this. We play this. Campulan and pass.
Probably gonna crack it.
So if
Or
Nick makes a
unless he does.
construct,
Oh yeah,
if
that's
Nick
true.
makes a construct, I think the play is just Smash the Smithereens the amulet.
Yeah, because you can't give him these extra turns.
Yeah, not with 2 amulets.
Yeah, you really got to take advantage
At
of
this point, I don't think the construct's as
Nick not.
important. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of the fact that Nick hasn't gotten any extra lands yet.
So yeah, here I think we fire off a Smash the Smither. Oh no. Maybe we do it when we go into the deck.
Yeah, I think he's going trigger on the stack. He's gonna do
Yep,
it.
there it is. Trigger on the stack. He floated a mana. I think we get rid of the amulet. We got to.
You gotta get rid of him.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna let him do
Having-
it. He's gonna let him do it. That's interesting.
Bold strategy, Cotton. See how it plays out. for him.
Well, Alec might be playing around Shadow Spear.
That is true. Yeah, because if he gets a Shadow Spear out, the game's wiped.
Correct. But to
Game's
Alex-
also really good.
correct.
So
But to
there
Alex's
is-
information, there is no Shadow Spear in the 75. That is unfortunate. So he allows the triggers to happen with the amulet. We're bouncing the bounce, right? The growth chamber.
and this is where the combo gets combo-y.
Yeah. So we did bounce the growth chamber. We have a bunch of mana. And that is 2 Titans. We won't have any more land drops though.
Well, you may think that Pitzer has no gas, but Pitzer is the gas.
Fire. Alright, so there's this Titan. We have a white, it looks like floating. Or a green. Could be white or green. Looks like we're going to grab Teleria West Bounce Land. We're going to bounce the Teleria West and we're going to go get a Summoner's Pact. And then we're going to take that Summoner's Pact and probably get a Dryad. So this is bad news bears for Alec. We have 2 green and 4 blue floating. We use 3 of the blue. Oh, we're just straight up getting another Titan. Do we just shortcut it? Oh no, we just floated the mana. We just floated the mana and cast another Titan. That's wild. That's wild.
From here, can he just win?
Yeah, he should be able to win. Unless he has Deflecting Palm, which he doesn't. But that might be what he's trying to represent. I think the play for Pitzer was to just smash the amulet. This might be where he loses. This is about to be a lot of damage all at once. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, so I don't think Nick can make that same play if he just smashes the amulet. Yeah, now Alec is talking about it. So you just smash the amulet. He goes to 7. You come to turn, you Skullcrack, he goes to 4. It could still play this out the same way, because we really don't know what Pitcher's drawing. What's he going to show us? A Bolt, so he'd been at 1. It's not quite enough. Yeah, now they're asking about, yep, there it is with Seiju. So that's going to do it for us back here on round 4. Nick takes it 2-0 with Amulet Titan. Nick is going into round 5, 4-0. It's
Absolute smoke show.
absolutely amazing. That'll do it. Thanks.
better wait here. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Even 10 minutes is a long time to be away from you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the fifth round of the Rocket Series Modern 1K. We have Quentin Sullivan on Rhinos and Greg Blakey on Humans. I am rejoined by Kazi. Welcome back, Kazi.
It's me. We did it. All right. So 5-color humans versus
Rhinos.
yeah, that one. What do you think about the matchup?
Well, Greg has a lot of natural hate against Quentin's main board, and we'll definitely see how that plays. Quentin is on the 4 to 5 color list for Rhinos, which involves Leyline Binding, you know, being able to cast Ardent Plea.
Shadow Prophecy.
Shadow Prophecy is also
Oh, yeah.
really dope. But then Greg has
3 copies of Lavinia in the main.
yeah, it's Benthalia's.
3 copies of the really relevant one. 3
Okay.
copies of Lavinia. Multiple copy, and obviously like all the Go Fast humans, right? But the big one, 3 copies of Lavinia, a few copies of Sanctifier in Vec, which against Quentin's removal package is weirdly relevant. And of course, like the standard suite of like humans that go relatively fast and have like a non-zero amount of text on them outside of that. Looks like Greg is going to draw up to 11, which is a telltale sign of we're mulliganing. So it looks like Greg's going to be going to 6.
Looking at Quentin's list, I'm not seeing the normal stuff like Fury.
Yeah, there's definitely some of the more standard questing beast stuff that Quentin is not running in the main board. But it definitely looks like we're on the more like blue-white kind of version where we're running a non-zero amount of subtlety. Well, actually, I think it's the full 4 subtlety.
Yeah.
And we're running like 4 main board force negation. I don't believe we have any mystical disputes, but we're going to be on Murktide as like the top end versus the usual questing beast that we've been seeing pop up more and more.
I'm seeing the 4 mystical dispute in the sideboard, which is an interesting call.
Oh, absolutely. But when your deck has like the leyline bindings and things like that, man, you're a little bit less worried about what your opponent's doing because leyline binding is still a decent answer to the fairy.
Leyline Binding is pretty sick, but we got some stuff for Leyline Binding like
Oh, yeah.
main board Lavinia.
Oh yeah, talk to me.
Main board Lavinia is absolutely disgusting.
What a fun.
It says if you do not have 6 lands, you cannot cast Leyline Binding.
It also says that if you have any number of lands, you cannot cast Crashing Football.
Crashing Football.
So
Yeah.
yeah. Also relevantly counters the subtleties if Quentin decides to evoke them. And looking at Quentin's opener, which consists of 4 lands, 2 subtleties, and one of the cards that casts Rhinos off Cascade, could be pretty relevant here, especially with like this relatively slow start. Should he decide to chase Greg more aggressively and counter one of his turn 1 plays, Greg's turn 2 plays can be very powerful against this plan.
I'm looking at this sideboard for Greg, and it's absolutely disgusting towards Quentin. We have an Anointed Peacekeeper and 2 Meddling Mages.
Yeah, for sure. And there's definitely some interesting choices in the sideboard, but it looks like Greg is going to complete his mulligan. It looks like he's going to go to 5 against Quentin's 7. And
On the play.
he is on the play. So turn 1 Aether Vial is one of the best things that humans can be doing. Ooh, that Fire and Ice is looking mighty spooky from Quentin, though.
I also see a Violent Outburst and a Charlotte's Agent, plus 2 subtleties.
Yes, sir. All right, so looks like we're going to play Cavern of Souls, presumably naming human. Oh my lord, that card is beautiful. One of the new Lord of the Rings promos, correct?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the box
absolutely.
topper print. It's pretty hot.
Greg never shows up with anything less than the largest flex on the planet. I mean, look at that secluded courtyard.
Yeah, those are
That's
also
ridiculous.
expensive. It's like $12 promo on uncommon.
Wizards doesn't like it when we talk about prices or
Un-
call the deck scam or any of that.
Uncommon.
Yeah.
$12 unfoil uncommon.
$12 foil
Yeah,
uncommon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
That's
it's so
rough.
pretty.
It is.
It's so pretty.
Looks like we got a Zagoth Triumph, which is pretty sweet.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it definitely kicks off the plan that Quentin has of hitting a non-zero amount of Delirium with 6 cards, I believe, that say that on them in his deck. Or not Delirium, sorry, Domain, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And it does produce mostly off colors, those being, or well, in off color, that being black. There's only 1 black card in his deck, and there's only 2 copies of it.
Correct. So we have the 4 Leyline Bindings and the 2 Shadow Prophecies.
But
That is 6.
All things considered, he's still pretty happy to have that land in play. And then, ooh, Greg is not going to vial anything in. He's just going to tick up, and he's going to just kind of hang out. Looks like we're playing an Adeline, which is the real beater in his deck.
Yeah. This thing's insane.
3-mana X4, where X is the number of creatures in play, but whenever something attacks, it makes an X1. It makes a 1/1.
Oh, we're Pitch Catch with Subtlety.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Go to the top of the library. Yes, sir. Getting rid of that Fire Ice is definitely non-zero for Greg.
Yeah, that's actually really relevant for the fire portion of that for some of what's going on with his deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Considering the amount of X1s he plays. I mean, all things considered, Mold to 5, you're not going to have the best start regardless. But getting an immediate 2-for-1 off the first card you decide to cast is not a bad way to play the game.
So are we if we're Quentin here, are we gonna come to turn play land in Charlotte's, or are we gonna play land pass and violent?
Personally, I am extremely scared of an activation of Vial. Not knowing the list, which I assume Quentin doesn't. Even then, I probably would not play directly into this Vial on 2, just because it can put in a Thalia in response to the Cascade trigger, which will immediately blank the Rhinos.
I agree with this.
Yeah.
I'm just seeing how Quentin is gonna focus on that.
Nah, come on, send it. Come on, you know you want to. Yeah.
Take that too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Cascade. Oh, he's letting him get the trigger, which means that we are not looking at Thalia or Lavinia, so
Yeah.
Quentin is only going to be rewarded. Ooh, so close. Looking at extra cards.
Yeah.
Let's make 2 4/4s. I don't think Greg has an answer to this card once it's actually on the stack. He's just going to take a look at Quentin's list. He's going to notice that he is the domain version because he saw that copy of Shadow
He
Prophecy,
did.
which means Greg can probably assume that there are a pretty reasonable amount of Leyline Bindings in Quentin's list, which is really good information for post-sideboard games, especially considering that Greg is going to have to play one of those on the draw.
Yep. Greg has some answers definitely sideboard for this.
That being said, Greg does not have very good answers to these Rhinos on board.
Nope.
He can outgrow them, but outgrowing them requires him to have pretty substantial amount of creatures on the board,
Yeah.
and that's just not the case.
We
here.
do get a Adeline plus a Thalia Lieutenant, right?
I mean, potentially. What are we violating?
Oh, Lieutenant now.
Oh, Lieutenant now. Okay, for sure.
We're ticking up. Okay. There's the Adeline again.
Where'd that come from? But oh, ticking up the vial. Yeah, that is interesting. I can't help but wonder what he wants to vial in for 3.
I'm confused too. I also was looking at playing the Adeline first, then vialing the Lieutenant to give Adeline another counter to block Rhinos.
That's what I was thinking. Blocking Rhinos is definitely a plan here, especially considering he's already seen 1 copy of Fire and Ice, and there's only so many damage-based removal spells in the deck. But be frank with you, Greg plays this deck a lot, so I'm gonna trust him.
He does.
Yeah.
Looking at vialing for 3, we got an Anointed Peacekeeper. Is General Kudrow a
I believe that's a 3-mana human. I think it's white-black, and I think it does something with the graveyard and can sack humans to do more stuff.
Correct. So, just to, at first glance, another Adeline, Anointed Peacekeeper or General Kudrow, but Adeline is also legendary. So, I highly doubt we see that for another Adeline unless he blocks, and he is gonna block.
Yes.
I mean, if he vials in the general, that's also a lord. Maybe that's what he's trying to get at, was the lord.
And that's a pretty big deal because the Lord also makes the Thalia's Lieutenant able to trade with the Rhino.
Yep.
Or, even better, it can actually just grow the Thalia's Lieutenant and allow Adeline to block. Greg's deck doesn't actually deal him much damage in his mana base, unlike a lot of other decks in the format. And so if this is a Lord and he draws a human, he's actually in a pretty good spot, and he'll have outgrown the Rhinos. It's the activation.
Yep. So it is
General
the lord.
Kudrow. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a reader. Go ahead. Pick that up. Yep, that's a Lord. It's got other text. You can't do anything about that, Quentin, so it's just going to resolve.
Whenever
Oh, let's go! Violent Outburst for value, baby.
Oh, that's pretty insane.
all right.
General Kruger says, whenever General or another human enters the battlefield under your control, exile a target card from an opponent's graveyard. 2, sacrifice 2 humans, destroy creature power 4 or greater.
Yeah. So the reason why this is really good here, in addition to making more rhinos, is that it's actually going to make both of these cards trade with each other. So this Adeline, which is on board a 1, 2, 3 plus 1, 4, 5, is still going to trade with this rhino, but it is still something that this is a threatening board from Greg.
Yeah, it
Sure,
really is.
There are a lot of live draws here that he can hit that are going to make Quentin's life significantly harder. Especially considering with any human, the Thalia's Lieutenant does become a 5/5. At that point, if Greg is able to draw maybe 2 or 3 cards in a row that have relevant text, we're going to be in a pretty good spot. The shock is interesting. It looks like we're going to suspend... Ooh, I can't imagine what the shock is for.
I'm a little confused by that play myself. Maybe he... I'm not sure what he would be holding up. It's not white.
Yeah, no, at all.
Oh, maybe... No, not even Shadow Prophecy.
No,
Too
Shadow
much.
Prophecy is way too much mana.
Copper
It's a good card.
Coat Vanguard.
Good card.
It's pretty lit.
You should probably get rid of that. It's a good card. That thing is Ward. You beating Ward?
I don't think with this board state we're
I don't think
beating
he's beating Ward.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and do that. Yeah. 2 for 1 yourself.
Yeah.
All you, baby. Yes, sir. All right. So, this is going to be a pretty pivotal turn for Greg. If Greg draws almost any 3-drop... Oh, no. Did he bottom that card,
He
actually?
did.
Because he needs a better card than that in order to get this
Yeah,
Thalia's
'cause
Lieutenant to a reasonable
there's
place.
3 rhinos on the board.
Yeah, for sure. No, you're absolutely right. Trying to think of cards that could really do it here. Well, let's talk about Quentin. Okay. It's
Quentin
easy.
says send it.
Yeah, that's easy. Sometimes you just attack. What is Quentin holding right there? Is that a leyline?
That is a leyline binding, and
So-
that is a very,
interesting
very
way
good leyline
to
binding.
play this binding, but hey, whatever. Oh no, it looks like what's going on here?
I think they're trying to determine if he's dead.
Okay, so the leyline binding went on the Thalia's Lieutenant, which I think is very interesting.
Yeah, Greg was trying to determine if he was dead. He's dead.
But we don't have to talk about it too much more. It looks like, I mean, it's a mold of 5 against a deck that has a pretty reasonable amount of value. And Greg does want to go fast. Not having a turn 1 or turn 2 play is a really, really rough spot. But let's take a look at sideboards now. So since he'll be on the play, let's go ahead and start with Greg. Looks like Greg's got 1 Sanctifier in Vec, 1 more Sanctifier in Vec, bringing it up to a total of potential 3. 1 Anointed Peacekeeper, 2 copies of Turark Dread Cantor, 3 copies of Dismember, 2 copies of Magus of the Moon, 1 copy of Phyrexian Metamorph, 1 copy of... Oh, 1 more copy of Jarina Dauntless General, 2 copies of Meddling Mage, and 2 copies of Chalice of the Void. What do you think is really coming in here?
We're definitely going to more than likely see another Anointed Peacekeeper, both Magus of the Moons, both Meddling Mages, and both Chalices. So Chalice is something just to slow Quentin down. Meddling Mage is going to just straight up name Crouching Footballs. Then you have Magus to kind of attempt to stop the domain stuff like Shadow Prophecy and Leyline Binding.
And importantly, Greg does not know that Quentin is packing a full 4 copies of Loring Revealed in his main, which makes it very easy for him to fetch Island with one of those and to fetch a Plains with one of his fetches.
Correct.
And also, green-red is enough for a lot of the Cascade spells in the deck. So, Quentin can play around Blood Moon better than some other decks. but
Correct.
I think all those are coming in. I think you're correct.
And then you're looking at Quentin's board, and I'm looking at these 4 Mystical Disputes if he's trying to play around Meddling Mage.
I don't like Mystical Dispute into this deck. Cavern of Souls plus Vial makes it a tough proposition. But
does.
if we go through the rest of the sideboard, we do have 2 copies of Beseiju, 2 copies of Dranith Magistrate, 1 copy of Emrakul the Aeon's Torn. 2 copies of Endurance, 2 copies of Force of Vigor, 4 copies of Mystical Dispute, like you said, and 2 copies of Questing Beast. I think that he might be able to bring in these Questing Beasts just because they're vigilant. Other than that, I think you're just sending it.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of flexibility in this matchup.
No, for
Unless
sure.
you're super worried about Vile.
Yeah, which I don't think is the winning play in this matchup, but you never know. We could see it.
I mean, Vile does slingshot you ahead.
It does do a lot of work for Greg's deck, but it's also one of those cards where answering it with one of those like kind of 2-for-1 cards is tough.
It is.
Quentin does have a reasonable amount of answers in the main with those 4 copies of Leyline Binding, should Greg just play one land Vile and say go?
To be honest, too, Greg is on 3 planes, so those Besiegers don't always do what you want it to do.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's like a non-zero argument to bringing in. Oh man, honestly, I just think none of these cards in Quentin's sideboard seem very strong.
No.
Again, like Questing Beasts, maybe.
I mean, Vigilance Death Touch can't be blocked by 2 or less.
Exactly.
It's a
That's always
beast.
getting in, and it blocks
Yeah.
very well against Greg's deck, considering he
Yeah.
can get out of range of those
It does.
4/4s. But other than that, I can't even see a card that really has an argument. I know Janus Magistrate can stop spells from being cast elsewhere, but
Doesn't stop
Vile doesn't
Vile.
actually do that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. From my understanding, the Drannith is in this deck for when you play against Living End, where you board out Rhinos and you Cascade Trade into Drannith, and it's really difficult for them to win the game.
yes,
So that is my understanding of why Quentin's playing Drannith Magistrate in the board.
it is very haha funny,
It is.
and it does work.
Because
It is a real.
I think
okay.
Quentin is just big sad that he has 0 copies of Fury in the 75.
For sure. I have to imagine that these games are going to get tougher post side because in addition to having all that technology in the main, Greg is also playing a ton in the side, and he saw the really important cards to know that are in Quentin's deck. Leyline Binding, Fire and Ice. Those are cards that he can play
Yeah.
around not just within the game, but by siding out cards that are vulnerable to them.
Correct.
Yeah.
He also knows the tri-lands, so he can kind of maybe try to figure out what Quentin's doing with how he fetches.
Absolutely. And it looks like Greg is going to be taking another mulligan here, which is pretty unfortunate, but Quentin's going to join him. Both decks on 6.
I feel like Greg's deck mulligan's better than Quentin's right here because Greg has such low to the ground threats before turn 3, where Quentin is going to be forced to 2-for-1 himself to stop those threats.
Yeah.
Like a Lavinia on 2, and you're gonna have to pitch cast that Subtlety.
Yeah.
And then what if you don't hit it on the following turn? You know.
And I honestly think that if he was on the play, Quentin would mulligan better because of the amount of 1 and 2 mana removal spells that he has. But Greg on the play is just so much more of a threat.
It's very
that-
explosive.
Yeah, if we're both going to 6, like you're gonna have to 2-for-1 yourself if you want to deal with the turn 1. And a lot of your answers to the turn 2 play are not 1 mana, except for exactly Dead Gone, right?
Right?
So-
Yeah.
Mhm.
Deal 2 damage.
Yeah.
Dead.
And it's worth noting that if we're gonna Dead Gone on turn 2, then we have to fetch and shock ourselves, which
Right.
puts us off of Triomes and things
It
like that.
does.
And looking at Quentin's list, actually,
only-
and we might be getting a little deep here, but looking at Quentin's list,
Well, not all the time. See, because you could fetch shock a Sacred Foundry, and then fetch a Zagoth Triumph, have Domain and Leyline for 1
okay, for sure,
to hit dead and have Leyline on 2. But
that makes sense.
you have to be committed to doing it, and then also is what's in your hand, right? You can't do that if Zagoth's in your hand.
I mean, Quentin is literally on Highlander of any land that does not say tap, activate, pay 1. He is running 1 of every single one possible, including the basics, except for Mountain.
Which Triumphs is he on? He's on Zagoth and what?
I believe he's on Zagoth and nothing else. I think he's just on Zagoth, and he's also running the copy of Overgrown Tomb, which I find a little bit different, but considering he's actually playing the Shadow Prophecies, I get it. Oh, that's tough for Quentin. Opening up on a
is
6 where we might have to
tough.
subtlety is
Yeah,
unfortunate. But he's going to choose not to. Champion of the Parish is not the most threatening card for Rhino.
Does he have the ability? He could have pitched Charless. That
yeah,
makes sense.
the pitching Shardless is just such a tough proposition when you have to
Feels
roll
rough.
up on turn 3, yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, this is
This is a puke open.
going to get out of hand real quick.
Champion's a big.
Yeah, we're just gonna.
Ooh.
Oh yeah,
Now we gotta rip a.
we have to rip not only Cascade card, but
Cascade Scarlet.
other good stuff.
Okay, well there we go.
yeah,
you
just
know.
don't miss.
No, never,
Like,
never didn't have
Yeah,
it.
just don't miss.
Never didn't have
just
it.
don't miss. Like I don't know. I don't know why you would miss. I don't miss. Do you miss? I don't miss.
Oh,
Ooh,
please,
Anointed Peacekeeper is a good one.
please respond.
Yeah,
Don't do this to me, Quentin.
yeah. Come on.
Don't let that card get the
No,
battle.
no, it's all good. Trust me, you're fine.
Oh, Anointed Peacekeeper is rough.
Anointed Peacekeeper's fine. This is an okay card to let resolve, right? We're gonna
Absolutely
be okay.
not.
We're gonna be okay.
We're gonna name Crashing
No, no,
Footballs
no,
and
no.
watch Quentin cry.
Actually, I don't think Crashing Football is what we name here. I'm pretty sure we name.
Thank you,
Quentin.
Quentin.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Tap too much mana for that, but I don't really care.
Yeah, I don't think he matters.
Well, that is unfortunate because now we're definitely naming Crashing Footballs. Although there is a non-zero chance we just name Shadow Prophecy and he just never draws anything, but I think Crashing Footballs is probably a better idea. There's also a non-zero chance he named Misty Rainforest.
Troll. I love it.
Hey, listen.
Like Anointed Peacekeeper having Vigilance, people need to talk about that because if a Lord comes out, that's a 4/4.
That's a 4/4. And
Yeah.
if we get 2 counters on this thing or a counter and a Lord, then
Yeah.
it's a 5/5, and that is not a card that the
Yeah,
deck deals
nope.
with. Oh, we're
Oh,
just
there
doing
is.
it. We're just doing it.
General Kudrow.
Yeah. How much life are we paying for this?
Domain, right? So you pay. It's 2 life.
Okay, 2 life.
You lose 2 life. You pay 2 cards. The rest go to the graveyard.
Yes, sir. All right, let's see. This fuels up a Murktide, right? Murktide's the only card you can cast that can block here.
Yeah, it's a little relevant right now because, you know, he can't whiff here.
No.
There's too much on the board for him to whiff right here. Well, I mean, there's a Violent Outburst.
Yeah. Violent Outburst is okay.
There's another Leyline Binding.
Yeah, it's taking Leyline Binding plus. I mean, let's
Does
see.
he have a
let's see
land
what
in
he
his
does first.
hand,
Let's see what he
right?
does
Leyline Binding plus...
He does have a Misty Rainforest in his hand.
Okay, so Leyline Binding plus Violent Outburst means you can Leyline Binding the Anointed Peacekeeper, Violent Outburst into Crashing Footfalls.
And of course, Greg doesn't know this, which is also pretty important.
Correct.
Yeah.
He sees Footfall, Charlotte's Agent, and that's a forest.
Yep. And we're going to go ahead and get him for 4, which is a lot. Quentin being...
And it's Vigilance.
Yeah, for sure. Quentin being at 11, not the most comfortable place to be. That being said, actually losing that basic forest is very relevant because it means that Quentin now has to shock with that Misty Rainforest if he wants to be able to follow up with Leyline Binding.
Correct.
Yeah. Of course, he could just draw the white fetch. Let's see.
Or the Beseiju.
I don't think the... Well, no. Beseiju does do it, right? Because you play
Yep.
Beseiju.
Yep.
And then, yeah, you're absolutely
So you're going to
right.
play Beseiju, you're going to Leyline Binding Anointed Peacekeeper, and you're going to pass. And then if anything happens, you're going to Violent in response.
This is a little bit of a weird one. But
Oh, nope. He says, I'm playing the
No,
Misty.
we're taking
Send
it all. Taking it all.
He
Yes,
said,
sir.
he said no.
Yes, sir.
He said no Aether Vials are hitting this board.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh, Greg with a rough draw here, though. That is his 5th
Yeah.
land, and humans never wants to see that.
No.
Absolutely not. Oh, we're going to get in. This could spell death. Let's see.
Please sequence this right, Quentin.
Ooh, actually, that Anointed Peacekeeper, if it is naming the...
Crashing Footfalls.
Crashing Footballs, if he decides to sequence this incorrectly, he could very easily die.
Correct.
I don't think Quentin remembers that forest went to his graveyard. Let's
you're
watch
not.
the body language and see
I think you're right.
if that forest is in his graveyard. Because it could be plains. I can't tell. Those oil slick
No,
lands
that
are
is
impossible
100%
to
a
see.
forest. I can see the green.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah,
I
it's a
believe you.
forest.
Did you just poke the monitor we're watching the stream on?
Yeah.
That's illegal.
It's a point.
He's poking it. Chat, tell him to stop.
That is Cavern. That is Cavern of Souls. It is the Lord of the Rings Cavern of Souls.
Quentin has figured
So
out.
yeah, we're shocking.
We do have to
yikes.
die a little bit for this.
Yikes.
We're going 8.
Oh man.
Going 8.
Oh, okay, so
Okay,
Quentin
we're
does
doing
know
it.
how to play
We're
Magic.
doing it.
I
We're
love
doing
it.
Okay, trigger. Target general. Oh no, he figured it out. He sees the line. All right.
I gotta give it to him. He had to be nervous.
Greg is going to be sad here.
Quinn's my boy, but he had me nervous.
All right, trigger. Let's see. Greg is really thinking about this extremely hard. All right, we're just gonna flip cards.
So this is
Did
the
bring in that
really
questing beast.
this is a really bad block for Greg.
Mhm.
I'm not seeing a way out of this for Greg. Quentin's Shadow Prophecy was very good.
I think most of Greg's answers are not 2 rhinos on board.
No,
They're
they're
just-
absolutely not.
They just prevent him from playing the card in the first place.
Correct.
And if we don't do that, we get into a pretty bad spot pretty quick.
Oh, tap 5 mana Solitude? I don't hate that. And
Wait,
then-
no way. We have solitudes in this
Yeah.
deck? Wait, what? I mean, of course we do. I looked at the deck list. I know that.
You also Solituded
I know
the
how to
one.
read.
You also Solituded one blocking the general, so you kept your general.
Yeah, for sure. And this is a place where Greg can find himself salvaging a win. Because
Is that a Fire and Ice in Quentin's hand? I cannot tell.
Fire and Ice is actually not super great here because there's not much it's really doing. This Adeline attacking with this general though is a serious problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the Adeline is an X5 currently, and it makes a 1/1, which is a 2/2, but more importantly, it makes a 1/1 that basically turns on his general. Makes Greg able to sacrifice them in order to exile more copies of Friday.
Correct.
Yeah. So Quentin's probably just gonna need to rip straight up one more time. Like he just needs to find another copy of one of the cards that allows him to make 2 4/4s, and so far it looks like he's not doing it. This Fire and Ice in his hand is kind of boiling. He could use it to tap down this Adeline so that it can attack, which is reasonable.
I like that play because you also draw a card.
Yeah.
And you can draw into Violent Outburst and also cast it.
For sure. But this does give Greg a draw step.
It really does.
More importantly, perhaps, Quentin is just in a place where he is going to have trouble winning the game unless he finds one of those cards.
All right, let's see if he's a Chad.
Yeah, let's see if he's got it. He never misses.
Is that a leyline
Leyline
binding? Oh my goodness.
The matchup's so good.
Just always have it.
Yeah, just don't miss. I don't know. I think it's also relevant to note that it looks like
Oh, we're gonna see a response.
yes, sir.
There she is, the Wicked Witch of the West.
Oh man, and Quentin is gonna. Oh.
You're not casting leyline binding?
In no way.
Did-
Okay, he's picking up the land.
I think he's trying to decide what to get rid of. Do we get rid of Adeline or General here?
It's really hard to decide.
It
Because the
is.
thing is, when that Lavinia enters, I think it makes a 1/1 or something like
It
that.
does.
Yeah. And I think we missed one of the 1/1s already, which is unfortunate. But yeah, so we're going to go ahead and play Leyline. We're going to target that. Yeah.
Oh, no, he never got a combat step to declare combat because of ice.
I thought it made one off of the General, no?
No.
General says whenever something... Oh, exile 2 cards, make a 1/1? Oh, okay. Oh, so he's going to start doing that this turn because Quentin has a full graveyard. Or not.
I think let me.
How does this card work?
Yeah.
Yeah, pull that up. General Kudro or another human enters the battlefield, exile target. Okay, so maybe...
No 1/1 making.
Oh, so it doesn't make the 1/1.
Yeah, no, you sacrifice 2 humans to destroy something for a greater power.
Okay, for sure. All right, well, still, this Lavinia is
Adeline got
really-
tapped from Fire and Ice, which also drew him that leyline binding, which he just bindinged.
Oh, and he drew a Violent Outburst.
Oh my! Just have everything, Quinn.
A skill game. Don't know what to tell you. Better. Yeah, skill
The
game.
taunt, flex, solo attack.
This is so rude.
He. Oh man.
It's so unfortunate.
Uh,
Although, to be
it's
fair,
gonna-
Violent Outburst doesn't actually do anything here.
What do you mean?
Yeah, because the Lavinia's on board, right?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. Now, Subtlety does do something. That is a card. But that's that Solitude is actually representing like a really difficult thing to deal with. Yeah, just because the life gain is so relevant. Oh, we're gonna double block the Rhino with Solitude and General. I think what Greg is saying is that he's gonna play more for this Lavinia than he will for the power on board.
I agree.
And
that
then-
Lavinia is pretty rough.
This, I don't think this does what he wants it to do.
Oh, we killed General here. It's not even close.
Yeah.
Actually, we can. No, he double blocked the Rhino.
I have to assume he double blocked the
Yeah.
Rhino because the subtlety flies.
Yeah, we're killing the.
Whoa,
we're killing the
Greg,
General.
Greg, let him cast the spell, brother.
Oh my goodness, does he not? Oh, he's getting the +1/+0.
Yeah, he's getting the +1/+0. The Cascade trigger is like it is a May cast, so he can shuffle and put that card on the bottom of his
Yeah.
library. But I think General is a 2/4, correct?
No, he's a 3/3.
Oh, he's a 3/3.
Yeah, you have a
Okay.
3/3 and a 3/2.
Then this is fine. Then we're gonna trade, and we're gonna be pretty happy about it.
Yeah, we are.
That being
getting
said-
both. Now we have to draw an answer for Lavinia.
Humans deck with an answer to almost every relevant draw in your deck is not.
What a rip!
I mean,
That's so good.
we knew it was there.
Another.
Sometimes it's just
Ah.
that easy. Yes, sir. Exile a card. Get rid of it. And then we're gonna get in with a 3/3.
So we basically have to draw dead, gone to get rid of Lavinia and Violent Outburst.
Yeah, in the same turn.
Yeah.
So Quentin's just gonna go ahead and pick it
Yeah,
up.
scoop it up.
Good, excellent play from Greg though. Really getting to his outs.
That was actually a really interactive game. It was
There
one of the
were-
better ones we've had today.
And there were points where true. There were points where that looked more or less unwinnable for him.
It did.
And that really just goes to show you that Greg has a really deep understanding of his deck. Like, honestly, he really does. He plays this deck, not to spoil it for my other SoCal RCQ grinders, but he really likes to play this deck.
He also slow played that Solitude like a champ.
Absolutely. That Solitude...
That was good.
I mean, curving out to 5, hit the Solitude is the only way the 5 lands are good. It's like... Yeah. And, like, Quentin made what I feel like were pretty reasonable decisions throughout the game. I don't play the deck well enough to know if there was something else he could do. But I think Greg just had a really good game plan and switched gears really effectively. Yeah, Michael is pointing at the screen. He is noting that we have caught a shiny Quentin instead of a normal
This man
IB
is-
spread Quentin.
This man is bitter. I love you, Quentin. Shout out.
No, but
You're
look,
not happy.
he's glowing though. Like, look at him.
He's got his eyes in the sky, praying for Jesus, as he said.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Quentin, you're killing
Oh
me.
man. I mean, maybe he feels a little bit off because of the way the game state looked. But I think it's important as Magic players that we not get down on ourselves when we're playing, especially if we know that we're playing well, right?
Honestly,
And
he's probably questioning what he did, but I think he played that really well.
I agree.
Yeah.
Obviously, we have better information than he does,
Yeah.
right? So maybe he feels like he could have played around something that he maybe couldn't have because we know what's going on. He also could feel like his opponent top decked that general, which he kind of did.
And the solitude.
Yeah.
That and the solitude.
Yes, sir.
So we have to keep Lavinia off the board, and
Yes.
I don't know how we're doing that. 'Cause
We're not.
We got
I mean,
Dead Gone, and that's it.
The thing is, if Greg doesn't mulligan, it means that he's probably got 2+ answers.
Right.
Ridiculous. Like,
He
there's
look-
just...
it looked like he already mulliganed once. So that's a positive for Quentin.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Greg mulliganing every game, though, is like probably not where he wants to be. But at the same time, we just saw how powerful the Greg's draw can be on a mulligan. Even if it was facing a mulligan, there's just a lot of cards in Greg's deck that Quentin does not deal with very efficiently, especially when you pair them together.
Nor has he seen these cards in a long time.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is that this is less an issue of like Quentin maybe not playing around them correctly, but more that like Quentin didn't come ready to play against humans when he's more or less playing a winning in for top 8.
Yeah.
It's just a really complicated place to be, and but it's worth noting that his main deck plan is just very good against what Greg
It
does.
is.
It is really good against what Greg does, even without the Furies. And Greg going to 6 means that those cards that Quentin has that are so powerful on the play are significantly more live.
I don't know what Quentin was speaking, but he definitely was not very happy.
Should we do the thing that they do on like reality TV shows where we analyze the body language?
I mean, look at the hand on the
Mhm.
chin. He's resting his forehead on, or his chin on his hand.
See, but I don't think your body language show's done until you have your head in both hands, and then
Yeah.
you just call it at that point, right? Like we're just not feeling it.
This man was riding the hype, and now it's gone.
I mean, it still looks good though. Like that's the thing is that
I
on
agree.
the play the match was so much better.
I agree.
Um,
Keep Lavinia off too,
It'd
and
be
you
cool.
should be fine.
if we could post start on 7s though, like that'd be kind of neat. Oh, this hand looks
A little bad.
ugly.
Yeah, you got
okay.
Shadow Prophecy, Subtlety, no fetches.
Yes, sir.
It was shocks and basics.
I mean, it's synergy, right? You have 4
No,
lands
uh,
and a subtlety.
yeah, we're not making it
That's-
to 4 lands.
That's just a combo.
I don't mind this mulligan from Quentin. Greg, however, kept Aether Vial, Solitude, Adeline,
Solitude.
land, 3
I
lands?
think that's double solitude.
Is it? Oh,
Yeah, mhm. I don't think double solitude is actually where Greg wants to be, but if he does get there, solitude is probably his only real way of answering rhinos on board efficiently.
right.
I
mean,
and it's hard to deal with that 3 life.
I don't hate it because starting on Vial,
Mhm.
like this game either has some very non-turns, or it gets to the point where he can either cast it or leave Vial up.
And unless he telegraphs that Vial is what he's
Yeah.
doing, which is possible if he's on a 1 or a 2 lander, it's very unlikely that Quentin decides to dedicate an entire copy of Leyline Mining to it versus the threat. And I'm not even saying it would be correct to do so. It would just so happen with the way that Greg's hands look, it might work out. This hand, on the other hand, looks very, very strong, except
He
we
has.
are...
I mean, I don't think this is a horrible hand to keep because you have Lorens Revealed.
Yeah,
You do have the shock, and you are stuck on 2 lands, but you do have Dead Gone, you do have Fire and Ice, you do
2
have
copies, yeah.
you do have the what's the other thing I've seen? The Leyline Binding. There we
Leyline
go.
Mining. Yeah, for sure.
So I don't
And
hate this.
This Lorien Revealed can't really find a super efficient source because it can't find a white source here if he wants to cast those red spells on turn 2.
Correct.
But, I mean, it's...
So
going to 5 in the smash.
is he
is
getting
just tough.
Steam Vents?
I think he has to get Steam Vents.
I think he has
he's
to.
forced to. Yeah. I mean,
This would be the greatest Jeskai Triumph if he had it.
yeah, for sure. But even the
Well,
Jeskai
he can
Triumph's
get-
not great here. 'cause
He
it's
can get
tapped.
Zagroth if he's trying to set up for
Yeah, but
no,
Zagoth
because you
doesn't
shut off
offer
Fire and Ice.
red
Yeah, you
or
have
white.
you
Yeah,
have to get
get
Fire
the
and Ice or
He
Sacred
didn't
Fire.
sign
Or,
out Steam Vents, did he?
Steam Vents. I don't. There's no way he signed out Steam
Ain't no
Vents.
way.
He doesn't play Gemstone, so why would he fight out lands?
For fun.
Stop it.
I mean,
There it is. Stop it. This man doesn't play Gem since he ain't side out lands.
yeah, I mean, yeah, you never know. Like, I've cut lands. I have a
Ah.
friend who's literally playing Mutavault.
Cover your
right
ears,
now.
chat. Cover your ears.
Mutavault and Wizards of Tour in Rhinos. You heard it here first. It's
Cover your ears.
gas. I'm telling you, he doesn't understand.
Cut your ears cutting lands.
Cut the land. You
No
don't need them. You're bringing in
gemstones.
blood moons. Cut lands.
All right, so here we go. We're going to see that Shock Steam Vince.
Okay. Almost certainly, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
question is, does
Fetch
he-
land is very good here, though.
Yeah, I actually like the fetch line here.
Mhm.
I was thinking Shock Steam Vince and then ice the cave
Mhm.
or the cavern to like essentially time walk.
Oh, I think he might be thinking about binding this vial.
Yeah. What is
I
he getting
mean,
here with it?
Like he gets Sacred Foundry or any other like land that makes red/white.
I think it has to be Sacred Foundry. And I think you're
I think
right.
Sacred Foundry is the best one.
Do we like this play? Do we like getting rid of Vial right now?
It happens to have worked out, and that is all I will say about that. This will happen to be good against what Greg's plan is.
See,
I'm
I-
not sure I agree.
I don't dislike this play.
Mhm.
I think in my head, let it tick up to 1 and ice the cavern.
If we are ever letting this vial tick up to 1, we are not leyline binding this vial. That being said,
I mean, what are we putting in for 1 that we're really worried about that he's not going to just instantly cast right now?
not too much, but I'm saying that's why I'm like kind of off of this.
Yeah, I like. We're gonna have to cast dead on that.
I mean, there's plenty of removal rolled up for this, but this is not something that Quentin's gonna deal with very
Quentin
well.
said that card was printed before I was born.
Yes, sir. Hey, wait, me too.
Stop it.
Wait, when was Invasion? 97?
Listen, you can't stop it. I'm not that old.
That's my birthday.
I'm not
babe.
that old. Quit.
I mean,
Quit.
sounds like it.
Quit.
Okay, boomer.
Quit.
All right, let's see. So we're gonna go ahead and get rid of this.
Yeah,
Melee Mage.
get out of here.
Yeah, can't have that.
No. I think we
Double
should.
Solitude looking worse and worse as this game goes on.
Correct.
though. Yeah.
I think we. Here we go. Now he's gonna do it. Now he's
Okay.
gonna. Yeah. Ice.
Ice. Yeah.
Ice the cavern.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. Ice that. Yes, sir.
Draw your card.
Draw your card.
We drew a land. It looks like.
For sure. It's worth noting he doesn't have any Cascaders right now. So even if Greg, okay, Champion of the Parish not bad. It will walk into one of his removal spells pretty
Correct.
easily.
So if he plays something, you can respond to the trigger and actually
think-
kill it.
I think.
So he's got Fire and Ice, basic Forest, Lauren's Reveal.
I think he's gonna look to cast this Lorien Reveal, honestly.
All right, so I'm gonna respond
Oh,
to
yeah.
the trigger, and I'm gonna
yes.
kill both and let you
Yup.
not draw a card by tapping.
Yup.
This is juicy.
Yes, sir. Trigger. Oh yeah. 2. Both these.
Oh yeah, that's juicy.
Pay for the trigger. Okay.
That was really juicy.
Later.
So
3.
what are you following up
Adeline.
with?
Adeline.
Adeline
Oh,
is good here.
how do we have 3 mana?
Adeline is good here. He only paid 1 for the Esper.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Mhm.
Oh, Adeline's so.
And if he draws another land, those Solitudes suddenly go from not very good to incredible.
Yeah, now we're drawing
I like this draw
5.
three. I like this draw three.
Drawing 3, tapping 5.
Love just draw 3.
Subtlety, Misty. I couldn't see the third one.
Yeah, it looked like it might have been some type of land again. Let's see.
Copperboat
Vanguard,
Vanguard's
very good
kinda,
here.
Kind of not good.
I don't think this earns a subtlety, but
No, but it's
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
that's a lot of damage. That's that 1, 2,
Tap and
3,
attacking.
4, 5, 6. Yeah.
So Charger fan, yes, there will be decks. The top 8 decks will be posted. It'll more than likely be either tomorrow or Monday.
Charger fan.
Yeah.
This is a San Diego store.
Yeah.
I guess I won't say anything. I
I
want
also
to
need to close this because my phone is starting to get wrecked.
Let me see if I can get one up on my phone because we should be interacting with Twitch chat, which is something I'm terrible at. Love you, Twitch chat. Let me see.
Yeah, I've been doing that for most of the day. My phone's getting wrecked.
For sure, I got you. So what did Greg draw here? It's not a land.
Oh, Chalice of the
Oh,
Void.
Chalice? Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, that's real good. Oh, that's really good.
Yeah, this looks like a wrap for Quentin because he can flash and subtlety and block, but Adeline just gonna run this game over.
Yeah, Adeline might just end it on her own,
I
honestly.
think.
If he shoves with this Coppercoat Vanguard, it's possible that he finds enough outs, but it's going to be really hard.
I feel like he whiffed on that Lawrence reveal pretty rough.
I agree. I mean, Quentin is playing the extra copies of the Cascade cards to hit them, and he just hasn't this game. But also, it just be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not on any Ardent Plea.
Oh, really?
I'm not seeing any. I think it's just for Leyline Binding.
Oh, so I guess he's on
and
those.
Shadow Prophecy.
The Shadow Prophecies are over the Ardent Pleas, I suppose. Do you think
Yeah.
that's what's happening?
I think that is what's happening.
Okay, for sure. Let's see.
So we have a dead and we have a gone. Oh my god, that's just too much mana
That's
to tank.
so much damage. Okay, so we're gonna. What are we deading?
Looks like we're gonna
Okay, so
dead
we're
that,
gonna
but
dead this
still
thing.
almost die.
Yeah.
Add-on's gonna deal 3, 4, 5. We go to 2.
Adeline is gonna deal 5.
She
No,
deals 2,
she
and
deal-
then
she deals 3. She
Yeah.
deals 3 right now.
and then the 2 humans deal 2, so it's
If
5
he doesn't
damage.
flash in the subtlety to block, which I think
I
is not an
think-
unreasonable play.
Yeah.
If he top decks Violent Outburst, though, this can get very difficult for Greg very quickly.
Chalice will shut down Violent Outburst.
Oh, actually, you know what? We know Greg still has 2 Solitudes in hand, correct?
we do.
Yeah. So we may see one of those come down here. No, it'll resolve. Okay.
Yeah, I think Greg is gonna wait for mana management at this point because he's so far ahead and has
Yeah, for sure.
Chalice.
And also, those Solitudes are just so much better with one more land. So.
Correct. So Quentin not only needs a Cascade spell, but he also needs an answer to Chalice.
Oh, well, Oh, the Chalice is on the board. I forgot about the
Yeah.
Chalice. Oh, that's so brutal. Okay. I mean, the human replenishes itself, so Greg is just going to attack with it every turn.
Yep.
1.
Oh,
Champion.
that's gross.
Oh,
Oh, that's game. That was a quick pickup from Quentin.
yes, sir.
That's just unfortunate luck. Those were good games, though. Definitely good games. He played that pretty smart. You can't really be upset.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's just Greg has so many answers in the deck. And it's so hard to play an entire game, especially considering they're actually somewhat diversified. It's so hard
Shout
to play
out to
a whole
Quentin, though, for grabbing and reading Meddling Mage.
game. Yeah, for sure. What do you know what Meddling Mage does?
Yes.
Oh.
As it enters, name a card. The card cannot be played.
Yeah, no, I don't
It's
know
like
what
True
that
Name Nemesis. You don't get to interact once it enters.
is.
It enters with.
I don't play with cards that are older than me. As like a rule. So
Look, I played Meddling Mage when it dropped.
Yeah.
So that's gonna do it for round 5.
Yeah.
We're definitely gonna have a round 6, and we're definitely gonna have a camera match. We just don't know if it'll be one of the top tables because there's presumably going to be some draws.
definitely a non-zero amount of draws. But for now, I think that's the point where we kind of get like caned off stage and we have to sign off. I think they're discussing sideboard stuff though. It looks like I'm sorry, I'm just interested in this. Looks like both those questing beasts came in like we were talking about.
Yeah.
Both the Megasis from Greg, Meddling Mage, and Anointed Peacekeeper, the whole 9. Yeah, that all makes sense. That all makes perfect sense.
Score.
All right, sweet.
That'll
Well,
do it for round 5. Thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you for watching. We'll see you in the next one.
Welcome back, guys, to round 6 of the Rocket Series. This will be the final round before a cut to top 8.
And today we're going to have Jesse Garcia versus Brad Thompson. We're going to have a control mirror here today. And just so you know, you may see some MDFC substitute cards in Jesse's deck. They are proxies that have been approved by a judge for the tournament because Jesse had foil and non-foil copies of a card that had to be replaced due to bending. And it looks like Jesse's going to start by mulliganing. And Brad's hand looks very good from here, at least.
Yeah, I've seen a Hall of the Storm Giants.
Yeah,
Triumph, Prismatic getting preordained, Fetch.
And we're all very happy with that.
Yeah, that seems pretty good opening. Counterspell.
In this matchup, there's a couple of very key cards. So first and foremost, Brad has 4 copies of the Ring, which is definitely an issue card if it resolves. However, in this matchup, it does have trouble actually hitting the board. Brad also has 4 copies of Path to Exile, which I'm sure throughout the tournament have been pretty rewarding, considering the amount of basics a lot of people are cheating. But in this particular deck, or against this particular deck, you really don't want to be Path to Exiling them because the basics in this matchup matter a ton. Whoever hits more land drops tends to be able to play better Magic overall. And it looks like we're going to lead on Fetchland Pass versus Brad's Hall of the Storm Giants into a Preordain. What a powerful card.
Yeah, Brad's choice about the Path of Exiles have definitely probably played big in a lot of his matchups today because there's a lot of things that once they're exiled, they don't get death triggers. It deals with opponents' Elesh Norns. It's a pretty good choice. Jesse fetches for a Triumph, which I guess that's expected.
Yeah, considering that his deck is running a lot more of the domain cards versus Brad's, which I believe is relatively light on them. Oh no, Brad's also got his domain suite as well. But even then, I think turn 1 fetch into Triumph is like basically where both decks want to be. Although turn 1 Preordain may actually be a little bit stronger than that. Every mana that you can save yourself over the course of the game, including Preordain on turn 1 versus like turn 5, is extremely important. Jesse leading with this Fire and Ice into that Hall of the Storm Giants, though, suggests to me that he could be looking to land a turn 3 Teferi, which would be absolutely devastating for Brad should that be the case.
Looking at Brad's list, we don't see Leyline Binding, we don't see Solitude, we don't see Subtly. The mana base is going for Islands, Plains, and Forests, and I'm going to assume that's for Prismatic Ending. Because there's nothing else that substitutes for that, which is a little interesting deck choice. Brad is also on 4 Field of the Ruined.
Field of Ruin?
Yeah, 4 of
Ooh.
them.
I don't know how his deck is affording this many.
It's crazy.
Yeah, no, that's insane. Still on 6 basics.
Yeah.
He's just cutting a few fetches, maybe 6 fetches. He's just on a bunch of stuff.
He's on this out of left field deck. It's sweet.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
That being said, Jesse is clearly winning the pretty check.
Yeah. Gotta give it to my boy Eli. It's good taste.
Yeah, he's got good taste. Those shocklands are.
Yeah, they're visible.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
You can see which one's which.
Yes, sir.
I'm also a fan of the full art foil triumphs. My
Yeah.
personal use as well.
Yeah, those are awesome. So it looks like Brad is going to play. There's going to be a lot of this. Land go, land go, land go. I am surprised that Jesse did not end step flash in a subtlety. I think that's actually a very, very strong play in this match.
I think Jesse's trying to fill out if he has any creatures that he plays, and he's gonna be very disappointed game one when he doesn't get an opportunity to play that,
For sure.
unless it's for the Teferi.
Well, he needs, what he really wants to do is he wants to lead that card into another threat, right? So maybe that says that Jesse doesn't actually have anything else to do rolled up right now.
Yeah, so Brad's only creature that he's gonna probably have game one is a Shark Typhoon Shark.
No subtleties in the main?
No.
No solitude?
Or Solitudes.
Oh my.
Or Leyline Binding.
That explains where all those Path to Exiles came from. then.
Yeah.
So maybe Brad actually has a lot. No, those are good answers for subtlety. In my experience,
Yeah.
playing subtlety end of turn in the mirror is really good because it draws out premium removal. But considering the amount of 1 mana removal Brad has, that's significantly better for him
The
than
Attrition War,
yeah, for sure. Just makes it easier to answer stuff on board. That Field of Ruin hitting. Wow, Jesse is already at
A ton of mana.
9 lands. Stack them up, please.
Do we cast Verdict or we discard Verdict?
Looks like a discard on Verdict.
Yeah, the hand says. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting choice to discard because you kind of want my stuff can't be countered spells in this matchup.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's really, really hard to find those like special places you can hit where it's super effective against this deck. A lot of the time, it's going to be 1 for 1, maybe 1 for 2, but it's usually a pseudo 1 for 2, especially considering that Shark Typhoon tokens are a thing. And even if you play a Verdict for 2 Shark Typhoons, you're still the one who's coming out negative in that race, at least in terms of card advantage, which is what a lot of this matchup hinges on.
I also need to point out I am wrong. Hall of the Storm Giants can be a creature as well, and that we will probably see Hall plus Dovin's Veto soon for backup.
Definitely not unreasonable. It's hard to tap out for Hall in this matchup when you're scared of the haymakers from the other deck.
Right?
And I will say that Jesse's deck is not lacking for those at all.
No, he's
whatsoever.
He's absolutely not.
What's the suite of win conditions that he's rocking here today?
So Jesse has creature base wise, Solitude Subtly. He also has Shark Typhoon. And then he also has Narset Days Undoing combo. And then he can lock you out also with Gaia Reach Sanctumarium with Narset after he's Days Undoing you to keep you without having a hand or immediately force you to draw or cast what you draw.
Yeah, for sure. That does sound like the easiest thing for him to do because he can hold up that mana
Yeah.
the entire time, even as he's casting Narset, and just do it during upkeeps and end steps.
So
before
there's
it's
going to
run
be
it off.
Teferis out, and then there's going to be a Narset out and a fight over it before
Yeah,
it
for sure.
happens, in my
Absolutely.
opinion.
So let's see. Brad goes to his draw step. Brad's hand is looking.
Mighty lit.
Yeah, I don't know. Double prismatic ending in this matchup is not great. He does have the counterspell rolled up, and he's got a copy of the ring, but it looks like he's going to choose to fight now. So we're going to see a copy of Force Negation in response to this Teferi.
I think we play the counter spell, and then we play the.
Brad says no. Slow down.
Yeah, then we play the counter spell,
We're
and then
gonna
we slam the
tag.
Dovin's Veto.
And then I think this is actually a great place for subtlety.
I think subtlety is going to come down.
Resolves, subtlety. Oh, Brad is dying. Top or bottom? Top or bottom?
I think we put it on top.
Top or bottom?
I think we put it on top. Yeah,
Top.
that's
Yes,
a card
sir.
you want to
Yes,
fight
sir.
the match with.
Yeah.
And right here, I think we fire off a path.
I don't
want
think
him
we
to
do it.
untap.
I think we do it in the draw step.
Well, I think you do it. I think you do it before the draw step because he has 2 mana open, and if he has a counter spell, he's forced to use it.
I don't think he's forced to use a counterspell on a Path to Exile is the thing.
Well, you want your threat, right? You know Teferi's coming, so
Nah.
like you want to force him to bounce. So that
Nah, who
he...
cares?
No.
Nah. Draw 3.
Ugh,
Let's draw some cards.
that's a lot.
Yeah.
So, verdict, Lauren's reveal.
That's a reprieve. Yes. Hello.
Oh, hi.
I said that to Twitch chat, not this person who walked in. Definitely not. Let's see. Subtlety's probably gonna. Yep.
Get
I'm
path.
gonna eat that path. I'm
Goodbye.
gonna go search for a basic. I believe they're both running 6. Is that correct?
Jesse has 2 plains, 2 islands.
It looks like 3 planes, 2 islands. So I think
You're
we're on
right,
5.
5.
Yeah.
Brad
And
is
then
on 2
Brad-
plains, 4 islands.
Okay, sweet. I don't
So
think
6 and
those Path to
5.
Exiles are gonna start whiffing anytime soon.
No.
Although
Jesse has
Jesse
4 in play.
only has 1 more in his.
Brad also plays 4 fielder, and we're about to start seeing. Reprieve.
Blue Eye Control would suggest that there are fewer colors than Jeskai, but if you look closer...
Here comes the Dovin's Veto?
Let's see. Reprieve in response. I think there's like a non-zero amount of worlds where Brad is just okay with that, but I'm not sure.
Are we... Nah,
Looks like we're gonna get this
yeah.
Delvin's Veto in. Yeah.
Do you want him to have an extra card? I think is what it comes down to.
Yeah, for sure. So we're gonna see this get resolved. We're gonna resolve, and then we're gonna play it Teferi. We're gonna plus Teferi. And presumably we're just gonna... Oh, he's fetching. I wonder what he's doing here.
I think he has any reason. What's in his hand? His counterspell in his hand.
I'm not
So
sure.
I think he has Prismatic Ending and Instant Speed, so now he can have counterspell plus Prismatic open.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Prismatic makes 3 mana, but I don't know why you'd fetch now, honestly.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Here comes the ending. We knew that was coming.
Pending is gonna be good here.
Yeah. Let's see what Brad does about that.
I don't think there's too much he can do about it.
Yeah, that's gone.
Yeah, I mean, considering... So this is what I meant by Brad's hand does not look super great here. Triple Prismatic Ending means that he's just sitting on a relatively anemic amount of cards. Jesse can just start firing any spell he wants off, and it's going to be pretty good.
Oh, we're gonna pick here up, or we're gonna play it?
Kahir is a good place to be right now.
It's a good
Yeah.
place.
I don't think playing it is what's on Jesse's mind because he wants to hold up this counter
Another
spell.
ring. So here goes the
Send the ring.
protection.
Okay, send the ring. It's probably going to earn a counterspell from Jesse.
Question is, do we slam the other
Send
one?
it.
We
He
do.
wouldn't have done it unless he was
Yeah.
going to do both. And now...
Yeah, that's just a little brutal for Jesse.
Yeah. Is it though? Jesse has the answer rolled up in his hand. I think he's sitting on a copy of Prismatic Ending. And the ring drawing one card.
Jesse is missing a color for Prismatic Ending. He has just Jeskai showing.
Oh, you are absolutely right,
He
actually.
needs
Yeah.
fetch land, and is he playing?
Breeding Pool?
Yeah,
He might be, or he might not. You know,
he
you
is playing Breeding Pool.
Okay. So let's see if we can find a fetch here for Jesse.
Or he just could be a Chad and have it in hand.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so it wasn't either of those. Unfortunate.
I don't think Jesse's actually drawn his card for turn. Wait, this is an excellent. Oh,
The Shark Typhoon, when
Yeah.
Brad's tapped.
yeah, let's just play it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Can't
that's-
Prismatic a Shark Typhoon.
No, you can't. You
No, you
also
can't.
can't counterspell.
That's 6 mana card. How many colors are there in Magic,
Yeah.
Michael?
Yeah, there's 5.
Yeah, there's 5, right?
The counterspell's looking sweet.
Yeah,
even though you can't cast it.
Yeah, dude.
Slam it, Jesse.
Yeah, just play it. Come on, man. Come on. Yes, sir. That's a Shark Typhoon, baby.
Yeah, that's probably gonna be what ends this game if something ends it.
There are technically answers in Brad's deck. None of them are very good.
We have a Teferi bounce.
Yup.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
No, but we've got 2 Teferi bounces, right?
Correct.
Gas. Definitely what we're looking for here.
So what do we? So we're gonna play Teferi. That's
Yep.
more than likely gonna get. What are we doing with? Oh, we're gonna make it 2/2.
No, tapping Hall, it looks like. Draw a card.
We still cast the.
Oh,
Trigger
we're
Typhoon.
gonna
Did we miss the Shark
we
Typhoon
make
trigger?
Oh no, he's got it. He's got it.
Okay.
All right. Now,
Yeah, make a. It's a 2/2, right? Because you cast it for 2, you don't
Yes,
get
it
the
is.
4.
Yep. Now here's the question. I don't know if we're actually gonna cast Subtlety here, but I wouldn't actually be super against
Yo,
it.
my boy got 6 shark tokens. Why am I on a
Hey,
token?
yo.
Why am I on a token?
Yo,
Love it.
it's literally my
I love it.
pitching Supreme
Oh,
Verdict makes a lot of
that's
sense
so
here.
good.
This is essentially a 1-for-1, even though we're
Yeah, I don't
pitching
hate
Supreme
it.
Verdict.
I don't hate it.
So counterspell's gonna resolve.
I think Jesse's figured out Brad doesn't play creatures.
Yeah.
All right, so Teferi does resolve.
Okay.
We're gonna
And
ending the
then
token.
Ending the token is interesting.
Brad's also kind of back against the wall.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Shark Typhoon is just gonna
Yeah,
happen again.
you're gonna slam.
Yeah.
Are they not on any spell pierce?
I don't believe that Brad is on Force of Negation or copies of Subtlety.
Brad's got Force Negation, but no Subtlety.
2 copies of Force of Negation. I mean, I think
3.
he's still pretty priced into just sending it.
Jesse, no spell pierce. That's so interesting. Not any main board spell pierce.
I mean, I understand that these control decks are playing games that are long enough to where this mana matters. You know
oh
what I
my
mean?
god, a recast.
Yeah, just make it again. Yeah.
A 3/3 and a dead Teferi.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Yep. That's what it looks like. Make it 3/3. So the funny part is that this ring is going to get really, really hard for Brad to manage as this game goes on. Because even though he's drawing a million cards, not many of the things he's drawing are going to be good against the Shark Typhoon on board.
look,
So-
if Jesse top 8s with this shark, I'm making him sign it and give it to me.
None of those cards are very. Super...
Manamo's not too bad. You can loop the ring, but is it really relevant?
Yeah, we can draw a lot of
You can
cards.
kill yourself if you don't get another ring.
Absolutely. I think this Teferi is. I mean, that's the thing about the ring, though, right? Is that it draws so
Yeah, it
many
does.
cards, right?
I don't know
Maybe
if cards are what's gonna help this match because Brad is at a
He's
disadvantage.
floundering.
Yeah.
He's floundering.
So now, does he have Dovin's Veto in hand? Is that why he bounced the Typhoon?
He's counterspells.
I mean, we were gonna get a counter war with that, but Dovin's Veto,
Well, we can't get in a counter war right now because of the Teferi on board. It's going to make things pretty hard.
correct.
So
But
maybe
does Jesse have an answer to Fairy? Is what I'm getting
I
at.
don't believe he does.
Oh, we're gonna recast our Typhoon. Now we're gonna
Okay.
cast Counterspell. All right. Now we need Gaia the psych put on top enchantment. Is he playing that? The recycle
Narset.
enchantments.
Narset is excellent here.
Oh geez. What's the land that puts enchantments on top?
Oh no! Brad has realized he did not plus that Teferi.
Oh, that's unfortunate. No, because
Yeah.
he bounced the Shark Typhoon.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yikes.
And it looks like Jesse has found his own copy of
Teferi,
Teferi.
reprieve. Teferi's perfect here.
You know, it's funny though. This prismatic ending is actually going to put in work, even though I originally thought that him drawing all of these wasn't possibly going to be good.
What do we do here for Jesse?
Not much. I think he's out of plays this turn,
Yeah,
and he's going to draw 4 real one.
we're gonna go to 10.
Okay. Go to 10, but I think Brad's actually established a very, very reasonable grip on this game at this point.
Only because of the Teferi. So if the Teferi
That
goes
is,
off the board-
hold up. We're gonna have to actually pause the match. He cannot do that.
Judge,
Yeah.
Judge. Yeah, Steven, get the judge. Pause the game. All right, Twitch chat. We had extra cards drawn with the ring with a Narset out, which you cannot do. So we are waiting for the judge call that we initiated to fix that. Things do happen when you're playing fast, and the ring is relatively new. It sure is, Chaz. It sure is. Narset is absolutely disgusting in this mirror. We are still waiting on the resolution of how we're fixing this. Yeah, I think that's the well, it wouldn't be with 4 cards, it'd be 3 because you're allowed to draw 1 with Narset. He drew 4, so it would be 3 cards. So you have the ability to at least draw 1 card. Narset doesn't prevent that since it wasn't his turn. He did it at Jesse's end step, so it'd be a Thoughtseize for 3, which is not great. This happened during Jesse's end step. He upticked the ring to 4 during Jesse's end step. So he came to turn, and then we had called Judge, realizing that the cards have been drawn at Jesse's end step, going to Brad's turn. So he drew 4 cards and said he's only allowed 1. He still gets the 1 off Narset. Yeah, it's not good for Brad. It's pretty brutal. That's more than likely gonna set Brad way behind. Well, here we go. This is how we resolve this. This is pretty gross. Yikes. Let's see if Brad recovers from this. This is gonna be a really interesting recovery if he does. All right, so the thought he's taken is Path of Exile, Prismatic Ending, and Field of Rune. You footage does not matter. This is how they fix game violations like this. Just because it's being filmed, if it wasn't being filmed, there's no way to fix that. Right? So if a judge is called and say this is one of the top tables where they're not being filmed, you can't have bias for that. There's a baseline of fixing it no matter what.
Super unfortunate.
It is super unfortunate. Brad just, swung the ball and kind of recovered, so we'll see.
For
But yeah, just because he's being on camera and recorded and we know what cards were in his hand by going back, that's not how you resolve judge calls.
Yeah, for sure. It's also worth noting that I do not know which cards were in his hand.
I knew the prismatic ending was a card he had in hand before he drew, but it doesn't matter what
It wasn't on information about players.
Correct.
Mhm, yeah.
Correct. Doesn't matter what
Looks like I think Jesse's picking it up anyways though, so ultimately the ring is better than any judge call I can possibly issue. Getting Thoughtseize 3 times apparently does not matter.
Apparently not. Not with a fairy out in a mirror.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna go on the sideboard, and Jesse's sideboard is kind of cool. I'm seeing a Flusterstorm. I'm seeing an Ashiok the Dreamrender. I'm seeing a Wear and Tear, 2 Blood Moon, the Wandering Emperor, Stony Silence, 2 Rest in Peace, Alpine Moon, Blossoming Calm, and Dobin's Veto. Jesse's. I'm not sure why Brad scooped.
Brad scoop?
Yeah, they gave the win to Jesse.
Oh.
I'm not sure. Probably tilted. He's probably tilted. I'd expect some stuff to come in here like the Wandering Emperor. It's not the greatest in terms of Brad not really playing mainboard creatures, but it does flash in at instep. It does make the knights or I'm sorry the samurais. So like that's pretty easy to get ahead with the samurais at an instep. I think maybe Fluster. Kazi, what do you think?
I think most of the cards you want to bring in are pretty straightforward. We're cutting most of our massive answers to creatures, so that being like Supreme Verdict and things like that. Jesse Garcia's specific sideboard specifically, we're gonna have 1 copy of Flusterstorm, 1 copy of Wereter that can maybe come in. He didn't see any of the ley lines or anything out of, or he didn't see the leyline bindings out of Brad, but he could maybe think that they are there. That being said, I don't think they'll come in. It's very possible that we're bringing in a copy of the Wandering Emperor, likely not bringing in Blood Moons. Could very well bring in Stony Silence, especially considering he doesn't have his own copies of the ring.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Stony Silence is a good one because of Ring. You're right.
There are 2 copies of Rest in Peace that are probably not going to come in. 1 copy of Alpine Moon that may or may not come in. I would assume not, but if you want a proactive answer to Hall of Storm Giants, I suppose it could. 1 copy of Blossoming Calm, which will likely not come in, and then 1 copy of Dobin's Veto, which will probably do it.
Brad's sideboard, I'm gonna expect Engineered Explosives and more Dobin's Vetoes and Dress Downs to come into play.
Yeah, for sure. I think sideboarding with control is usually pretty straightforward unless you want more if you're game playing entirely.
Yeah.
However, a lot of it is going to center on gameplay, which is one of the reasons why I like this mirror so much and why I think it's so entertaining is because most of the time the matchup is determined by the player who can figure out how to navigate it better. There's like less variance than a lot of other matchups because there are so many cards drawn and so little information known to both players. So there's a lot of derivation that goes on versus like other decks that may play a little bit more face up.
I personally find that extremely interesting, which is the reason why I enjoy these so much. But at the same time, it's not the kind of Magic everybody likes playing. Sometimes you just want to slam a bunch of haymakers. I wouldn't be surprised if some of these guys bring in some extra threats, especially considering that Brad has a couple of them rolled up.
Looking at chat, you guys, these two people know each other and they have no malicious intent towards each other at all. Brad definitely, I'm sure, admitted his mistake, and Jesse is also a pretty understanding person. I'm sure Brad is really upset with himself, but there's absolutely no hard feelings with that.
Yeah, for sure. Brad's upset at anybody. Like, I know him relatively well. I am almost certain that he's going to be more upset with himself than he is at Jesse or anything like that.
Yeah.
He knows he's on stream. He knows he made a really dumb mistake. Sometimes these things happen. I have done worse, and I'm sure my co-commentator has too.
I have definitely done some stuff like
yeah,
that.
for sure.
Unscrew a board state, yeah.
And nothing in that interaction makes me think either of those players did anything maliciously. It was just an unfortunate set of circumstances, and sometimes the penalty for those kind of things is really, really harsh.
So Reno, the mistake was Jesse had a Narset out. Jesse passes turn. Brad has a ring out on 3. He ticks it up to 4 and draws 4 cards.
Using Manamo, he untaps.
Yeah, he untaps it with Manamo and then taps it again to draw cards.
Mm-hmm.
So he drew more than 1 card with Narset out.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to your phone.
And unfortunately, it's not the kind of situation that we can really rewind. On stream, we don't really have perfect information, so we can't really tell exactly what was in the hand.
Yep.
We may know a card or two, but even then, not being certain is enough to make it to where a judge can't necessarily tell exactly what is supposed to be going on. Even if we think we know what we're seeing on our end, we're just going to kind of leave it up to them to determine what the best outcome is. The rules say that we have to reveal the unknown set of cards to both players. Those cards are going to be considered revealed, and then that player is supposed to select basically cards equivalent to the number of cards that would not have been drawn. They're returned to the random set, and then the library is shuffled, so on and so forth, right?
We're looking at mulligans here. I think Brad is actually trying to decide what he wants to do with this hand. He kept his hand. Jesse put 1 back. We're going to start off with a tap Triome. We're going to pass to a Scolding Tarn. We're going to untap. We're going to play the hall and leave up counterspell magic.
Yes, it is already now at the point in the game where we are now playing around counterspells. This is one of those things where, seeing how the first game played out, I wouldn't have been surprised had Brad decided to take the draw. This is a pretty hefty matchup, or pretty important matchup when it comes to mana is extremely important in this matchup, and having the extra ones matters. Oh, Jesse has actually cited in his copy of Blood Moon. That's interesting.
I'm down.
Yeah.
He plays a ton of basics. So does Brad.
He plays less than Brad, though.
He does, but I think he's scared of the hall,
Mm-hmm.
and I think he's also scared of Field of Ruin.
Sure, I can understand that. But at the same time, it's just the constraints that it puts on Jesse's deck almost seem to be more extremes than the one they're going to put on Brad's. Jesse can't necessarily know that, even though he didn't see any leyline bindings.
Correct.
But he did see a pretty reasonable amount of cards from Brad, especially between the discards and that judge situation. He probably can derive that there
Is that a basic planes in his hand?
There is a basic planes in Jesse's hand. It is worth noting that Brad is unfortunately only on 1 basic, but it is extremely hard to fight over copies of Blood Moon in this matchup.
It really
There's sorcery
is.
speed enchantments.
Yeah.
So, looks like we're going to go ahead and fetch. What are we going to find, Jesse? Jesse's going to find a Tapped Hollow Fountain, which tells me that his plan is probably not going to be Blood Moon.
Yeah, we would have went and got basic planes.
Or just maybe not fetched at all, which is something I actually like doing a lot in this matchup. We're just going to be playing a lot of Drago until one of them actually finds something to do.
I mean, Brad's sitting on a Dovin's Veto. It's never fun to stare at.
For sure. The thing is that Dovin's Veto makes it really hard for either player to be proactive in the matchup, because it's such a good answer to a lot of the proactive non-creature threats that either player can play. And it's not really able to be responded to in a positive fashion.
No, it's really not. Oh, Baneslayer Angel, what?
Decided in?
Yes, he did.
That card's busted.
Oh, I like it.
That card's good.
Brad and the Baneslayer Angel.
Hey, that's a 5/5.
Show it to me, Brad.
What's
Play
Jesse playing
it.
that beats a 5/5?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Shark Typhoon stuff, maybe? I don't know.
That's probably it.
It's gotta be it.
Yeah.
Ugh, we have a win sub Pete, dude. Can we get to Baneslayer plus Dovin's Veto mana? I'm down.
So this is one of those things I want to point out when I was talking about that Blood Moon earlier, is that Jesse and Brad right now have access to basically the same amount of basic lands. However, Jesse's utility lands mean a little bit more to his deck, even with just that one copy of Gyri's Sanitarium, because of the amount of Leyline bindings that are in his list. Whereas Brad is going to be able to operate with like basic Plains Island relatively well. Now Brad is playing with the assumption that his opponent may or may not have Blood Moon, and it looks like right now that option is not, because he's not really holding up those fetches. But at the same time, this Blood Moon is not going to be easy to navigate for either player.
It's to note that I don't see Leyland Binding in Jesse's list.
Oh, Jesse's also not playing.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
Why does he have so many Triomes then?
Prismatic Ending.
Prismatic Ending? Okay. I suppose that's fair. It just seems
Really weird.
yeah, it's a little funky for sure.
Yeah, it's working. I mean, they made it this far.
I mean, clearly is working, yeah. Let's see. So looks like Jesse's looking to actually do something here. Proactivity in the control matchup is always so scary.
Yeah. So here comes Blood Moon. I wonder. Yep.
Yep, here's the Blood Moon. It baits a counterspell probably.
Brad's probably gonna slam this counterspell.
Yeah. I don't think it's worth fighting over, but
If it draws out a Dovin's Veto, Jesse's going to be extremely happy. Although it quite literally cannot. Oh, is Jesse planning to fight over this?
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, no! Draw.
Oh, that's so good.
yeah.
Oh, that's bad.
I think both these players might have a Lorien revealed lined up too, so they can actually go find an island.
Let's note that Brad does not have white.
Brad is probably locked off white for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. Jesse has a basic plains in play.
For sure, but I think Jesse is actually an island short versus Brad. So
He has two. They both have two.
no, but Brad just found an extra one.
Okay, but Brad doesn't have white, so there's a lot that could be said about
That's true.
that.
There is a ton of cards in Brad's hand right now that
Yeah,
are never
that are
gonna be
dead.
cast this game.
That are dead. Okay,
Oh,
so
look,
there's
that's
the
a card that
ring.
we're gonna cast this game.
Let's see.
Tapping 4 mountains for my ring.
Yeah, trigger.
That is a card that makes the game extremely hard to win for Jesse. I mean, how wrong was I about that card last game, right?
I mean, it was insane.
Yeah,
It's just unfortunate that Brad jumped the gun.
yeah, for sure. Let's take a look. We're
That's
gonna
another
draw
mountain.
A mountain.
We're gonna cycle for an island.
Mountains are great. Mountains are great.
No. We don't need to cycle. We just draw 3 cards. Or yeah, right?
Yeah,
Cast for
like,
5.
we don't need to cycle. Like, we're just gonna draw. them.
Yeah, we're just gonna draw a bazillion cards.
Yeah. Let's see. So I'm trying to get a look at Jesse's hand, right? I can see a Lorien Veiled. I can see a Narset.
Narset,
See a Dovin's Veto.
I do, and a Lauren's revealed.
The
What's
problem is that it's
fourth
really
card?
hard for him to cast any
That's
of
a
these
fairy?
spells and still hold
It
up
is
counter
the
magic.
fairy.
Whereas Brad has that, infamous double blue up that can basically deal with potentially anything should he have the counter spell to go with it. Now, it looks like Jesse's going to go ahead and test those waters.
Oh, we're gonna cycle draw a card.
We're going to cycle the draw, and we are not going to find anything.
Is that it?
is
So that's a fairy also in Jesse's hand. That's really notable with Narset out.
Well, also Narset is going to make this ring significantly worse.
That's a force negation.
Yes, it is. Force of negation with a Narset out is synergy.
I gotta hand it to Jesse playing a Narset combo here with the ring meta, because this is pretty spicy.
No, for sure. It looks like Brad's going to lead with Mountain. And unfortunately, Brad's entire hand is uncastable. Right now.
That's kind of brutal.
It's absolutely backbreaking. We're going to go ahead and find another card.
Your reprieve is so good.
Reprieve is real good.
Dovin Veto
Plays well
back
with
to
Blood Moon.
hand.
That's funny. Yeah.
Back to hand.
Yes, sir. Get rid of it. I don't want it.
Ugh, card's so good.
Get out of here. I have been wrong about Blood Moon in too many control matchups lately. I'm so tired. I'm just going to play this card. This card's great. Oh,
I've been telling you this for
It's a
like a
fairy.
year and a half. This card's gas.
I've been playing this card for a year and a half. I
Look,
just didn't realize how
look,
good it was
O2
in this
drop.
year.
O2 drop in chat. What's the best card in Modern? Let me hear it, Chaz. Type out what the best card in Modern is. This man's gonna tell you Blood Moon.
It's definitely Ring.
We
Wait.
get a
Oh,
card.
no, we're good. Okay, we did it right.
Blood Moon right now has shut Brad completely off of white.
I don't know
He
how I
has-
feel about that ring going back to his hand. That's like not awful. Like,
Yeah, the Blood Moon right now is pretty huge.
Yeah.
There's a field of room that cannot be activated.
Mhm.
Brad has no access to white because
Yeah.
of it.
Worth noting, his entire hand is basically
It's
white.
basically forcing Brad to have to top deck a plains
Yes.
before he can play almost any card in his hand.
And also, my man is about to go like end step Days Undoing, and Brad's gonna be real sad about that.
Yeah, we just upticked to Fairy, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Yikes.
Haha, funny game.
It's not funny. We just need a creature.
Yeah. Untap.
Steven, the camera focus
Upkeep.
keeps shifting. There it goes. It's fixed.
Oh no.
Ah, F6.
Yeah. It's all good, baby. If it is your turn, end the turn. Good thing it's not his turn.
I think he did do it in the draw step, Chaz. I don't think he
He-
did it in step.
No, he did it in the upkeep. This way he skips his draw step.
Yep, that's right, Chaz. Gyre's, but you can't Gyre because of the Blood Moon. So
Yeah.
the Blood Moon's in play.
Oh, actually, no. I think he did do it in draw step.
He did draw in draw
Yeah,
step.
yeah, you're right.
Chaz's talking about Gyre Sync and locking him out, but he can't. There's a Blood Moon in play.
Can't. There's Blood Moon.
Best card
Best
of
card in
Magic.
Modern.
Yeah,
All right, let's see.
that is a disgusting hand. There's a
There's
reprieve.
a reprieve. This is so unfortunate. But can he win?
Jesse?
Yeah.
Yeah, he just needs to land a threat. He has enough to back his threats up.
Yeah, for sure.
He has-
Yeah. I'm
He's
sure.
got counterspell. He's got reprieve. Like he's got a lot to back up his
I
threats.
think you'd really enjoy having another island. Oh wait, there's a threat.
The extra
Yeah,
card in
I
the
forgot about that.
yeah,
card.
in the
That's
command zone.
started in his hand,
Yeah,
and he's gonna go ahead and discard to hand size. I think.
I think he wants to untap and cast with
Seven,
backup. Brad doesn't need to pack it up just yet. He can draw some answers. They're not great. He needs a white source plus prismatic ending to start trying to come back. If he can get rid of this Blood Moon, there's some stuff he can do.
Lauren Revealed is like also not terrible here. That extra island can actually do a lot of work right now. I mean, yeah. Brad does have Phyrexian Arena on the battlefield, so
Brad has 2 planes main board, Chaz. He just needs to hit one of them to prismatic ending. Oh, there's a Shark Typhoon.
Oh, yep. All right.
Can we do something with the hard cast of Shark Typhoon and force it
Wait.
to Fairy Bound?
Oh wait. Card is. Oh, he's just gonna draw 3.
At
Cool. Wait, we can't
instant
do
speed
that.
because it's a fairy?
Yeah.
Wow.
What a cool card.
No, he got a single card.
Untap. Oh look, another Teferi. I don't think
I don't think Brad's coming back from this now.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got outs, but they're not great, and he needs to start top decking them very quickly.
Oh,
he needs
there's
both
another
his
Days
basics.
Undoing. Yeah.
Second to fairy and with a third in hand,
Mm-hmm.
and another you said Days Undoing in hand.
Yeah, another Days Undoing in hand. Put it on the stack. It's gonna resolve because there is another Teferi kind of protecting the first one. So
Yeah, and he upticked.
we're gonna draw a card in the end step.
It's a preordained.
Preordain.
All
You
these cards feel so bad with Narset on the board.
Preordain is just demonic tutor, right?
You don't get to draw after you draw for your draw step.
Oh my god, no! It's so much worse than demonic tutor.
Narset.
Yeah, he's gonna start
Narset gets
discarding.
to get wrecked.
He's just discarding cards.
Yeah, this
yeah.
is painful to watch.
Yeah. Combo deck. Jesse playing the Look for Planes game. If he can just put one threat on the battlefield, like the game. will
Game's a
probably
wrap.
just end.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it's your turn, it's exiled. Yeah, I don't believe Days Undoing says exile Days Undoing.
All right, an announcement to all of our Magic players as well, just in case you haven't played enough Modern today.
This card's kind of dumb.
We are still going to be hosting our
It's very
Plus
stupid.
Modern.
There's like not many extra turn spells that don't say exile, and there's a very specific reason for that. It's so that you can't do the thing where you put it back in your hand, or in this particular case, your deck. It's not an actual loop, but with considering the amount of card advantage that Jesse could potentially be privy to, it does get really annoying really fast that the Days Undoings are going to shuffle each other.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
the potential of drawing one out of their first 7 it goes up.
It's a lot of work to turn Days Undoing into an instant speed time twister, but when you do, it closes games extremely quickly.
I mean, doing it in somebody's draw step is just brutal.
It's really, yeah, it's a lot.
Brad is just actively frustrated. I could understand why.
Yeah, for sure, me too.
And there's another Days Undoing, a Subtlety, a Force Negation.
Did he draw planes though?
Jesse doesn't need a planes. He has one on board.
I would like a second plane.
There's
There we
second
go.
planes right there.
Second planes means we can cast Solitudes. Although, yeah, you're right. He has subtlety.
Yeah,
it
or
was- yeah.
Subtlety with backup because
This
there's a
is-
Force Negation.
Also,
You either get to pitch cast it on Brad's turn, or you have untap with the blue source to cast it during your turn.
And also, you just has to fairy.
Yeah,
All right, Phyrexian Arena, draw.
Phyrexian Arena.
I mean, that's
All
what
right,
it is.
Brad goes
right?
to 7.
7.
That's
Oh.
a Shark Typhoon and a
Oh,
planes.
and a planes.
That's getting counterspelled.
Yeah, I mean for sure, but he drew a planes. Relevant text.
This game's over. He's gonna flash and subtlety. Oh, he can't. He can't. He doesn't have
Yeah,
a
he
blue
doesn't
source.
have any blue sources. Yeah.
Oh.
This is unfortunate.
Yeah, I think I'm letting that Shark Typhoon resolve. I'm flashing in subtlety, coming to turn, swinging, and then you die to your ring. I don't think Jesse's seen that line. I think he was just playing super safe.
For sure.
Brad,
I mean, it's
says,
very-
Brad says, screw it. I'm drawing a card.
Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point, right? It's a
Yeah,
2-turn clock
go to
anyways.
2.
I'd go to 1. I don't care.
Counterspell to Fairy.
Oh, let's go to fairy. One time. Never had
yeah,
it.
that's game.
I never had it.
Well, you guys, that was a little more interesting than
We're gonna make a
as
billion
expected.
Shark token.
You know, that wasn't probably the best match we've called all day.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna give it to Fish and Tron. That was pretty sweet. However, you know, this is the conclusion of round 6. There's gonna be an extended break because they're gonna cut to the top 8 and then they're gonna do the deck checks for top 8. So you probably expect us to be back in an hour and 15 minutes. There's about 15 minutes left in round. Deck checks take anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes is what they've been doing. So we will catch you guys back in the top 8.
Absolutely.
Whether or not I can get myself a deck. It's French. It's decent. Oh.
All right, we are live.
Oh, there's things happening.
Looks like we got Nick 2 on Amulet Titan versus Russell on Asmo Food.
Yes. Both lists. Titan list is pretty stock, and for those of you who are really experienced in Modern, you may have seen pretty similar lists before. No, not tons of extra spice, but this Asmo Food list is pretty novel, at least to me. While the concept has existed for a long time, the execution that Russell is bringing is something that I find pretty novel and very, very cool. Whether or not it has a good matchman to Titan on the draw is a different story.
Yeah, we're about to find out.
Yep.
I'm real big on this Russell's list. It runs Asmo Cookbook. You have Overchase Daredevil to make, food on the drops. It also runs Archon and Troll of Khazad-dûm for persisting. You can also play a swamp, pass, come to turn, Troll Cycle for a swamp, play it, cast Persist, or cast Asmo on turn 2.
It's very funny.
It's very good. It also has backup lines with Urza Saga. You can pivot into an Urza Saga route. And then it also has Shieldred and the One Ring, which is just bananas busted.
Shieldred and the One Ring. It's such a fun combo. I mean, the thing is that Russell is attacking from a lot of different angles. And usually that's good, especially when you're playing against a lot of mid-rangier or other fair strategies. The problem here is that is not what's happening. Nick is trying to make an Amulet of Vigor, and then play some lands, and then kill you by turn 4/5. And I am not sure if Russell's clock is fast enough. I don't know if his disruption package is good enough. But I do know that there are definitely some things that Russell can do that the Titan deck is not very good against. For instance, the card Asmo is extremely good against Titan. If you can put 2 food tokens on the battlefield or set up any type of engine, the Titan will never ever live, and that's a very good place to be. It also kills every other creature in the deck, which is extremely relevant. Looking at this opener. Oh yeah. Oh, we got the nuts from Russell.
Do we? Do we have a cookbook and an Oval
We got a cookbook, Overchase Daredevil, second land Asmo. I think that's all we need.
That's
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Oh, also Russell is of course running Oakish Bowmaster because he has black in his deck. This is an excellent hand. Double cookbook right there.
Yeah, double cookbook.
Then there's no Asmo. Oh, it's significantly worse than I originally thought. Yeah, so Russell's gonna go ahead and send that back, presumably because
he needs Asmo.
Not just needs Asmo, but just needs something in this matchup. Honestly, like if he can put a reasonable clock on him quick enough, it should be okay.
Oh,
but against
disgusting.
Nick's hand is
Amulet, Michael Sincardin's
Yep.
Balance Lands Drive.
Yep. If Russell does not deal, if Nick's hand does have one major vulnerability though, right? And that's that there's no way to get Titan in that hand. No Talaria West, no Summoner's Pact, nothing like that. He's just looking at a relatively unfair hand with no payoff, and that can mean a lot in this matchup. Especially when you consider that Russell does have positive ways to interact with Nick's gameplay. So it looks like Nick on the play as one of the higher seeds. He's going to lead on Forest into Amulet of Vigor, classic. And then Russell does have green in his deck. He's splashing for 1 copy of Haywire Might. So Russell's going to go ahead and lead on that Shocked Overgrown Tomb. Nick will drop
One
return.
copy main.
Oh, wow. It's okay. I mean, sometimes it's just like that, you know?
We're going to Troll Cycle and then Persist Troll turn 2.
Well, I mean, Nick is just going to draw the Summoner's Pact. So sometimes it is just that easy. So we're going to go ahead and cycle the Troll. We're going to go get any black source. Or, well, not any black source, excuse me. We're going to go get any swamp. And then we're just going to pass the turn after that.
Oh, it's coming back to his turn. He did this at the end.
Yeah. I'm sorry. We're passing back to Russell, excuse me.
Yeah.
And then if Russell taps out for Persist, I think he dies. Well, Russell doesn't have much choice either, though.
No.
Yeah. Unfortunate set of circumstances, for sure.
He can block the Titan. That's not great.
Titan's going to get double pumped.
Yeah.
Is the problem. Yeah.
It was just a
Okay.
brutal opening by Nick top decking the Summer
for sure.
Respect.
And the thing is, with open deck lists, Nick actually probably knows that Russell doesn't have a ton of interaction at instant speed right here. So, oh, is that an Azusa?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Kind of doing it here. Let's see how he likes to go about this turn. I mean, if he decides to play very safe, we could see him decide not to go for it. It is technically possible.
Is there any reason he didn't tap the garden to copy last turn?
He could not. He did not have an extra mana.
An extra mana.
Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to float 1 green mana, I assume. We are going to play a bounce lane. Oh, you know what? Russell actually represents Beseju with this pass. Make 4. So we're going to be up to... Yeah, sure. He's just going to shortcut and say 5. We're going to play... Go to 9. Pact. Resolving.
I don't think Nick really cares about Beseju.
Yeah. If he activates that Microsynth Gardens on his Amulet of Vigor, and Russell responds by fetching.
for that, yeah.
Yes.
At this point, I don't think he cares.
No.
I do what you're saying now.
Okay. It looks like he's gonna go for the slightly more certain line of go find another Titan. Russell, I thought Russell was scooping for a second. He's not. So we're gonna go ahead and make 5 more mana.
And bounce to Talaria West.
Bounce Talaria West. We're gonna go cycle. Go ahead and yeah. We're good to go. We're good to go. Yep. That is. Yeah. I mean, sometimes you open broken, and there's not too much that you can do about it, especially considering how Russell's main deck looks. But when it comes to sideboards, we actually have a lot more we can do. So Russell in sideboards has access to 2 copies of Engineered Explosives, 4 copies of Fatal Push, 2 more copies of Haywire Might, 1 copy of Nile Spellbomb, 1 copy of Pithing Needle, 1 copy of Stone of Eric, 2 copies of Turok Dreadcamper, and 2 copies of Voidmere. What do you think we're bringing in this matchup?
Well, Voidmere stops
Summoner's Pact.
Summoner's Pact. So I don't. But is it fast enough? Is the question.
I think you just have to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure. Is Engineer Explosives even fast enough either?
I think you just have to bring in every answer to those cards you can. I think we're starting with Haywire Might. So let me say that first and foremost.
Yeah, Haywire Might would have been really huge there to get rid of the amulet.
Yeah, starting with Haywire Might, and then I think we're probably going to go ahead. It's honestly really easy to take out stuff in this matchup. So we're probably putting in 2 Haywire Mights, cutting Bone Shards, cutting Shadow Spear. We're never cutting Asmo itself because it's very good. We can also cut these 4 Orcish Bowmasters because Nick does not draw very many cards.
Yeah, they're effectively useless.
Exactly. We'll probably be putting in, again, Haywire Mights, Engineered Explosives, and then Voidmere. There's an argument for Pithing Needle. The card Urza Saga does provide a reasonable plan B. However, I think Russell is pretty comfortable being the better deck at abusing Urza Saga. So I doubt that will happen. I think we're just bringing in those answers to Amulet, and we're going to try and send it. And then what happens when we look at Nick's deck? 1 copy of Bojuka Bong, 1 copy of Beseju Who Endures, 2 copies of Cavern Souls, 4 copies of Dismember, 2 Endurance, 1 Engineered Explosives, 2 Generous End, 1 Colony Garden, and 1 copy of the One Ring. What do you think we're doing here?
Honestly, maybe just Dismembers to keep Asmo off the board. I'm not really like, is the extra ring even a necessity at this point? There's 3 main.
I think we are probably bringing in all 4 Dismember.
Yeah.
Finding cuts is honestly harder than anything else.
Agreed.
We might be able to cut this 1 Expedition map. We may want to cut one of these One Rings on the draw because that's not really the plan against what Russell's doing. And he has Russell's deck list, so he knows that Russell's going to have a reasonable amount of mana answers to the ring. We may be able to probably cut some lands, right? We're not too worried about we probably don't want all 3 of these Besejus in the main. We may not want this Crumbling Vestige because it's probably one of the more middle
You kind of
lands
want to keep Cookbook off the field.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah, Cookbook is a large part of where Russell's engine comes from, whether it be discarding Archon or just straight up making food for Asmo to Dome Titan. The threat of Asmo double food is just pretty gross.
Okay, and then there's also the possibility of bringing a non-zero amount of Dismember at 4, but also Endurance if you can find enough cuts.
Yeah.
It's a very good card in this matchup.
Endurance is pretty good to stop or persist on an Archon.
Exactly. It's worth noting that Generosent is also out of range of Asmo, and bigger than basically anything Russell can put on the battlefield that isn't named Construct Token. But I still don't think that's really what Nick wants to do. I think Nick is just going to send it back.
Yeah, I
more or
think
less.
Nick would just play Cultivator Colossus over in it.
I think this is probably one of the weaknesses of Russell's deck, is that even though he's doing some very powerful things, his interaction package is very heliocentric.
He got he got rolled by the luck for sure.
All right, let's take a look. We're gonna go ahead and grab 7 cards. The salmon sleeves are doing it for me. I like those. Okay, so Nick's hand this game already looks worth. Oh, it's real easy. Throw that back, yeah. Had a Slayer Stronghold, which means automatically a 6.
Don't hate Russell's hand. We got a cookbook, a push, an Overchase Daredevil, Engineered Explosives, Pithing Needle,
No
Overrun
threat.
Tomb.
I think we're keeping it. I think we just have to.
No.
Oh, Russell's gonna send it back. Okay, Russell
little
values
surprised.
having that threat. It's also worth noting that having Engineered Explosives with your cookbook is like not great.
It's not.
Yeah. You're still forced to play it because of how good the Amulet of Vigor is coming out of Nick. Mulliganing away multiple copies of sideboard cards though is definitely
It feels hurt.
bad.
It feels harsh.
It feels tough. So both players go into a 6. I have to say, I understand that Nick's deck is a combo deck that probably wants more looks, but the thing is that you can keep so few cards with this deck and still be very explosive.
You do have the explosive route because of Amulet of Vigor and a bounce land.
Russell does have more synergies, but they're just so much thinner than Nick's that we may just
It's not the centering of the deck.
Yeah, no,
It's
for
different
sure.
pivots.
It's not supposed to be the centering of the deck, but in this matchup it might be the centering of the deck. You know what I mean?
It could be.
It's just that without Asmo, it's just so difficult to play.
I don't hate this hand from Nick. Or not Nick, Russell, but
He's got 2
it's got a
sideboard
Haywire
cards.
Might, yeah.
Got a Haywire Might for sure. We're gonna bottom this because we don't have any discard outlet or persist. I think that makes a lot of sense. Is that Noble Chase Daredevil in the corner
It
there?
is.
Ugh.
Could be good.
I mean, yeah, it definitely makes your cookbooks a lot more free.
It does.
If there was a way to discard at all in this hand, I'd be a little bit more excited about it.
I
but
would be too, but I think well,
Nick 2 is also keeping a 6 though. Leading on this basic forest. And then we have a 1-drop.
Royal Grazer.
It's the boy. Trigger,
And we get
Bounce. Yes, sir.
Selesnya Sanctuary.
Excellent card. And the thing is, Nick's hand here may not actually look super great just because it doesn't have a Titan and it doesn't have an amulet, but it definitely has a copy of the ring, and the ring fixes a lot of those problems for Nick should he get to play it and untap with it.
There's also a notable Dismember sitting in his hand. That's going to be very relevant.
Extremely fair, especially considering that Russell is already thin on things to do.
Yep.
Should he draw the Asmo, the Dismember does make it a lot worse.
It does. There's another Overchase
Second
Daredevil.
Oval Chase Daredevil.
I think we just play the land and play the... Well, we can't... I don't think we run out the Haywire Might. I don't think we want to deal with having it spot removaled until we
for
absolutely need to.
I think Russell is likely to know that his opponent has brought in a non-zero amount of Dismembers here. There is an argument for running it out just because it will prevent him from dismembering an Asmo. I just don't think it's worth it. I think Nick often enough has to expose an Amulet of Vigor before the turn he goes off to where you just want to hold that up. And hopefully you get to untap when he plays Amulet of Vigor and then just activate the Haywire Might kind of all in one turn. We're going to go ahead and land a copy of Pithing Needle. I don't think we're going to be able to get the name unless they decide to put it on stream.
Yeah, Steven, can you type the card named in chat on Pithing Needle for me?
Yeah. But there's definitely like a non-zero amount of names that it can hit. Talaria West, Slayer's Stronghold, Strike My Fancy. You could also name the One Ring. However, Russell is also playing copies of that card himself, and I'm assuming that he hasn't boarded those out, although I'm not certain.
I really like Teleria West here, to be honest with you.
Getting any and all copies of Titan out of Nick's deck, including just the 9th one, is still arguable for sure. I'm not sure if it's correct. I don't play the deck, but the card itself is just so scary. Oh, drawing that,
Slayer's Stronghold?
yeah, is probably not where Nick wants to be. It makes the kill a little bit harder for sure. Obviously, he can still play a Titan and follow it up with a land and feel pretty okay about it, but like,
A second
the
Haywire
greatest.
Might.
Second Haywire Might incentivizes me to run out the first one.
I agree.
That being said, Russell's hand is quite literally 2 copies of Haywire Might and 2 copies of Oval Chase Daredevil. I am not feeling super great about my position if I'm.
I mean, a
Russell
cookbook
right
is just, or an Asmo top deck here is just brutal.
here. Russell drawing Asmo doesn't actually do anything though, right?
Yeah, but it sets the hand up and molds the hand.
I think the problem here is that he needs 2 cards.
Yeah, he
If-
does.
And he needs 2 hits like basically in a row. Even though these Haywire Mites are good, if Nick just plays Titan as a 6/6 anytime soon, it's gonna get really difficult really quickly. So we're gonna go ahead and we're just gonna fire this off. I don't believe
gains
Russell
2
has
life.
any actual targets except for his own Pithing Needle. I'm not sure what that needle is on. Maybe we can.
Oh,
check
Slayer
that.
Stronghold.
Okay, so it's on the Slayer Stronghold, which is unfortunate for Russell because he's gonna have to deal with his opponent playing and activating the ring this turn.
Yeah,
Just
the
not a great
second,
place to be.
Second Haywire Might in hand, though.
You know, we were talking about how the deck doesn't draw cards. I have a feeling that the deck's about to draw a lot of cards.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh,
Urza Saga
That's
is.
brutal.
Yeah. We know Nick's deck is not all hits, but the hits hit so hard. That land not really doing it here.
Yeah, Russell's not drawing the greatest. This is unfortunate for him.
For sure. I mean, that's
I'm
one of
gonna
the
run this Haywire Might out. I'm gonna get rid of the
yeah,
the
for
ring
sure.
now.
It just has to go. It
Yeah.
has to go.
From his standpoint, not
Yeah.
knowing that Nick drew a Urza Saga, it's gotta go.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even knowing Nick drew an Urza Saga, I don't think you can afford to let that ring stay on the board,
Yeah.
right? Nick has already shown you like a lot of cards that are not Titan. Well, it's very easy for Nick to have Titan. I don't think you can afford to play as if he has Titan, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Oh, Shieldred.
Ooh, what a top deck.
Shieldred's gonna hit the battlefield, and that's gonna be pretty good.
We're gonna probably see this ring just stay on 1.
Yeah, for sure. Well, not for sure, but it's a very strong possibility. That Arboreal Grays are looking more relevant than ever, considering that it can block this this copy of Shieldred. Drawing a Bajuka Bach return is not necessarily what
That
Nick
great,
wants to see,
yeah.
but this Urza Saga is probably going to be able to activate and block this Shieldred, which means it is not going to be the fastest clock in the world.
Steven, you got somebody disfocusing the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Is their feet hitting the table?
Looks like a rave.
Yeah, it does.
Having fun. Nick is doing math. Oh, the Dave's hot.
Oh,
chick.
he's-
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, take 4.
Oh yeah.
Go to
Who
9.
cares? Who cares was dying anyways.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal.
I think it's fine. I appreciate Nick just like not waiting until this Shieldred is gonna kill him for sure, and just putting everything into play as quickly as possible. Probably gonna run out this Urza Saga here, and then we're gonna make token, or sorry, we're gonna get a Urza Saga trigger. Next turn, I think we're probably just running out this Titan, and if Russell doesn't have an answer for it, it is extremely good against the Shieldred.
I think we just take the hit.
Yeah, for sure. I think not 100% sure actually.
Well, the Pithing Needle is on Stronghold, which does stop a lot of the damage.
For sure, but I think this Titan might actually end up blocking.
Oh, I don't think Russell's swinging is what I'm saying.
Oh, you don't think Russell's swinging?
No,
here?
I think he's gonna not play into his shoulder getting off the board. With the ring at 2, every time he draws for upkeep, it's 4 damage. It's 2 for the ring
Why?
and 2
What?
for the draw step.
What can Nick play here that prevents Russell from swinging?
Not sure.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna do that thing.
I don't think we. Oh, the Haywire
Haywire
Might.
Might? Okay.
I think we get rid of Saga here, like now.
Yeah. It's a little bit weird considering that Nick does have an active ring. Upkeep. We're gonna go ahead and pop Saga. Yes, sir. Go ahead and gain 2 life.
Nick will go. Russell go to 21.
Yep. And then now the Shieldred is looking more and more lethal.
Yeah, so the ring trigger's gonna put him to 7. He draws the
Yeah.
turn and goes to 5.
Yep.
It's real gross.
He's basically on 1 draw step. Now, here's the thing. If this draw step is an amulet, we're in business.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
We do have Beseiju for the Pithing Needle.
For sure. Oh, actually, you know what? If draw step is amulet, I don't think we have enough cards to do the stuff. I think this may actually end up being a turn where we activate the ring again to look for more cards, just so we don't.
Oh, we die. We do die. We
Mhm.
can't activate. We do die.
We activate. We draw 3.
Take 6.
Take 6. We're taking 2 off of.
No. Once he draws for turn,
Mhm.
this is his upkeep still. This puts him to 7. He
Mhm.
draws a card and goes to 5. If he was to attempt to
you're
draw
right.
3, he'd be dead.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
So now he's at 4. Why is it 4, not 5? There we go. 5.
Oh, let's go.
I mean, Dismember.
Dismember.
You go to 1.
I mean, going to 1 is probably not good enough here, right? Bajuka Bog. No way to untap it. Yeah, no, I think Russell has navigated this matchup pretty well, and he figured out a way to get out of it. Target your dude.
So Nick's gonna go to 1.
Okay.
We're gonna see if he
probably
can.
gonna activate this 1 ring.
Yeah, to try to end the game.
Yeah, see if we can find something, or maybe find an answer for our own ring. You know, definitely a non-zero possibility here. Okay, got a Dryad. None of those cards look like they really answer your own ring, unfortunately.
No.
Let's see. Nick's trying to do the math and figure out if he can find something here. But
He'll
it
scoop it
looks
up.
like we're
Russell
gonna
got
pack
game
it in.
2. That
Russell
was
got game 2. No, that was extremely impressive.
Shieldred.
Yeah, for sure. Curving out into it definitely made the game look a lot easier. And I think that was actually in his opener. I think we might have mistaken that card for Ovalchase Daredevil.
Looking at it, it didn't look like it. It looked like he drew it.
Mm.
I think he drew it the turn he played.
Okay.
'Cause I was watching him shuffle his cards and I wasn't seeing it.
Okay.
So Nick did bring in Bajuka Bog. Interesting.
Yes.
He brought in, well, I mean, he already has some form of Boseiju main board, right? Yeah,
Mhm.
3. So we don't know if he brought that in. We did see Dismembers. I think that was it.
I think Dismember makes a lot of sense. And out of Russell, we did see basically half his sideboard, right?
Haywire Mites, pushes, engineered explosives.
Yeah, we know he's also bringing in those pushes because even though it's hard for them to tag some of those creatures in Nick's deck, it's still better than having no answers whatsoever, right?
Yeah, you know, fetch, fatal push, a Dryad or an Azusa is huge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Responding to the amulet triggers for the first drop with them and getting them off the battlefield sometimes just slows Nick enough that he just can't complete Titan.
For sure. It also leads to weird situations where like Nick is weirdly pressured to not do certain things with his 3-mana
Yeah.
creatures in play, because if you Summoner's Pact or anything like that, and you get your thing pushed before you can make your actual land drops, you can die
To your
in
own
situations
pact.
where you feel kind of priced in.
Yeah, your own pack trigger.
Definitely some weird things that can happen with the fatal pushes in the deck, and I do think they should probably be in. Didn't see. So we saw some cards in Russell's deck. I don't know if he has Orcish Bowmasters anymore. I don't know even if he has Orcish Bowmasters, knowing Nick is on the ring. I don't even know if he still wants those in his deck. Like, I would still support him probably not having them.
Yeah, Shieldred was just so brutal there.
Shieldred's very good. Shieldred is a little bit better of a clock than Orcish Bowmasters, in my opinion. There could be a non-zero amount in Russell's deck, but looking at how many cards he has put in, it's hard for me to assume that he has a bunch of those left over.
Right?
Mhm.
Nick is going to be on the play, which is one of the scariest things sitting across from Titan.
Love it.
If they go land, you know, Amulet of Vigor, go, it's just pretty
You just
yeah, you just die.
You die real quick.
Or like Forest of Boreal Grazer, play a second land, play a Vigor, Amulet of Vigor, go. It's also really scary.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Russell's hand is very interesting. We see Cookbook, Thoughtseize, Archon, Void Mirror.
No black source.
Yeah, but he does have the Saga with the Cookbook.
You can't keep that, man.
We'll
You
see
can't
what he...
keep that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't keep that.
Oh, it's so rough for his luck.
It looks like they're both mulliganing, going to 6 again.
Man, Russell's hand luck has been brutal.
For sure.
Thoughtseize on the draw though does lose some value.
No,
But
absolutely.
Void Mirror is very important.
Void Mirror is extremely important in this match.
Yeah, stopping Summoner's Pact is pretty good.
Bringing your opponent from 4.
I mean, but if you just have it, you have it, right? Like Nick did game 1.
Mhm.
I mean, sometimes you can't just stop your opponent from having it.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Looks like there's some commentary between the two, talking about the Mulligan.
Yeah, probably. I mean, the thing is, that's one of the cool things about open decklist tournaments is that you can be like, that's one of the cool things about open decklist tournaments and being at a local tournament, even if it's relatively large, is that like a lot of the guys in SoCal know each other. we all like each other for the most part, so we can talk pretty openly, especially when we have each other's deck list in front of us already, about like, hey, like what was going on with your hand, what was going on with my hand, so on and so forth, especially if they're already back in our decks, right? And it's a really good way to gain like a lot of information. Even if you do lose, you end up learning how to play the matchup maybe a little bit better, or you just have an idea of like the way that each person's mindset is in the matchup, or like what it means to actually like keep a 7 versus a 6 in this matchup, which can be pretty important, especially considering how volatile Nick's deck can be.
Russell's hand's pretty sweet here. We got Troll Cycling, we got Fatal Push, we got Void Mirror, we got an onboard Haywire Might. He puts back the Swamp because he's going to Troll Cycle for another Swamp.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's pretty sweet. You could just, like, run this Haywire Might out and then have a Void Mirror on turn 2, or the Haywire Might up for exile.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could just, like, play the Swamp and pass. I guess it's really going to depend on what Nick plays first.
For sure. Nick going to 5 here is a little bit tough. Once we get to those 5-card hands with Titan, things are getting a lot more dicey. It's worth noting Russell doesn't have any of the super proactive disruptive pieces, namely those Thought Seizes or a copy of Engineered Explosives for one, but Nick is definitely going to be a little bit pressed in this game for material, and he's probably going to have to keep a loose hand that has one half of the things he needs and maybe not the other. That being said, if there's one thing Titan does extremely well, it is play ridiculously with like 3 to 5 cards.
I mean, Nick could also just lean into an Urza Saga hand, but at the same time, Russell does have that Haywire Might.
Yeah, for sure. So it looks like this is going to be a keep from Nick. We're going to throw 2 lands to the bottom.
I don't like this.
It's so hard to go to 4 in this deck. And the One Ring is just such a good card, and it can dig you out of so many negative situations. Nick's almost guaranteed to hit it on 4, just because, yeah, he has the bounce land and another land, so he'll be able to play it on turn 4. It's just going to be unfortunate in the Haywire Might.
So it looks like Russell top decked a Swamp.
Mm-hmm.
It's also interesting that Russell did not shock that into Troll Cycle.
For sure, it's possible he has a plan for the troll, or he just has enough lands to where he's not really worried about it. I mean, drawing the 4th land makes it to where like there's a non-zero chance we're hard casting this thing, right?
Yeah.
Looks like we're gonna run out this Void Mirror.
Yeah.
And this
That's gonna eat a Boseiju next turn, probably.
Yeah, might have to. Nick may want to try and get this ring out first before we say all that. Oh, but we just natty drew a Titan, and that feels pretty good. Let's see.
Urza Saga.
Yeah. That's definitely making me think that this troll is going to stay in the hand, and we're just going to make it on 6. Sometimes it's just a 6/5 with some text.
Oh, Boseiju
In response
Urza
to trigger.
Saga.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay.
I think we should get a
Yeah, get an Overgrown too. No
Or-
big deal.
yeah. Either that or an untapped Swamp. To leave mana up for Fatal Push, but I guess he's not.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the thing is, these Fatal Pushes are a lot less effective right now because he doesn't have a way to lose a permanent. Which means that a lot of the 3-drops that Nick can play are going to be pretty live.
Yeah, I think we're next season play a land and play a ring.
Probably just playing the ring.
That's the Cultivator Colossus.
Trigger. Make a ring.
Yep. There's the ring.
Draw a card. Maybe. Maybe. Yes, sir. Okay, so it looks like Nick may be on his way to cast Natty Titan in the same way that Russell's on his way. cast the
Yeah, we
Natty
got
Troll.
4 mana from Nick.
Asmo is looking pretty good here, though, and that Troll's going to enable it hitting the battlefield.
Do we have
Which-
Asmo, or is that
Yes.
a cookbook?
I think we drew an Asmo. Not 100% sure. Let's see. So, gonna run out this Haywire Might, which makes me think Asmo, not necessarily here.
That looks like a cookbook.
Yeah, it looks like a cookbook. I think you're right. So, enters tap because we're casting cookbook. Absolutely a cookbook. And then this cookbook actually turns on this Fatal Push until the end of time.
It does.
Yeah. Which is very important. And let's see, what's Nick really looking for here? I think we're just trying to draw.
Nick is just trying to get lands that don't cause disruption to himself.
Yeah, for sure. This Dryad is like a non-zero creature here.
Yeah, it's not great.
It's not great.
It's definitely not great.
I think we're still putting it on board though. Yeah, there we got a Dryad. Another bounce land would be really good here, but I just don't think we
So
have any.
it's to note that the Fatal Push will not trigger off the cookbook. It's got to leave from the battlefield for revolt.
Yes, but it does trigger off the food you sacrifice from the cookbook.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
Which is why that Fatal Push is now kind of live. Not this turn, but in the upcoming
Yeah.
turns can definitely happen.
So we're gonna untap. What are we drawing? Another castle. That's
Another castle.
unfortunate.
I mean, he's curving into troll now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we're discarding. Okay. Discarding swamp to make a food.
I think we're discarding the castle. No, because he already has one in play.
YOLO. He's gonna crack the food, and then he's just gonna go ahead and play this Fatal Push.
Yep.
Yep.
It's also worth noting the food is going to make it a little bit harder for Nick to win the game. Titan does like its opponents to be within a specific range in order to make them killable.
And usually the number they're looking for is 16 to 18. But Nick here is just going to kind of be floundering for a couple turns. Luckily, Russell doesn't actually have any pressure for him. That bounce land right here is fairly critical, though, because not only does it represent the 6th mana for Titan, but it represents the 7th mana for Cultivator Colossus. This Titan finding 2 bounce lands allows Nick to untap after playing Titan, and then play a Cultivator Colossus, drawing a billion cards and making a billion things. It's also worth noting that cookbook that Russell just drew for the turn is not extremely effective. However, he does have Castle Lockways to try and get some more material. Both these players are just struggling to find their respective win conditions, right? Russell struggling because he probably needs a non-zero amount of copies of Urza Saga or Asmo, and then Nick struggling because he's drawn a lot of lands. And I think we're looking at yet another cookbook for Russell, which is almost cruel because cookbook is a huge engine for his deck, but it's just not good enough here. Running out a second one, and just passing back to Nick with Titan mana in play, just an unfortunate spot. We're going to go ahead and run this guy out. Yes, sir. So that's your boy Primetime. Primeval Titan, 6 mana green creature, 6/6, trample. When it enters the battlefield, you can search your library for any 2 lands and put them into play tapped. Then shuffle your library. Usually, we are trying to combo this card with cards such as Amulet of Vigor or Valakut. In this particular case, Nick is probably just going to look for a non-zero amount of value to see if he can get his opponent dead quicker. This Urza Saga looks really solid here, and it looks like he's considering it. There's also a Slayer Stronghold in his hand that he's kind of shuffling around. Let's see. And he's pulled another Urza Saga, so he may go double Urza Saga, which would be really fun. Also, Mycosynth Gardens here. And I think those are the biggest options. There's also like a non-zero chance he gets a bounce land, just so he can guarantee that Cultivator Colossus. It looks like that's what he wants to do. It looks like he's going to go ahead and lock in that Cultivator Colossus for next turn. He's going to go ahead and choose a land to bounce back with his Selesnya Sanctuary. And he's going to try and more or less go off next turn. And it should be pretty cool to watch. The fact is, Nick has what is essentially 8 mana on board, which makes these Cultivator Colossus real threats, because that Crumbling Vestige entering the battlefield off the Cultivator Colossus trigger is going to make enough mana to be able to activate the Slayer Stronghold targeting the Cultivator Colossus, which is then going to get in for 10 to 12 damage, depending on what Russell does here. Another Fatal Push is just not helpful. So, I don't know. Russell seems to be struggling to find a way to win, and Nick has the thing on board that fuels his entire deck.
What are we getting off the Titan trigger, though?
We got Selesnya Sanctuary and a copy of Slayer Stronghold.
No, I mean, if we swing, what are we getting?
Oh, if we swing, I think we're just getting bounce lands, probably. We also may get bounce land Beseiju to try and blow up this Void Mirror, because at that point, it may actually be a problem. Russell's going to go ahead and activate this. Ooh, Thoughtseize is such a hit here, actually. If he decides to cast it, it is going to take this Cultivator Colossus out of Nick's hand, and Nick is then going to be swinging basically naked with that 6/6. So we're going to go ahead and show, yep, Cultivator Colossus, as well as Summoner's Pact. Presumably, he's going to take a copy of Cultivator Colossus here, and 6 is a lot less than the 14 to 20 that he was going to present next turn instead. So Russell is tanking for quite a bit on this decision.
I think he's just trying to make sure that if he takes Cultivator, there's nothing in it that's just gonna bite him.
For sure, that's fair. It's hard for this for the Summoners pack to be super relevant this turn, but it's very likely that in the upcoming couple turns it is, because again, this Titan is essentially a demonic tutor twice for Nick's deck, and assuming that he kept in a non-zero amount of Boseiju, it can search up a Boseiju very easily.
Yep.
And start blowing up that Void Mirror and kind of get to work on Russell's game plan overall.
I think this game is in a far south for both players, or for Russell, unless he draws Asmo.
That Amulet of Vigor actually opens up a few lines for Nick here, though.
Yeah.
It's going to make that Titan significantly harder to deal with, because he's going to be able to pump it, should he choose to, on attacks with that one card, Sundhome, I believe is what it's called, or something. I don't play this deck, I don't know. So we're gonna
Sunhome, Fortress of the Legion.
Yes, which is a land that says for 2, a red and a white, activate it. Give target creature double strike until the end of turn. We're gonna go ahead and make a blue mana. Transmute. Okay.
Here comes Boseiju.
Yep. Gonna go get a Boseiju. Well, I actually don't know this ruling off the top of my head. But this can search for Boseiju, correct?
Correct.
Okay, sweet.
0 drop.
Perfect. So this Boseiju is going to go ahead and tag this Void Mirror. And then I assume we are going to be casting a Summoner's Pact, going to search for a Titan, and then doing some degen stuff. Am I right?
Yeah, it's gonna line up pretty gross for Nick.
Okay. Let's see. Boseiju floating white, I believe.
I think he just used all the floating mana now that he's explaining it. He had one
Okay.
floating from the Teleria West.
Mm-hmm.
Is that? Okay, now, yeah.
And then Russell should still have lands to get, but how relevant they are is another question altogether. Summoner's Pact. And at this point, he's probably going to flip most of his deck face up. I think this is potentially actually going to grab a Dryad here, considering I don't believe he actually has the mana to play a Titan right now.
He does not have the mana to play a Titan, but he does have the mana to play Dryad.
Yeah.
He has Forest, Slayer, Stronghold, and Gruul Turf. He could use the Gruul Turf and the floating mana.
Mm-hmm. So
and be just fine.
Gruul Turf plus activating Forest for white because the Dryad means the
Yeah.
Dryad actually has haste as well.
Do we need that, though? I don't think we need it.
It's an extra couple points of damage. I wouldn't be surprised if it happens. And I think he's trying to push as much as possible right now. So using floating mana and that. Oh, okay. So
Nick, does Russell still have Fatal Push in hand?
let's see.
Because
He
because he had to permanently leave the battlefield with the Void Mirror.
He does have a
So
Fatal
that
Push.
is a Fatal Push to Dryad play.
And it looks like he had to use his mana for the Slayer Stronghold anyways. So we're going to go ahead and attack. We're going to get a couple of triggers. And this might be Valakut, in which case he is going to kind of toss a few damage. But
Yeah,
it
we're
probably
gonna-
won't be too relevant considering the way
Dryad,
this game is
yeah.
going.
We're gonna decent with the Dryad.
Ooh, Valakut plus Mountain, or Valakut plus Vesuva is a little bit all in here. I don't know if Nick is playing around this Fatal Push. I don't even know if it's correct to play around this Fatal Push, to be fair. But I do know that he is going to get this Valakut blanked. Let's see. So he's looking at Valakut into Laria West, which is pretty interesting.
I think he's gonna
He's just going to look for it. Okay, I like this a lot. So
he's covering his bases if he gets Fatal Push.
which, I mean, again, this goes to show, like, you know,
Yeah, a lot of reps in this deck.
clearly, to play against a matchup like this, which, again, we're all locals, we all know each other. Like, this Asmo food deck is not popular in this area, right?
No, it's not.
I'm not saying it's not good, but it's not super popular. And, like, it's very impressive that Nick is able to play around a lot of these cards, with potentially not even having seen the deck before. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to make some stuff. Okay. We're going to be able to get one more turn out of Russell. Russell draws a Thoughtseize. He knows the only card in Nick's hand is a copy of Talaria West.
I think this one looks really, really tough.
Yeah. There's also Slayer Stronghold on the field.
Yep.
Which means that the Chalaria West can transmute, go find a copy of Titan. That Titan will probably be hasted up unless
Yeah.
Russell finds an answer that I haven't seen in his deck.
He has Castle to draw a card, and he can. I mean, Troll Cycle play a land. Okay, well, he's just hardcasting.
Make Troll.
Yeah, make Troll.
It's a 6/6.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Make Troll.
Getting there. Getting there.
All right, that's.
Nick rubbing his hands together because we are eating today.
Yeah, that is definitely game.
Yeah.
Considering this Titan probably has double strike coming in, he's just deciding how to pay for this pact right now.
Probably.
Yeah. Gonna be a little tough. Definitely gonna be a little tough. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Oh. All
I think
right.
he's also trying to figure out how he can play the Titan if he pays.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right. That looks like 4 to me. Look like 4 to you?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah, Grillturf Forest plus Crumbling Spire.
All right. Let's draw a card.
Or Crumbling Vestige.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and float a green, transmuting to Laria West. Oh, I think now we're probably going for the Dryad line, actually.
Oh, yeah, I just pointed at the Troll.
Yep.
As an attack trigger.
Trigger.
Yeah, that's probably what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if he grabs it. Yep.
Dryad.
Yeah, this game is a wrap. He's gonna attack trigger, go get Valakutes, trigger the Valakutes at the Troll, and then face.
Yep, absolutely. Let's see. Could get.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's probably, we're probably getting to about it territory.
Yep, here we go.
All right, now completely tapped out. We're gonna go ahead and grab this Vesuva and this Valakut.
Yep.
We're gonna deal
12?
12.
Yeah, 2.
Yeah, it seems
Yeah.
pretty good.
Six per card and it sees itself. So.
Yeah, for sure. Yeesh. Oh, untap. Gotta untap him, right?
Oh, gotta untap him to give the Titan +2/+0. Ah!
I'm trolling. I'm trolling. And then there is the
+2/+0.
and double strike, right?
No, not double strike, just +2/+0 haste and vigilance, which is enough, for the record.
No, Russell has 11. +2 is only 8, right?
Because
Because he pointed the Valakutes. He had to point the oh no.
to him to
Yeah, to him to face. So that is.
I mean, the
enough,
2
yeah.
doesn't matter. Like
It's 6 regardless, but
Yeah.
oh, he chose to copy Selesnya Sanctuary. Is that right? Oh, okay. I can't tell what's happening right
I
now.
can't tell what's happening either.
All right.
Okay,
for
it's
sure.
game.
All right. Yep. Good games.
Looks like Nick on Amulet Titan took it for the first round of top 8s.
Absolutely.
Tough beats by Russell and his draws.
Nah, for sure. It's one of those ones where like Nick is definitely a more linear deck with a more focused game plan, but Russell has tools to stop him, as we saw in game 2. Sometimes it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, he needed Asmo pretty bad most of that.
Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, drawing Asmo in any of those 3
Yeah,
games.
it would have been crazy. We'll catch you guys for the this is the top 8. We'll see you for the semis.
Semifinals. Yes, sir. gonna lie. I might have taken the split and then, well, no, not offered the full.
Welcome back. We are going to do the quarterfinals matchup with Derek on Red Eldrazi versus Nick on Amulet Titan.
Yes, sir. And the thing is that usually when you're playing like the Dirtily Creature deck, you're not super great into decks like Amulet Titan that are kind of going over the top and playing 6/6s on turn 3. But the thing is that Derek does have multiple copies of Blood Moon in the matchup, which are obviously extremely good. And we're also looking at really big creatures, honestly. They're not quite as big as Titan, but they're definitely a lot more irritating to deal with on average. And they can be troublesome in their own right.
Let's take a look at Derek's list. We got Ragavan,
Yes, sir.
Bonecrusher, Thought Seer, Eldrazi Obligator,
Oh, that's
Fury, Reality Smasher. He's also got a main board Chandra Torch of Defiance. I'm digging this.
Yeah, no, it seems pretty fun. I'm actually looking forward to see those Ragavan and Thought Seers. I think those are what the match was kind of going to hinge on here. Reality Smasher, not great into cards like Primeval Titan. The One Ring does provide protection, which is something that Amulet Titan does legitimately have trouble dealing with.
Except Derek also has a Bonecrusher as a 4 of.
Yes.
So he says your ring is null and void.
Yeah, Derek is also making it really hard for Nick's rings to matter as much as he would probably like them to. But he's also not doing great against the card Titan.
No.
He does have starts that Nick is going to have a lot of trouble beating, and he has more access to turn 2 Thought Seer than most of the decks in the format playing Thought Seer because of those Ragavans that he's playing in his main deck. That being said, I think Derek is probably going to have a pretty hot start to beat Nick's deck in general.
Derek does have the advantage. He was second seat, so he gets to go first.
For sure. And it looks like Derek's actually going to go ahead and take a mulligan here. I think Nick, looking at his hand of 6 lands and a Summoner's Pact, is feeling the same. Yep. And they're both going to send it back, go to 6. Derek is probably mulliganing for some pretty specific combination of cards here.
Yeah, we're gonna be looking for like Ragavan plus Blood Moon.
Yeah, Ragavan.
I mean, we're on the play. We want Ragavan plus Blood Moon.
Yeah.
And then Nick on the flip side is like, where's my Arboreal Grazer? I need it now.
My Arboreal Grazer, my Amulet.
Yeah.
Just anything that is like... even just the card Forest is actually pretty good in this matchup. He just really, really wants Arboreal Grazer. He wants Forest. He wants Boseiju. Derek hitting Ragavan into any accelerated turn 2 play is going to be pretty good for him. Except perhaps Matter Reshaper, which is kind of a mid card in the matchup.
He's not on Matter Reshaper. He's on Reality Smasher and Thought.
Oh, he's on 0 Matter Reshaper?
So he's on Thought Seers, 4 Eldrazi Obligators, and 3 Reality Smashers.
Okay, well, looking at this opening hand, I don't see... Unfortunately, not really seeing any of those cards in the opener, so it looks like Derek's going to go ahead and take a mold of 5. Let's see what Nick's going to do here. We do have that basic 4... Oh, Nick's hand is...
Yeah, Nick's hand's insane.
Nick's hand is great.
Saga Ring, Bounce Lands. Yeah,
and the Blood Moons are not in the main, right? So Nick knows that he does not have to deal with that in game 1, which is very important. And just starting off with turn 1 Amulet is just...
pretty puke.
I mean, yeah, what are you going to do about it? Like,
yeah, turn 1 Saga Amulet.
Derek's going to go ahead and go to 5. Derek is on the play, which means this Ragavan is almost always getting hidden, especially against the config that we know Nick has kept. However, I think he's not found it again.
I mean, if we keep this, we just put Chandra Torch Defiance back.
Yeah.
Card's a little slow in this matchup, and Lightning Bolt, I mean, I don't hate it.
We got to keep stuff. Like, we just have to have a function.
Looks like a Den of the Bugbear, Raminot, what's the land? Raminot Runes, Bonecrusher Giant. I can't exactly tell the rest of the hand.
At least Den of the Bugbear can eventually attack for 4.
Yeah, Den is a pressure card. So we're gonna go turn 1 Monkey. He did have the Monkey.
Oh, he had the Monkey. Okay, we're good to go.
We're down. We're playing
a game. We're playing a game.
Here comes the Amulet.
Yep. All right, we're playing a real game.
All right, let's see what happens here.
Fury, not doing it. Trigger. Gimme.
Okay,
have that Mycosynth card.
That's a huge hit for him.
I mean, it just matters that Nick doesn't draw it next turn, right?
Yes, but it also prevents a second Amulet immediately.
Yeah, absolutely.
Raminot Runes.
Oh, we got tokens. Yes, sir. What are we getting? What are we getting? Who's on the
Treasure
treasure
tokens.
token?
Nick is giving a treasure token to his opponent. The Ragavan.
A generous god. And not finding it, I guess.
That's okay, Steven. Have Derek get out his sweet treasure tokens.
Oh, there's a treasure token. No. Go ahead and use that.
Yeah, Steven, Nick's money's on the table. Let's push that off the table.
I liked it on the table. It was a good treasure token.
Mm-hmm. It was a good treasure token.
It's a lot better than that die right there.
I got a sweet treasure token I can go hook it up with.
Let's see. So we're gonna go back to Nick. Nick is gonna untap, pick that Urza Saga up. We're gonna go ahead and play a bounce land, untap it, make 3 mana, bounce the bounce land, play a Dryad. We're probably gonna replay. Oh no, we're just gonna play a Boseiju. Because next turn, providing this Urza Saga lives, we are going. Ooh, Derek is considering bone crushing Nick's face here.
I don't hate it. It's just constant pressure.
Yeah,
You
I
need
mean, he
constant
needs
pressure in this game, yeah.
it's so much harder to provide like this 2 and 3 damage at a time pressure when you're playing Fury.
Ooh,
Sure,
that's
absolutely.
aggressive. I like it.
I mean, you got to do what you got to do, right?
Yeah, so let's go ahead and smack that Ragavan.
Triggers. Here's a card.
Bounce
Okay.
land.
Relevant. Means you can't search it with Titan anymore.
Are
Which is one of the
we
ways we
casting
change.
Bone Crusher?
I mean,
Oh, Thanathir.
That's a card.
Oh, jeez.
Yep. Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all.
I like it, actually. I think we just take Titan and force him to pack for another one.
Yeah, sure, whatever. I mean, cool. Sweet. Fun.
I like it. It's pretty loaded, though.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. I mean, we're gonna take it. We're not gonna take it.
Yeah. Forcing Summoner's Pack is also really relevant.
For sure. I mean, maybe Nick will cast Summoner's Pact in the end step. You never know.
He dies doing that.
Yeah. Yes.
Why are you trolling me so hard? It's
Why?
been a long day. It's been a long day. You troll me so hard. Listen, there's boundaries. I gotta have them. Oh boy, I'm taking Titan.
Yeah.
Like the
I
ring.
think
The ring
sometimes
sucks,
it's,
right? The ring sucks to get time walked, but
We're not.
I mean, Nick is probably gonna try to puke combo.
Keep it a buck. I don't think we're time walking. Yeah.
Nah, I think we're just puking combo.
I'm like 99% sure this is combo.
I hate you, Nick. You did this wrong, and you know you did it intentionally because I'm watching now.
Wait, what are you talking about?
You
He
don't
floated the mana.
sacrifice it till the end of the card resolution.
Oh,
You never give an opportunity for anyone to react. You always gain priority right back.
disgusting.
It's
Shortcut always.
No. No.
He doesn't have counter spells. Don't shuffle that down.
It's-
Yeah, stop that.
Stop.
Yeah.
Oh! Oh, what is that?
Make 6. Make 6.
Poor
Make 6.
Derek. That's
Make 6.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That's Simic Growth Chambers. Yeah.
It's
Just-
make 9, by the way, because it untaps at the end. It's 3 untaps. Yeah.
I can't even tell where your hand is anymore, dude.
Yeah, it's so gross. Poor
No,
Derek.
this is fine. This 12. Bounce that. Yeah. Search. Yeah. We go ahead and pack for another Titan. Yes, sir. Yep.
Damn,
Triggers.
Derek.
Oh my god. He's getting so run over.
Derek had such a good start.
It was fine. Oh,
My boy in shambles.
you sure you want those? I don't think you want those.
I don't think he gives a. He cares.
I think he actually needs to do this correctly. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. What? Oh, this is so silly. Oh, he's gonna go for the full.
A full Titan.
Yeah. Oh, we're Titantroning. Let's go. 1 white mana.
Chaining. Titan chaining. This is puke.
This is. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Man, I'm feeling so wonderful if I'm Derek sitting there watching my opponent play solitaire like this.
I'm having so much fun actually. Like. Oh yeah.
Poor Derek.
Could've played the
My
ring, too.
boy in shambles.
Yeah.
That was just disgusting.
Well, that's good for your magic, Michael. I
Hey,
don't
you know
you're
what?
talking about.
You know what? At least shout out to Nick for showing he knows how to play the damn deck.
Yeah,
He didn't stop until he needed
No,
to.
absolutely. Like
He said, "Do I keep going, Derek, or do you scoop up?" That's a Kalani Garden that's gonna come in to block that Ragavan.
"Yes, sir."
Generous sense to get under the blood moon. Do we care about Dismember? I think we do, because it kills Fatal, or it kills Reality Smasher and Thought-Seer.
Yeah, for sure.
I guess he says no. He says, I don't give a shit.
Oh, doesn't care. L ratio, so on and so forth. Oh, look at the friendly reviewing the deck list with the opponent. Nick laughing at his turn 3 win. That's like the worst way to lose on turn 3 too, is when your opponent puts like, how much would that have been in the end? So like
So
4 Titans.
it's 2 lands, guys, right? One of them's a bounce land.
Oh, it's Twitch chat.
Yeah, they're asking how you make 9 lands with 1 bounce land and 3 amulets.
Yeah, so Bounce Land plus Talaria West is 3 mana per untap. Each amulet is 1 untap, so that is 9 mana. 3 times 3.
I think they're asking initially how he had
Nick does the little dance when he's like doing his tap untap motion.
explaining.
That's so cute. Shout out to Dave's Hot Chicken Boys. Let's see. So, cutting cards. What's Derek bringing in? Actually, I'm more interested. in that.
Blood Moons, 4 of them.
Yes.
Stone Brain.
2 of them. No Warping Whales, I assume. No Orvars, I assume.
No, Engineering Explosives, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, probably.
Brotherhood End, if it gets that far. Casting the Fire is not too bad
I
either.
think we're probably bringing in both those Cast in the Fires.
Yeah,
That Brotherhood's End seems okay. I think those bolts are just like
not
kind of extremely dead. Yeah.
Bolt's only really good against Arboreal Grazer if you want your monkey to connect, but then are you really like getting ahead doing that?
Yeah, exactly. Especially like it's weird. Maybe you want bolt on the play, but probably not in the draw. I have to assume that these Reality Smashers are probably getting cut, right? Chandra's probably getting cut. Relics are getting cut. There's a lot of stings in this deck that we can afford to get rid of right here. Eldrazi Obligator doesn't seem like the matchup. So maybe Derek's taking like a more controlling route, and he's just trying to play like Ragavan and sideboard cards. Fury is a good way to get rid of Dryad, which is a seriously problematic card in the matchup. It just has so much utility for Nick that it is a must remove at all times, so I think the Furies are probably staying in. Other than that, I think we're cutting on like a reasonable amount of these removal spells. I feel like I like Casting the Fire less than Bonecrusher Giant for Derek here.
Yeah, Casting the Fire is really, really sick. I mean, being able to exile amulets is relevant, but I mean, I don't think it was relevant that game. Like, look,
Yeah,
3 amulets, it was just disgusting.
I think it's a matter of like what's more important, him drawing cards or him getting the protection. I think Derek wants to be aggressive enough to where him getting the protection matters more than him drawing cards. I think the point is to make him low enough to where him drawing cards is going to kill him, and getting rid of the protection is an easy way to make that happen. That being said, Bonecrusher target myself is always very funny to see.
Stop it.
I mean, you got to do it. Like,
Ugh. All right, Derek. I'm gonna need you to channel your inner red demon and bring out the Blood Moons. Show me how it works.
we're going to 5. It's going to have Ragavan Blood Moon. That's it.
Oh man, we're going 5 game 1 was rough.
Yeah, that was great.
No,
I mean, he was looking for
his
the
keep
card,
was still
though.
pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he knew what he was looking for.
Yeah, he did.
And the thing is that there's like matches in Swiss especially where you mulligan and you're like, oh, I'm mulligan to 5, like it's very unlucky. But then there's matchups like this where you're like, the reason I am mulliganing to 5 is because like my opening hand with like
Don't do
2
anything.
bolts, Fury, 3 lands, and a thing is just not gonna.
It's not cutting it.
Like it's not doing it in this
Yeah.
matchup. Like there's plenty of matchups where that hand's fine. You play against like your Murktides, you play against like
I'm gonna need you to understand that when Nick over there passes with a Dryad, if Derek Capel draws the Obligator in,
yes,
we get to hijack it and slap face.
yes.
So if he gets a kill with his opponent's Dryad, I'm gonna be too hyped.
Okay.
Slap face, kill you with your own Dryad.
I feel like kill with your own Titan is like the 7/7/7.
Are we getting there though? Like,
Never actually? Like
I don't know about
absolutely
that,
not.
but, like,
It's never happening.
Yeah,
But it's sweet though.
I'm down to steal.
Nick's hand is terrible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they need a green source.
Yeah, dude.
Derek's hand don't look too good either. It looks like a Blood Moon and 3
Is that
Ramanat
3
runes.
Raminat runes? I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in.
A Bolt, a Blood Moon.
I'll keep it. I don't care.
Bone Crusher.
It has the so that's the thing, right?
It
Is that
has
like
the
in the
thing.
same way that in game one he was like, no, I need Ragavan, right? Like, because he does. He needs Ragavan in game one. In game two, he needs it less because there's other haymakers he has in his sideboard.
I mean, Blood Moon's nasty, right? like Nick has to have an answer to it, or the
Yeah.
game's dirtle.
And it's worth noting that Derek has like enough cards that don't have red pips in his deck to where he's not going to take all of the damage off these.
Yeah, I mean, and Nick
Yeah.
mulligan to hand away with Expedition Map, which goes against Beseiju.
And the fact that Nick is mulling here is telling me that Derek has already chosen to keep his hand. So we're going to be on Bone Crusher, Giant, and Fury as the plan, more or less.
Probably, yeah.
And
The question is, does he actually get to utilize these cards? Is it fast
Wait,
enough?
what?
He put it back.
no comment.
I think he maybe was telling Nick that he was thinking about it, and Nick preemptively said, "I'm not waiting."
Oh, that's fair. I mean, yeah, they know what each other's playing. Like,
That's correct.
Yeah. Like Nick, if Nick's hand is non-functional, it's very easy for him. Because the thing is, like, Derek's mulligan is a really real thought, right?
Yeah,
Nick's
does this
hand
hand does this hand battle the
Yeah.
does it battle fast enough?
Nick might just not care. Nick might feel this match was favored enough where he's just like, nah, I don't care if you've actually chosen yet. I'm taking my mulligan. Like, I'm saving time. I'm shuffling a lot. Let's see. Get sevens. Ugh.
For those of you wondering who will be in the
Oh, this hand's
finals,
great. No, this
it's going to be Devin Fong on Rakdos Scam versus the winner of this match.
Yes, sir.
So we are just waiting for this match to conclude, and then Devin will play the winner.
Yep. Rakdos Scam. Good deck.
Mr. Shizniz, they will be available whenever Chase gets around to posting them, either tomorrow or Monday.
That is my favorite availability.
But
time.
they will go up within the next few days.
We're talking about deck lists, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
You are very welcome.
We love you too.
Okay,
This
Nick's
hand-
hand is cracked.
Yeah, Nick's hand is nuts.
Dryad, Bounce Land, the
Ring.
ring. Is there an amulet? There's an amulet.
Yeah,
Is that a pact? No, it's Dryad.
Derek is pondering, I think, still.
Okay.
Okay.
I can actually not
Ooh.
answer that because I did not see how Chase finished, but I think he finished with 2 wins.
I'll tell you what, though. I know he finished top 64. Guarantee you that.
Yeah, 2-3 drop. Our boy was in shambles after his camera match. Poor guy.
For sure. It was a toughie.
And that hurt my feelings.
Yeah.
that punt hurt my feelings.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. The camera makes you go 0-4 real quick. Like,
So
Okay,
it's interesting that he fetches with Prismatic Vista. What else is in his hand? Derek normally saves the Vista for the waste.
ooh, Crumbling Vestige to play this. Amulet of Vigor is threatening. Get in. Yeah, trigger. Yeah. Alright, what's he got?
Oh,
Generous.
Generous.
Let's land cycle that.
We have to be in your hand.
Yeah, I know. It's
Unfortunate.
It's not like he's a force to find anyways, right?
He is known to play
Unless-
Gruul.
Yeah, that's true.
He has played Gruul draws.
We have
before.
seen that multiple times.
Yeah.
You know, it reminds me of like back in the day when people would play.
Yo, Alex, I want you to know that you told me this deck sucked, by the way, this morning.
Oh, this deck's great. Look, it's in semis.
Yeah. Alex told me this deck was
Oh,
awful.
there's a lot of stuff.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
That's pretty
wait,
big.
that's why we bring in Cast in the Fire. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, get rid
Yeah,
of it.
duh. Yeah, my bad.
Now it
Sorry.
sets Nick behind.
For sure.
I still don't hate his hands. His hand's
Yeah,
still
I mean, his
pretty
hand's
good.
still fine. Yeah. Especially.
Yeah, we played the bounce in and bounce the Culmering. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we need to see a Blood Moon
Yep.
now.
I think playing Fury. This
No, there's a
year
Blood
is
Moon in his
also-
hand. Slam that Blood Moon and swing of the Ragavan.
Oh, let's go.
Slam that Blood Moon.
Yeah,
and
you don't
swing
need
of
no
the
Drowsy
Ragavan.
Temple. That's combo deck right there. That's
Yeah,
just good
no,
deck
we
building.
have treasures.
That's good deck building.
Oh, the
Yes.
Beseiju. That's huge.
We've always hit. We've never missed.
That's huge. Slam the Blood Moon.
Shock. Or super shock.
What are we keeping? Ooh, thought on
Trigger.
first.
Okay. I mean, we're taking cards. Let's see.
I'm just slamming.
So-
I'm slamming Blood Moon there with a bounce land. That's all I'm doing. We're definitely taking Titan here. I'm taking Titan because like he doesn't have an amulet, so if he does some respect, it puts himself in a really bad spot. But if he top decks Dryad, He still doesn't have an amulet, so he'll be resolved on 2 bounce lands.
I just think I like the ring.
I don't think I care about the ring when you're showing me a bounce land, and 2 normal lands without an amulet.
That's fair. That's fair.
I think you need the amulet if you're gonna do that.
Yeah, it just gets.
Nah,
cast
I'm
with-
taking Titan. The longer the match goes, the better Titan is.
Take the
in the
crumbling
hand.
vestige. Take the crumbling vestige.
You can't.
Yeah, take it. We'll call it judge.
Nick's
Don't worry.
the Summoner's Packs or
Oh,
something.
is he on double Blood Moon? Is it? No, that's Blood Moon
Yeah.
Fury. I mean, worth noting, like, this Fury's probably coming down next turn, right? This is tough. I think yeah. So
I'm
it looks
just
like you went with the ring.
I'm
but...
just taking
whoa,
the Titan.
whoa, that's exile. Yeah, there you
I'm
go.
just taking the Titan and not worry about it.
No, I understand where you're coming from. I think it's a very arguable.
Derek's on Bonecrusher Giant, so like the ring sure is relevant, but he can top deck a Crusher too. I think after hitting a Boseiju with Ragavan, I am slamming that Blood Moon. It shuts Nick off all of his mana, no amulet. It forces basic forests. I'm all about it.
Yeah, especially considering he knows that basic.
He also
Forest
could have
is
been
the
baiting
hand
Nick here, right? If Nick plays this, he can't summon respect. Never mind. It's not possible. He would just die.
correct.
Yeah,
Well,
even without
this-
Blood Moon, he would just die.
Summoner's Pact, Crumbling Vestige, bounce land on Vestige. He dies to Blood Moon, but he'll still be alive.
What are we getting? Dryad?
Yeah, Dryan. Sorry, I accidentally bumped you.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
I'm saying, what are we getting? Dryad? Like, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, does Dryad really do much here though?
It's an extremely aggressive line, and I'm not saying he should take it. Oh, YOLO! We're doing it! I'm all in, baby.
Derek would be licking his chops right now. He top decks a red card.
All about the motherfucker. Oh. Okay. That's cute.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see exactly that if he draws red card.
Yep. I also think we're just seeing this Blood Moon.
Oh, we're gonna see Blood Moon next turn.
Yeah.
But I'm saying this, if he draws a red card, we're gonna pitch cast this Fury.
For sure. Land. You need a green source, bro.
Yeah, we're gonna bounce the Teleria Bus.
Yeah. And I think this is. I understand risk. Nick saying, like, hey, this is a risk I have to take. He's not telegraphed Blood Moon. But it's worth noting that Derek has also done an excellent job of not telegraphing Blood Moon. 2. Stomp. Triggers. Alright. Give me a Titan. Ooh, Gruul Turf's a good hit. And then let's just play a Blood Moon.
I mean, taking the ring right now doesn't change the decision either about what's about to happen. He just loses to
Blood
the
Moon.
pack trigger in his upkeep.
Yup. Good game.
Pack trigger kills him.
It'd be funny if Pack Trigger just said take 20 damage.
Man, not seen a single Fable. Games don't go long enough to see Fable do some cool stuff.
Only a couple of them in the main, and also these games are definitely not facilitative towards that
Yeah.
plan. Yeah.
Shamans aren't doing nothing.
Do you have any Force of Vigors on that sideboard?
It does not.
Ooh.
This is mono red.
No, I mean for Nick.
Nick does not either. He has 1 Boseiju, and that's it.
No Haywire Might either?
No Haywire Might.
We're all in.
Yeah, he's on a very aggressive route.
Hey, aggressive works when you kill your opponent on turn 3, but it doesn't work when you die to your own Pack Trigger.
Dang, Alex, why you call Derek out for his non-foil Blood Moon?
Oh, not the non-foil Blood Moon. We were hoping nobody noticed.
You know, Derek, he had some super sick Dark Ascension ones for a while. I don't know what he did with them.
Dark Ascension?
Or is it
the dark?
The Dark, yeah. He had some sick Dark ones for a while. I don't know what he did with them.
I think it's hilarious that they reprint that card in Dark Ascension. Imagine seeing that card in the same standard as Ravnica Fetches or Ravnica Shocks.
That'd have been hot.
I would have loved to have seen nobody ever play Jund. That deck's mana base was so greedy.
Dude, Commandate Jund plays Saga and it's still greedy.
Yeah, true. We love Zoomer Jund. Oh, is that Nick taking out a Cultivator? That's no cap.
I think Cultivator is a little slow here.
I don't know how fast I would consider Devin's deck.
Derek?
Derek, excuse me. I keep doing
Yeah,
that.
so I'm kind of like hoping Derek put in the Stone Brain and can hit it. Now that he cited that out, that's nuts.
Yeah.
There's a lot that goes into that though.
Yeah. I mean, Nick does know about the Stone Brain too, right? So.
He absolutely does.
Yeah.
So I mean, we could see a crazy opening from Nick too, right? We could see land, Arboreal Grazer, land, Amulet, go. That's just a cracked opening.
Well, Arboreal Grazer does put the land into play
Oh,
tap.
it doesn't play tap. You're right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Which
still
is-
2 lands on tap play. The Amulet's still gross.
It's very synergistic with Amulet, though. I think that's one of the reasons why the deck can play so many Arboreal Grazers, because like it's not dead in the late game. A lot of the times when you play it, like you're just netting mana with double Amulet on the board. The card is I when I saw the set spoiler, because I believe that's in the set before War of the Spark, that was actually like my favorite card in the set. Not favorite, I'm sorry. let me roll that back. My least favorite card in the set. Because it was way too good. And it's definitely not as impactful on Standard and on Pioneer as I thought it was. But it has had a pretty extreme impact on certain modern strategies.
Yeah,
for
it's really
sure.
ridiculous.
Yeah. It's just so good to put a land into play.
Yeah, I mean, an extra land drop is disgusting. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of it, but brought back with fetches is puke. Putting those fetches right back into play is like crazy ramping.
It's very funny. But imagine if you could do it for one.
Right?
yeah, like
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems fine. I think we'd all play the 1 mana Ram spell.
Look at Nick using his charisma onto Steven, hitting on him and whatnot.
Hey, this is a family-friendly stream. Too much Riz on the screen right here, though, for sure.
He laughed.
Not everybody. Not everybody.
It's
can
right,
wear
Steven.
it.
You told him what I said.
Hey, listen, not everybody rocks a Hurley tee like that.
Nah, we're channeling our inner Karate Kid with that headband. He's all over it today.
Yeah, dude, he's in it. He's
in
getting
it
it.
to win a hair bun and the headband.
Yes, sir.
let's see. I don't really have too much more to say about this matchup.
No,
I'm a bad commentator.
I will say though, whoever plays Devin will be a very good match. Mono Red Eldrazi versus Scam. I've actually had this matchup a lot with Derek while I'm the
funny.
Scam player,
Mhm.
and it's very interactive. It is very back and forth.
For sure. And
There are a lot of times where you could just top deck a Fury to their double Fury and go wipe your board, set us back both in that neutral, and we're both top decking. Your monkey hit everything in my deck that are relevant. My monkey does the same thing to you.
Mhm.
So that matchup's exciting.
for sure.
And then Scam versus Amulet is also exciting. There's just a lot of back and forth with you lock me out of the game, now I get rid of your stuff and I do the thing. Do you have a
Yeah.
terminate? Like
Mhm.
it's a lot of back and forth and it's good.
For sure. So let's see. We've got. So Nick's gonna be on the play for game 3, which is obviously exactly where he wants
The
to be.
only solely Nick had played some Scam players earlier today and he was victorious.
Yeah, I think that like on paper you look at the Scam deck with like Blood Moons and Terminates and things like that, and you're like, hey, this deck probably beats Amulet, right? And then you play the matchup and you're like, hey, this deck kind of doesn't beat Amulet all that often.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there is some luck to the.
Not a bad matchup by any means, but
No.
definitely not as good.
It's
as you would
favored
think
for
it
it's
is.
favored for Scam, but
Yeah.
there's ways to play out of it. Nick
Yeah.
is also not a novice.
No
Titan,
slouch.
Titan
No
pilot.
slouch, no novice.
So he knows how to play the matchup.
Not a noob. He's a gamer for real.
Yeah,
Keeping
he's
a
been on
7.
this deck for too long.
Keeping a 7. He doesn't
I
care.
said it.
He's got the Arboreal Grazer rolled up, which is very important against.
He also has the
potential
generous
activate.
int, which he can cycle under Blood Moon for Forest, which is huge.
Sick.
Yeah. Or
I
we
love
just
the generous
cast the
int.
5/7.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Derek does not beat a 5/7 easily.
No, it's like trade with Reality Smasher plus Thought Not Seer, or not Thought Not Seer, Bone Crusher or Bolt.
Yeah.
It's like not a good trade.
No.
On the flip side, though, I would love to see this.
the Eldrazi
It's the
Alligator.
Jolly Obligator
Taking
hijack in the
generous
int. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that
That
one.
would be freaking sweet.
Eldrazi Obligator taking any 6-drop plus, I'm in. I'll be okay with that. Let's see.
You are all set, John.
Patrick, I hear it.
What's that?
Patrick said Nick must win. That's the rule to beating me round 1.
Oh, true.
You must
Absolutely.
win the tournament.
Yeah, no, you have to win the tournament. Yeah. That's the thing, is that if oh man, Derek's going to 5. If you're gonna lose and you lose to the person who wins the tournament, you
don't
came in
feel as
second
bad.
place.
Yeah, you don't feel as bad.
No, that's second place, Michael. You're entitled to compensation, right? Like
Man, what is Nick on? Is that a 7? He keep a 7?
Yeah, he kept 7. Very threatening.
Yeah,
So
it's-
double bounce land. Sunhome, Arboreal Grazer.
We just missing an amulet or a dryad? Is that all we're missing?
Yeah, I think he has a ring, no Dryad, and I think he has a Titan. Hand's very good. No amulet though, relevantly, but amulet not as primary to the game plan in games 2 and game 3 because they tend to slow down. And like Nick has drawn one of those hands that's very resilient to what his opponent's doing. Oh,
Yeah.
and Generous. Don't forget Generous.
Generous cycling for a 4.
Our boy.
is good.
Yes, sir.
That's a 2 of.
That's
on the
great.
Sideboard.
That's real good. I believe he's also. I don't think he has a turn 1.
Grazer,
Green Source?
no. Yeah, they're all tap lands.
But the-
Simic Grove Chamber and the Gruul.
But this is kind of what I'm talking about when I say that like Nick's deck doesn't care as much. Is that like his hand is going to be good. Basically, like his Arboreal Grazer is going to be good regardless of when it comes down, right? Especially on the play, even if Nick goes turn 1 Ragavan. Nick
Yeah,
is gonna
turn 2
play-
Grazer, block the Ragavan.
Blocks Ragavan
Yeah,
the
it's
exact
huge.
same way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's huge.
Mhm.
Looks like he's bottoming a Ruminant Ramps and I think the Ring.
Raymond Rune's Ring.
Yeah,
sure.
and it looks like he has Temple, Lightning Bolt, Mountain, Temple. So he has 2. Does he have 2 temples? Did he just top deck another temple?
Oh,
Are we about to see a turn 2 Thought-Knots here?
this could actually get pretty bad, pretty fast for Nick actually. But drawing the second Titan makes it better.
Yeah, if this is a turn 2 Thought-Knots here, this is really good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, turn 2 Thought-Knots here is definitely one of the things that Derek's deck can do.
Yeah, it's also really brutal to sit on the other side of.
Mm-hmm. That being said, this Arboreal Grazer is going to hit the battlefield. We're going to go ahead and get a bounce land into play, I
We're gonna
assume.
bounce the basic.
Yep.
Yeah, bounce the basic.
And we're just going to go ahead and pass to Derek. Let's see if he can go ahead and skill this Thought-Knots here into play. Yes. Easy. Not close.
He preemptively
I
dusted
mean,
for him.
listen, there's only one choice, right?
Oh, I love Nick.
There's only one choice.
Nick is so clean.
only one choice.
Take it, baby, take it.
I mean, just have it. I have 2.
look at Derek's
I have
Derek's
2.
body
I don't
language.
need.
Oh,
Like, I have 2.
shoot.
Well, what's funny here is
Look. Are we gonna Thoughtseize bug ourselves? We're gonna get the Thought Knot again and have to take the other Titans.
I mean, if we get Eldrazi Obligator, it might actually be online for the line we were talking about
my
earlier.
God,
though.
dude.
That'd be kinda sick.
Dude, that is so sweet. Please let me have it.
Scoop.
We have a bowl.
Give.
We have a bowl, a ramp, a mountain. I couldn't tell what the other card is.
Oh.
An obligator.
Oh, it's obligated.
Obligator.
Oh, we might get obligated. Let's go. I wonder if there's a way to play around obligator that Nick knows about. I mean, I know I don't know one. I'm just gonna slam
Yeah,
it,
we,
but-
we can complain about foil border grazers. $20 for a foil comic can figure itself out. That's
absolutely.
obscurely expensive.
Oh, another Arboreal Grazer is super good
Dude,
here.
this obligator is gonna be
Yeah.
so sweet, Kazi. I'm gonna leap out of the seat.
It's gonna be pretty sick. The thing is, it's not actually gonna kill Nick.
No, but it ranks
Yeah.
you a lot, and it's like it does quite a bit of damage.
Yeah. Okay, so
All
we
right,
got this-
Derek. I feel like we're gonna play a ramp or a mountain. We're gonna swing, and then we're gonna bolt the other one.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, on the crackback, taking 10 is rough.
Yeah, it's a lot. But I
If
don't.
Nick doesn't hit an amulet, there's not a lot going on
I
here.
really don't know if it's enough though. Like, I really
What about
don't.
back-to-back obligators?
I mean,
Oh.
back-to-back obligators. I think we're fine.
Actually, it's
Like-
more than 10. It's 13. Obligator's a 3-1,
Uh-huh.
and then you have 4-4
Oh, right,
and
it
a
has
6-6, so
eight.
it's 13.
Yeah, it has
Yeah,
eight,
it's 13 damage.
Okay.
That's
That
a
seems
lot.
good. Yeah.
Oh, please line up. Just play the. There we go.
Okay.
Now
mountain.
bolt one of those stupid things, or you maybe just say bolt the face. Who knows?
I think bolting face is probably not it here.
I think it's also not it, but we'll see what's happening. What is he?
You
He
just
takes
take
the 4?
Yeah, take 4.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 2 Arboreal Grazers. He's probably more scared of Ragavan than this.
Oh,
Thought-Knots
for
right
sure.
now. Yeah. Let's see. He's passing. Okay.
So we're
I think we're gonna see it.
Yeah, we're probably gonna see the bolt, the Boreal Grazer on the
Ooh,
end step.
That Vesuva draw is not good for
Nick, no, it's
yeah.
not. So here comes Titan.
Yep.
What are we getting with Titan?
It's our boy.
We're gonna get Teleria West and a bounce land.
Maybe a bounce land, yeah.
What are we Teleria Westing for though?
Teleria Westing for Pact again.
Maybe we get. Oh, I kind of like bounce land Besage too. We have basic forest.
I'm just not gonna think about it. I'm gonna let Nick make the decision for me because it's way easier.
Oh, it definitely is. But
I would rather just.
we're
not.
supposed to make these decisions.
I don't wanna make
I'm supposed to think about this.
I'm not supposed to think about.
I like the Teleria West play, or I like the Beseiju play. So we get basic Teleria West.
Interesting.
I mean, he does have a bounce land in his hand, right?
Oh, he does. Okay.
I don't know. I think he does.
Yeah. If not, this is a little weird to me. But hey, whatever. I mean,
All right.
Again,
so
go for
this
the
is
deck.
gonna be super sweet.
yes, we're gonna do it.
Please bolt the Boil Grazer before you pass turn.
You know, it's funny. I think this Titan's only gonna get him for like 6.
Please bolt, Derek.
I don't think Nick has actually said pass yet.
I don't think he has either.
Yeah.
He can't play a land though. He already played a land.
Okay. Okay. So he's got 1 mana lands and like other utility lands.
Correct.
And let's look at what's the hand got.
The Stronghold and Vesuva.
Okay, for sure.
It's not great.
No, it's not.
All right, Derek, show me the money. Be aggressive. Bolt that Dryad before you pass, or bolt the Boil Grazer before you pass.
Wait, does that say activate the abilities of Eldrazi?
For the abilities you can, yeah.
Okay, for sure. Come on, Nick. Attack for BM. Attack for BM.
He ain't attacking one of those
Attack for
0/3.
BM. Oh, but Nick knows about Eldrazi Obligator here, right?
He has to.
Yeah.
It's open deckless.
I mean, he doesn't know Derek has it in his hand, but he knows it's in his deck.
Correct.
So he's not just. Gonna,
I mean, a 4 of is a lot too.
yeah, for sure.
The odds of drawing it is up there.
Yeah, so he's not just gonna YOLO it,
Correct.
which is unfortunate because it would have been a really funny way to watch somebody lose today. But
We love our boy Nick though.
we do love.
I do love Derek too, but
Yeah.
Derek needs to show me mono red.
We love both of them. We love everybody
Please
in the
bolt.
commentator booth.
Please bolt.
Once I'm
insta.
on that competition floor, though, it's a different story. We fight.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
We picked up that our Boil Grazer threateningly.
Please bolt. Did Derek draw? Or are we still on Nick's turn?
That Thought Not Seer being tapped makes me think we're on next turn. Also, I think
Okay, no bolt. I'm sad. Another Thought Not Seer, which
doesn't do anything.
it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Come on, just take the Titan. Take the Titan.
Play the Ramonot runes.
Take the Titan.
Kick this thing, and show me the
Take-
Titan.
Take the Titan. I just really want to see it.
I do too.
I know it's not. I know I talked about it winning the game.
Actually, this is a sick play, right?
What?
You play it, you kick it, you take Titan, you swing, you go get 2 more Eldrazi temples and cast the Thought Not Seer off the temples you get off the Titan.
They enter tapped.
All they do intertapped. You're
They do
correct.
inter-tapped,
Dang,
yes.
that would have been so insane.
I would have been funny.
More than funny.
Yeah, absolutely. But okay, so
So Derek did untap. He drew a Cavern of Souls.
um
Not really that great here.
okay, so we've got that's not obligator mana.
It is Obligator Man.
That's obligator mana? It
Yeah.
costs 6?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And we're gonna eat.
I hope you block 2 things.
Yeah, that's 13 damage showing.
Yeah, I hope you block some stuff.
It's hot. One of them has trample.
Oh my god, this card don't... No, wait, it's not 6, it's 5.
Yeah. I mean, just tap 6 for it, I guess.
Clear out of water, Jacob.
Whatever. I mean, it's
Oh,
fine.
it doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3 to cast,
Yeah.
and then the ability. He has to tap it for the ability regardless. He has to tap 2 sources of red.
Oh. No, you're right. That's unlucky. The ability cost devoid. The ability cost colorless mana. Yeah. I think he just mistapped. I mean, this is a perfectly legal play. It is just unfortunate.
No, you have to pay 1 and a colorless. It has a colorless symbol on it.
Yeah, but Eldrazi Temple makes colorless mana.
Correct.
Yeah. So if it can be used for abilities, then he can. Oh, that's basically lethal that he's sowing him next turn. This is gonna be a tough one for Nick. Let's see. So we're gonna go ahead.
Let me show you my blockers.
Yeah.
Let me show you my block. I really liked the bolt play. I wish he would have done it. It would have pressured so much damage.
Yeah, for sure. It would have presented at least
A lot more
9,
damage, yeah.
Just half of his life total instead of 6, which means that he's probably actually still alive next turn. All right, here's a prime time.
So you got a
brother.
10?
Yep. We'll get those life totals updated in just a sec here.
How much mana is this?
Showing for Derek?
Yeah.
We have Runes, Temple, Cavern,
Oh,
Bugbear.
oh, it's just that easy. No, we're good to go. This one's good.
He only has one land drop.
Yeah. So I think we're on Amulet. We play Vesuva, copying Simic
It's
Growth
in his
Chamber.
hand.
Yeah. Play Amulet.
No, the land is in his
tapped for red, so that he could not pact a negation the obligator.
Interesting. Might not have been playing around Pact of Negation considering it's not on his list, but
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't actually matter. I don't think. Well, actually, no, it matters a pretty significant amount. But it's something we'll live with and learn with. Let's see. So
Do a copy
Vesuva.
Valakut.
Vesuva copy. No,
No.
it's copying Simic Growth Chamber so that he can make mana and bounce his Talaria West, I believe. So we're gonna float some mana with Talaria West.
That's a play.
What? Okay, make one. Yep, bounce. Transmute. Using all the mana. Now he's got 6 up. Transmute. Or not transmute. Summoner's Pact. Go get a Titan. Figure out a way to combo, I think is what we're kind of doing here. We have played our land for turn, which makes this a lot more complicated than it might be otherwise.
Yeah.
But I would still feel pretty good about this position in general. Especially considering that Sunhome can give vigilance. Or not Sunhome, but the other card that is in his list that we're definitely not holding in our hands.
Yeah, Sunhome is definitely in his hands.
No. Sunhome is in Nick's hand. I'm saying the other one.
The Slayer Stronghold.
Yeah, Slayer Stronghold gives vigilance, which means that we're not dying till it draws the obligator every time.
Correct.
If
If he doesn't kill Derek this turn and Derek untaps,
yeah.
there's a lot of damage coming at him with Den of the Bugbear, Thought-Knot Seer, and Eldrazi Obligator.
Yes, I agree. We know what the last card in Nick's hand is?
That's the Sunhome.
Oh, correct. Okay. So let's go ahead and take a look at our hand.
So it does look like he's going the Dryad route.
Okay, so Dryad is going to go ahead and he's going to pay 3 for that. And then he's going to attack, or he's going to play Sunhome, attack with Titan, find a white source, activate, give double strike, and deal 3 damage to Eldrazi Obligator, I guess?
We have triggers to face, I bet.
Oh,
We
you
have
know
a
what?
Dryad in play.
Yeah, you're right.
So we're gonna have 6 Valakut triggers if he has a Valakut and another Vesuva.
Well, I don't believe he has the second Vesuva, but I think that 3 Valakut triggers is probably just going to be enough.
It's not gonna be 3 though. It's gonna be.
He already played the land this turn, so you
Correct.
but he's going to play.
Oh, the Sunhome.
Yep.
That is game.
Triggers.
Yeah, the game is definitely over.
Okay.
Sunhome ends the game.
Yeah. And then we're going to go ahead and grab 2 more cards that are technically mountains. My favorite kind of mountain.
Derek got to do the cool thing and didn't win the game.
It's unfortunate.
Oh, that was such a top deck by Nick.
So we're going to go grab these. We're going to untap them and bounce maybe a Vesuva here. Then we're going to point.
Oh, we're giving a double strike in.
Double
in
strike.
Vigilance, yeah. So
And then,
it's 16 damage.
yep. Okay.
Twice.
Perfect.
Or it's 16 damage.
It's 16 damage plus
yeah,
a few.
the Valkyrie triggers.
Yeah, plus a couple.
Nick too strong. Nick pulled that off with that top deck. That top deck was crazy.
And you know what that means? It looks like we're going to get Amulet Titan versus Scam in the finals, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's pretty good. We have to let them set up, you guys. That was a really good game. I'm really proud of Derek. Derek played, pretty well all day
Deck's
with a
sweet.
deck that like no one ever talks about or plays.
Deck is sick.
Yeah,
Eldrazi
that deck is
Obligator.
sweet.
I got to see a Titan player get hit with their own Titan today.
Yeah,
I
that
guess
was pretty
that's something to be
sweet.
Proud of, yeah.
So we'll let you guys go and we'll catch you in the the finals of the top 8.
Sweet.
Thanks.
suddenly. About 60 miles.
Welcome back, guys. This is the finals. We have Devin on Tron Scam, which is not Tron Scam. It's Rakdos Scam.
It's just
It's just Scam Wizards of the Coast.
He
Red
is-
Black Scam,
Yeah.
not Evoke.
shout
And
out
Nick on Amulet again.
Nick on Amulet Titan. Yeah, who would have guessed?
Yeah, who would have guessed?
Who would have guessed?
Nick in this Amulet Titan deck that he's been rocking forever.
Nick did not change deck between rounds. Who would have guessed?
Most camera time all day.
Yes, sir. 3 rounds in a row.
Is this Devin's first time on camera today?
I believe so.
I believe so, yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know how his cuteness avoided the camera all day.
I mean, he's been dodging pretty well.
Yeah,
You
he
gotta
really
do-
has been.
Can't
dodging.
reveal the hidden tech in our open decklist format on camera.
Nah, not at all.
Yeah.
We'll see how this goes. On paper, people argue that Scam is favored, but Nick is a Giga Chad pilot that knows what he's doing.
I do believe Scam is slightly favored, but I think it's less favored than you would think looking at the deck list. Like when you look at your deck and you're like, dang, you have Ragavans and Blood Moons and you Thoughtseize your opponent twice on turn 1. Like, how do you ever lose? And like, I got to test this matchup a lot in preparation for a recent tournament, and like, you can definitely just grief Scam Titan and they just draw another one and kill you.
Yeah.
Like very routinely,
Yeah, like,
actually.
just
Their deck
top-
is just
top deck
so
another
fast.
amulet.
Yeah. Ooh, this hand is extremely close.
Yeah, no red source for the Ragavan and no Fury or Grief.
Yeah, but this hand from Nick is also Urza Saga plus 6 insane, or 5 insane green cards and
Is
1.
Devin on the play? I believe so. I believe Nick was 5th seat going into this.
It looks like Devin is on the play. I would say that only because
Nick's
hand is face down.
Yeah, I think Devin is on the play.
He's thinking real hard about it. If he has
Yeah,
turn 1 Make Fury, I think you can actually keep that hand. But short of that,
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if the black card in his hand was Feign Death or not.
Oh, he had a Feign Death, an Undying Malice, and a Dothy. 2 Ragavans and a Seasoned Pyromancer.
Oh, so
a
no
Swarm.
turn 1.
No turn 1.
No turn 1. Okay.
Yeah, that's an easy putback. He was just frustrated that he didn't have
Mhm.
a Mountain or a Blood Crypt to play Ragavan.
If there's one thing I know about this matchup is that you need to turn 1 if you're playing Scam,
Correct.
or else you are not doing anything.
Correct.
Yeah.
You
the
need
guy-
to rip out on the play those amulets. They're so important to get out of the hand.
You need to rip the amulets. Even Ragavan can be good enough if you're backing it up with like reasonable cards. Like Seasoned Pyromancer on turn 2 into a Blood Moon on turn 3 is fine. But if you're like, if you do nothing on turn 1, amulet's gonna kill you.
Yeah,
like,
they just get so much value.
and they're so good, especially like a pilot like Nick who knows what they're doing is going to be really solid at making sure that they get a Beseiju into their hand. So even if you keep like a thinner hand that's leaning on Blood Moon, they're going to know to look for a Beseiju to get rid of that Blood Moon.
Yep.
They're going to know to like do all that kind of thing. Oh my god, this hand is
It's pretty close.
Is that
And
an
it's Zuza.
is that an Undying?
Beseiju. Oh, Devin's hand is
Devin's hand first.
Grief, Double Fury, Grief, Thoughtseize. So 2 Furies, 2 Griefs,
Oh,
Thoughtseize, basics. That's close.
looks like he's gonna go for it. All right,
I mean, mulliganing into 5 is gonna hurt.
it's real rough. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, even if you can't
Oh,
get
so
it.
Nick is going first.
Oh,
So
okay.
that I had them reversed. Nick had to have been 4th seat then.
Okay, for sure.
well. I mean, this hand looks great. This hand looks
Yeah,
really good.
it's turn
I
1.
would probably keep that map though.
You wouldn't show it?
Oh
like,
no,
turn
he
1?
does. He has a forest in hand. No, I think you're fine
Yeah.
putting that map away.
Oh, no. I'm talking about. Okay, hold on. Never mind. Is Devin?
I
No, it is Nick. Nick is
okay,
going
Nick
first. Okay.
Nick first. Trigger map. Let's go.
I like that play.
Okay. Let's go. Thoughtseize. Target you. Goodbye, Azusa. Here's 3 lands.
Yeah.
Welcome to Titan.
So we're gonna come to turn and probably play that forest.
I am actually not entirely sure about that. I think with that Azusa going away, we can be pretty into this like Urza Saga game plan. But it looks like that's not going to be the choice, which is perfectly reasonable.
How would you mean the Urza Saga game plan without bouncing? We just gonna bounce and make a construct?
No, yeah, that's what I was actually thinking we're just gonna oh well we drew.
Oh, we drew amulet.
Yeah, we
drew
the
we
good
drew
card.
it.
All
We
right,
drew the
that's fine.
card.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
this seems okay.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah, we're good, guys.
yeah, we're
crazy.
Good to go. Yeah, we're good to go. Untap, upkeep, draw.
This is almost what Legacy feels like when you
Trigger.
Thoughtseize lands.
Float 1.
Feels terrible.
Oh, what could we possibly find? Oh, he's responding.
Yeah, he's fetching beforehand. I think he thinks Nick
he
is
doesn't
playing
want to
good
get
thing
needled.
needle.
Yeah. He should. No offense to Devin,
Yeah, open deck with
but
no
he
pitching
should
needle.
probably know that his opponent does not have Pithy Needle in their main, which is okay.
Yeah.
That being said, it is good standard practice against the Urza Saga to like probably fetch in response most of the time.
Devin with his light wrist weight.
Yes. Excuse me, sir. I need to look for a card. I'm going to detutor for this Blood Crypt. So 1 mana floating. Not too much going on here, if I'm going to be honest.
I mean, double amulet is pretty intimidating to look at.
It is extremely scary. However, at the same time, against Rakdos Scam, I think Nick has the luxury of allowing this game to go on a fair bit longer because Devin does not have a clock in play.
So, we have a garden and a untapped mana from the saga, right?
Yeah.
We have an expedition map.
Mhm.
We could go get Summoner's Pack.
Yep.
Summoner's Pack for Dryad.
What are we getting Summoner's Pack with Talaria West?
We could.
Okay.
No, yeah, Talaria West.
Mhm.
No, actually, no.
It's hard, right?
It is hard.
Yeah, math is hard.
It is hard.
Yeah, I don't do that. We could
Are we
still...
copying the amulet?
We could conceivably copy the amulet, play the Simic Growth Chamber.
Oh no, we're gonna shoot the map.
Okay,
Okay,
so we're gonna
shoot the map. Yeah.
Alright. What are we getting? Let's see. Okay, Talaria West? Sure.
He doesn't have another land drop, right?
I mean, he doesn't, but...
So he gets 4, bounces the garden.
Okay, so Talaria West goes and finds Dryad. Or do we just pass with this?
I think we're passing with the
Okay,
fact
it looks
in
like
hand.
he's passing. That seems fine. It's possible he drew a bounce land for turn, which makes this significantly better.
Oh, that's such a good Thoughtseize.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of gas.
Yeah, I'm firing that Thoughtseize off.
There's an argument to just griefing here and following up with the
Season
Pyromancer
Pincer.
because it puts more pressure on board. And unless you draw, this grief at this point is like kind of useless. Because
I can't agree to that because one more land and you could just keep the grief.
yeah, for sure, but like 4 mana grief is probably not where we want to be. I'd rather see the extra 2 cards. And then yep, he drew the bounce land for turn as we. Which, by the way, Devin might have been able to intuit from those play patterns, which is kind of sick. We're going to go ahead and make 2 1/1s. We've got 4 power in play. We're going to get there. So
Taking Summer's Pack was just too good.
No, for sure. You have to do it. It's so strong.
Now Devin's playing fast.
4. Well, yeah, because
He is confident.
you must control your opponent's tempo. Yeah. Shock and Thoughtseize him. Come on.
Thoughtseize is gone.
No,
Nothing
he drew
Undying
another
Ma-
one.
Did he? Is it
I
not
think so.
Undying Mouse?
Not sure. Let's find out.
Yo, look at that snazzy Charles Tanner Goblin Shaman token.
Oh, local hero Charles Tanner.
Legend.
Look at that
Absolute.
O2 drop. Look at you in the finals on that table.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Chad.
Even when he's not in the finals, he's in the
Yeah,
finals.
he's in the finals.
He's in the finals.
I think Devin's at 15.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Okay. Copy amulet. Sure.
So we got 3 amulets going on here.
Oh, we're going for it. Make 6. Yeet.
Did he top deck a Titan?
Oh, you already know. I didn't see it, but I know it's there. Make 6.
Devin's making him do it one at a time.
Yes, which I think is reasonable. What are we bouncing though, Nick?
I think we're bouncing the Growth Chamber if I'm Nick.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, we're only gonna do it twice and then
Well,
bounce.
because he's gonna leave it untapped. Or not. Or yes. Or no. God,
I think
this
he's trying
deck
to
is hard.
decide.
God, this deck is hard. Okay, bounce.
So he
Growth
did,
Chamber.
he did bounce the Growth Chamber. Show me Titan. There it is.
Yeah, see, it's that easy. Like I don't know. Seems fine. We're just gonna chain these, because that's a blue mana right there. We'll make 12.
That's not 12, sir.
That's 12. Oh no, I'm sorry.
It's
That's
9.
that's 9. Yeah. So we'll have 10 mana.
We're gonna get Talaria West.
Yeah, we're gonna go
Summoner Pack
transmute.
with the transmute.
Yep.
Still have 1 mana floating from the original, and we
Yep.
still have the 6 for Titan. We're
We
gonna
get
play another Titan. We're gonna do it again.
We're gonna go ahead. Well, this time we're gonna get the make haste boys. Yep. triggers, target, and then float another 3.
Sometimes Nick just rips cards off the top and says, "I win the game."
Yep. Double attacks, triggers.
Now we're gonna give them +2/+0, right?
Yeah, because one is.
Oh no, double strike.
One is gonna find these, making 9. And then the other one is gonna find the red one.
Yeah,
Rule Turf and
Slayer Strong.
the Sun.
Sun
Home.
Yep.
And I mean, I'm not gonna do the math.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
I'm not gonna bother. That seems excessive, right? Like,
It's 32, and Devin can block 6.
2. Pretty sure it's only 2.
Oh, we only block 2.
Yeah, he's
yeah.
Chaz.
It's
Poor Chaz.
it's two 8/6s with double strike.
Chaz, I'm making a Primeval Titan token. So I can trample over
Nick,
all.
I just top deck Titan off the top like a Chad.
Yeah, just win. Yeah, I mean, it's not that hard. Just draw your next card and it's Titan.
Man, he is on fire today.
You know, he's absolutely cooking. I mean, you know,
Is it 36? Because it's
no, it's more.
it's +2/+0, right? In vigilance, so that's 8/6 and then double strike.
He might have activated the Sun Home twice.
Oh, we had 3 Slayer. We
Yeah.
had 3 Slayer Stronghold triggers.
Yeah, so-
Jeez.
Oh no, not the wink at us. Oh, I feel so rizzed up. Yo, I'm gonna have to.
Yo, Devin's tilt. You're good. You're good. You're good.
No, I'm kidding. Like,
Apex Gaming with 468 raiders. Thank you
Oh my
guys for
God.
rating us. That's a pretty big raid.
that's so many people. Thanks.
You guys are tuning into the finals of the first event for the Rocket Series for 2023-2024 season, and it's a modern 1K.
Yes, sir.
We have Devin Fong with the Logic Knot shirt on Rakdos Scam, and we have Nick 2 over here with the headband playing Amulet Titan. Nick just took game 1.
Team Dave's Hot Chicken versus Team Logic Knot. Let's go.
Yeah, hot chicken.
Hot Chicken
Hot chicken Karate Kid style.
Oh my God.
I'm all over it.
versus the local baseball player.
Yeah, the local Chad.
And it looks like Devin is discussing exactly how much damage he took last turn, which I think was about 36.
I think Devin is over here saying, "I really dislike your top decks." As nice as he can possibly say it.
Yeah. Which I think is about as nice as I really dislike your topics.
It's see, that's what I mean though, is that like you can do some stuff like he got Thoughtseize twice at very opportune times that game, right?
Let's
But if
be
you draw,
honest.
like the one card.
Let's be honest. Those Thoughtseizes weren't all that crazy. The Thoughtseize on the Azusa was like okay,
Dece.
but
Yeah.
the Summoners Pack one was pretty relevant.
That was good.
But then
yeah.
Nick said, "I don't care.
But then
I'm just
we-
gonna
it
top
doesn't
deck the
matter.
Titan.
Yeah, just draw
I'll
it
get the
anyways.
thing anyways."
Yeah. And the thing is that even though it looks pretty lucky that he drew it that turn, right? It's worth noting there's only like 8 damage coming at him. Or sorry, 6 damage coming at him.
6.
He's at like 16. He's probably got 2 more turns.
Yeah, he's pretty healthy.
to figure out something to do and a lot of mana to do it with, right? So, we should probably talk about sideboards. That seems like a good idea.
Yeah, so I don't really see a whole lot from Devin. There's going to be maybe the Magus of the Moon. He has a Culligan's Command that's kind of sweet. A Filigree Silex and Ratchet Bomb, they seem just too slow for the amulets. Engineered Explosives arguably could be, another discussion.
Mhm.
And another Blood Moon. Collective Brutality is kind of sweet, but it also seems a little slow.
It's definitely not enough. I
Yeah,
think if
you're
we're gonna
You're just trying to do the double grief route.
I think we're going to talk about the cards we're going to bring in. It's going to be Magus. I think we got to skip the Culligan's Command. It's too hard for that card to actually be live. 3 copies of Chalice of the Void, I think, actually all come in. 1 copy of Shieldred the Apocalypse seems better than having like a non-zero amount of Bowmasters in your deck, even though the
Yeah.
ring is relevant. I think Shieldred's just stronger.
Yeah.
I am not sure about the Silex and the Ratchet Bomb, but I would understand them coming in. Blowing up Amulet is extremely important in this
It really
matchup.
is. And potentially Constructs if he goes the Construct route.
Yeah, and then we have
Nick, we got a Boseiju. I'm not against all 4 Dismembers or both Endurances.
Yeah, for sure.
He's writing something.
Oh, are we writing things? A note?
Oh, we're writing hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom? Hi, Mom?
Yeah, hi, Mom.
Yes, sir!
Go Devin. Yeah, so we're definitely
Hi,
looking
Mom.
at we're definitely looking at the Boseiju. all 4 dismembers both these endurances.
Yeah,
Maybe the generous ints if he's scared of Blood Moon.
for sure. I think being scared of Blood Moon, especially knowing that Devin is going up to 4 effects post sideboard, pretty reasonable.
It's just hard because like, what is Nick taking out?
He can probably cut a copy of the One Ring. No, he can't. Not in this matchup. He can probably cut. Yeah, Titan. Let's cut Titan.
You can tell Devin that Elish Norn loves him.
I
Steven.
think we can actually cut one Azusa, and then we just cut a bunch of.
I'm not against cutting Azusa either. Not both of them, but one of them for sure in a ring.
And we can cut a bunch of lands. Probably cutting a non-zero amount of Urza Saga. And then this Golgari Rot Farm is significantly worse when you're not bringing in the cards that actually enable it. Although it's worth noting that we are bringing in these dismembers, and the clock does matter.
It does. So
yeah.
if Devin lands a double Fury, it's just like I'll gladly dismember and it's over.
Yeah, for sure.
It is very puke how effective that is.
Yeah.
And when you're a scam player, slamming that 4/4 Fury turn 1,
You gotta do it.
You gotta do it.
You gotta do it.
Because if
Yeah.
you get an untap step, it's brutal.
Yeah, it's insane. I don't know. It's hard to find the cuts in that deck. A lot of the list is like super tight. And
The only solely it's also novice to know that Devin is not playing Bone Crusher. Some of the scam lists have started to play Bone Crusher to deal with the ring, and it's very effective.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think I understand playing it. I understand not playing it. I think Devin's just elected to be a little bit better in like the mid-range matchups with the extra copies of Fable of the Mirror Breaker in the main and things like that, which is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. It hedges against like your worst matchups, but sometimes locking down your good matchups matters too. And I'm sure he's thinking about that as he goes into this final.
Right.
So it looks like both players are going to shuffle up. We're going to present some decks. And
Thank you, Steven, for correcting that from Tron scam to Rakdos scam.
yeah, thank you, Steven. Because Devin, our local funny man, decided to write his deck name as Mono Green Tron. Which, cool, but also not what you're doing, bro.
Yeah,
Like-
it's a level of troll that Devin just decided to visit today.
I respect it. I called Grixis Control Grixis Humans for the longest time because the only cards in the deck were Snapcaster and Tassiger. They're humans.
I agree with the statement too that Devin on scam needs to scam.
Yes.
Like it's
scamming
very
good.
important turn 1.
Scamming good. Ragavan is also acceptable, especially with the amount of Blood Moons we have post side. But that turn 1 last game, Thoughtseize is the worst thing you can still keep on turn 1. Especially on a 6, so I think the keep is justifiable. It just feels bad.
Yeah.
That being said, Amulet Titan in general doesn't interact positively with scammed cards.
We do post board. We have dismembers and endurances that are very relevant.
No, for sure, but I'm saying like, if we like Scam Grief, right, we can take the removal spell and we can probably take a relevant card and put a 4/4x into play, which is a 5-turn clock. And against Titan, that's like pretty good if we're taking away a couple cards, and we can follow if we follow it up with one creature. The clock goes from 4 to 3 turns, and then we're like really in business, right?
I mean, let's just be honest. The best is turn 1 double Fury dash Ragavan for 10.
Yeah, easy.
It's the
easy.
hotness.
Yeah, that's how we actually do it, and we never we never saw
double
this
Fury
one.
pass. You show me an amulet, I'm gonna dash
Okay.
Ragavan at you.
So Devin actually making a pretty heads up. So he's mulling that hand, but I did see a lightning bolt in the opener, which actually tells me that Devin has kept that in, which I know it sounds weird. I think it's absolutely correct on the play. If that Arboreal Grazer comes down turn 1, you need to be able to get the treasure off your Ragavan. And sometimes you just want that bolt to kill like an Azusa, or sometimes you'll find a place where you can like weirdly kill a more relevant creature, such as like Orcish Bowmaster plus bolt into a Dryad. Oh,
I like the Chalice, but we have no land.
No red mana.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's right, Dev. No, that's a disciplined mulligan. That's a disciplined
No,
mulligan.
I'm saying it just sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure.
it just sucks.
If it's a red mana.
Double Chalice is pretty brutal in the deck. It cuts off, Summoner's Pact, which it's a card in the deck that does the thing.
Yeah, Double Chalice is weird though because you can never actually play the second Chalice, unless they Besage you it. But if they Besage you it, they're probably doing it end step, untapping, and then killing you.
Killing you.
Yeah.
I see some scam
we're
spells on
getting
a
close.
cliff.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, we have.
Oh, there's the
we did it.
grief.
We did it.
Oh, there's the
It was
grief.
never close.
We're gonna do the thing.
It was never close.
We're gonna do the thing.
Yeah, toss that. No, you should probably toss one of the Malices actually. 'cause
Correct.
probably
Well, he's gonna toss 2 cards, right?
He can pitch the Bowmasters. Yeah, pitch
Correct.
Fury and Malice, and then we just sure. That's the same card as far as I'm concerned.
I agree.
Yeah. Keep the terminate.
I agree. Yeah,
He's thinking about doing the thing.
He wants to do them both.
Yeah, he just wants both.
He wants to be greedy.
I respect it.
I'm a big fan of as greedy as possible.
I mean, he could put back. Okay, good.
Yeah,
you play
yeah,
it safe.
yeah,
It's like
yeah,
you put back
yeah.
Bowmaster.
ooh, no, keep
And then you
thinking,
just-
keep thinking. Oh! Let's go!
Is he double fearing?
Yeah. Oh, wait. No, he's screwing up. Oh, wait, no, he's fine. Wait, what? What's going on here?
I think he's. I don't know what he's doing.
Oh, he wants to go Fury. He wants to keep both of his Undying spells. Fury, terminate land. Because if Nick does not have turn 1 Dismember, then he's beating Dismember the entire game. Which I think is not an unreasonable place to be. I don't know if I agree with the line, but I also don't play Scam, and I am also bad at Match the Gathering.
Okay,
All right, Gavin, hurry
I'm
up.
on board with this.
Hurry up. I'm bored. Come on, play Magic.
Look, it's untimed and it's the finals. I know we've been here all day.
He's throwing cards at his opponent.
Oh, Devin, you were letting him have it. Feel those feelings, sister. Oh, is he on Mold? There's no way.
No, he's on a Mold 5.
Yeah.
He's not on Mold 4. Mold 4 is the easiest keep in the world.
You just keep the Terminate.
Yeah, no. Mold 4 is easier than that.
You pitch the. Oh my god.
Keeping a 1-lander.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't hate this either.
He doesn't have another land. He only has one land. I mean, you could be greedy here, right? You could open Double Fury with Terminate back up.
Yeah.
Or you're just double griefing with a Terminate in hand.
I
like that.
I also don't hate opening up Grief into untap with protection from Dismember, which also bonuses off Dismember because your creature comes back.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yo, make a decision. I'm running out of things to say. Come on, chop. Let's go.
Pizza in the oven. I'm jealous, Patrick. I'm
Wait.
probably taking a pizza home after this from
We have
Rockets
pizza?
Pizza subs.
Yo, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rockets, pizza, and subs.
Yeah, I want pizza.
Something. All right, sequence correctly.
All
then.
right, so we put the Fury and the Terminate back. This is risky business.
No way he's keeping this Bowmasters, right? Yeah. No. Pitch. Bruh. I've decided Devin is trolling.
Okay.
There we go. All right. Trigger. Target you. All right.
So we're taking an Arboreal Grazer.
Yes. And then we're probably taking a Dryad.
Yeah.
Which
I'm gonna do the thing.
Huh? What's wrong?
This man just pointed at Titan and Dryad.
I mean, Bay Life, you know?
Are we
Maybe-
just disrespecting Arboreal Grazer with the extra land drop?
I'm a big fan of that.
Oh my god.
Hey, listen, sometimes you just got to take the good things, you know?
Oh, Devin.
Well, we always know Dryad's going.
Yes.
And then I guess the only real choice is this Grazer or this Titan. Yeah, tap that. Yeah,
Grazer's an extra land drop that is very relevant.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, nah, take the Titan. Okay. I mean, I get it.
What happens if Devin top decks a Ragavan here?
Dub.
Yeah.
Guess he should just maybe not do that. Okay, so.
Some respect.
Oh, well, that's all of those creatures, right? All right.
There goes 4.
Yeet.
Double Undying spell in hand.
Okay. Double Beseiju. Very good. Strong. We love. Oh, double Undying in hand? Okay.
Dude, I kind of like Besejuing Devin's land drop when he missed the land.
No way.
I
He
like
gets a Blood
it.
Crypt. He gets a Blood Crypt.
You're right. I still like it.
That's greedy.
It is a bit.
You call me greedy? That's greedy. Like...
Yeah.
Okay.
I dig it. Send a message, Nick.
Nick is actually really
Nick,
thinking...
send a message. You got game 1.
Nick is thinking extremely hard about this land drop, and I don't feel... Oh, because he's thinking about doing this for Dryad. I'm into this. Let's go get a Dryad. Yeah. I mean, Devin can't play Blood Moon next turn.
Nope.
Yeah. Oh, let's go. I'm super into this. Oh, this is...
It's
oh,
pretty
this is
gnarly.
really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, because this gives him all the material, right? because he's gonna go land, Azusa, bounce land, replay Beseju.
Yep.
That's pretty solid, all
Yeah,
things
it's
considered.
5 mana.
Yeah. And like Devin, while he did, this is what I'm talking about, right? We did the grief scan thing turn 1, took a couple of good cards, but it's also like not looking like enough at this moment.
Yep.
Right?
They also have 2 blockers.
Mm-hmm. 2 blockers, very relevant. Save us another turn.
And we
of
have
damage.
5 mana.
And once Azusa does this thing, we're already where we want to be, right?
Devin just assuming they're taking damage?
Yes.
Okay.
And he's right. Like, what was that?
Is that a Tolaria
That's
West?
Tolaria West? Oh, we can't do anything with it.
Yeah, because we don't have
This game
we
sucks. Can we Beseju ourselves?
don't have
No.
we don't have amulet.
Oh, look, he cited out those Urza Sagas. See?
Okay. So
Yeah, Patrick, I'm discarding that Grazer. I'm not taking Titan there. I'm taking Grazer. Grazer accelerated this game way too much.
Boing. Play. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't know about that one, Chief.
He has
Okay.
another bounce land in hand.
Based. All right. I think his last line is Beseju.
It is
Yeah.
Beseju.
I
I'm
don't think that's a
wrong.
bounce
I'm
land,
wrong. Oh shoot.
But it is hard for him to find a play pattern where that Tolaria West is getting activated anytime soon, right?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, because
That's a Bowmaster top deck. That's not gonna do it. Devin needed a black source really bad for the
Getting in
Fury
there.
and the double and dying spell in his hand.
Any red card would have also been very relevant here.
Correct. At this
Um,
point, we
I
don't
think-
even want the
I
land.
think we're just tossing, right?
I mean, we have 6 mana, right? We don't
Yeah.
care about the.
No, we don't.
Oh, he's taking it. He's going to 8.
This is another chance for Devin to draw pretty hot and to make Nick's life significantly worse.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same, Patrick. I would have taken the Grazer. Like, not even a question. You don't want the double land drop. He's stuck with bounce lands in hand.
Oh man, these draws have been a little brutal.
Fury only closes it if it comes down, which we do not have a
Yeah.
pitch card.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
Devin does not
But
have a
if he
pitch
draws
card.
a
And
pitch
it
card, it's a
lands.
big punish.
It doesn't have a land.
We gotta block here, right, Nick?
Yeah, we got to block.
Yeah, we gotta block.
So we're going to 4. Are we going to 4?
I don't think we're going to 4.
I don't think we're going to 4.
Dude, Nick's built different if we go to 4.
Yeah, I mean, Devin's bricking on these draws.
Oh,
That is part of the deck and why
Oh,
it's so brutal.
It looks like he has decided to block, and Devin will take this opportunity to Orcish Bowmaster.
Yeah, he's going to Bowmaster both of them off the field.
All right, 2 shots to win.
No, you get 1 shot. Devin can still top deck here.
No, you used to.
I get a Devin top deck bolt?
No.
4, 5, 6 bolt.
Oh,
dead?
you mean you top deck?
Yeah.
No, I mean for Nick. He is.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
let's go! It's our boy Generous Ent.
If-
That card that
Devin-
gives us 3 life.
Oh my god.
Let's go!
If Devin top decks terminate,
I mean, if Devin top decks any
it's
red
double
spell-
Fury. Double
Yeah,
Fury doesn't
any,
win though.
Any red spell is very good here. Like,
Oh my god, that's dope.
yeet.
That's so good.
We've never missed. We've never missed.
What are we digging
That's
for?
just mountain. Unlucky. He's looking for a food token. That card makes those. Yeet. Yeah, block that. Yeah.
That's a mountain.
Yep, right there. Yes, sir.
Do
one
we
time.
give it Undying? He has 2 Undying spells in hand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we give it Undying to
think we
grow
just
the
give it
orc.
Undying,
Yeah, to
yeah.
grow the orc.
Mhm.
And pink face.
Yeah. There we go. Okay, orc trigger.
Dude, we got a Pitzer? Where's my Pitzer? Where's my Pitzer token?
Oh, we have a Pitzer. Wait.
Yeah, where's my Pitzer?
Where's
my
my
Pitzer food
Pitzer?
token.
Yeah.
Not my Pitzer.
Yo, it's Nick's at the moment.
Yeah, true.
We had Chaz and Pitzer in the finals.
Oh, he's deciding what to target. I'm pretty sure he's just gonna say.
I mean, yeah, face.
Deciding whether or not to play the land. I think you just run the land out, Dev. I'm not gonna lie.
I agree.
Oh, they're making sure they get life totals first. Okay, so he's at 5, which is at the moment lethal. But Nick has non-zero amount of life draws, but not a ton right now. Is that one of them?
That is
No.
a
No.
the one that enters and you
Crumbling
can make.
message.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. All right.
All right, Devin takes game 2.
Devin takes game 2. Looked pretty good there. I mean, that grief ended up getting us to where we needed to be. 1 land in a dream.
Look at Devin all smiting.
Yeah.
Look at
funny-
that. Yeah.
What's funny is how critical that Orcish Bowmaster
It
was.
was
though.
pretty crude.
Yeah, because getting that second blocker off the battlefield means that a lot of the top decks that are
we
single
just wanted
creature-
that. Let's be honest. We just wanted that to be a red Sorcerer Fury.
I mean, for sure, that's fair.
Yeah, that was just Red Source for Fury is just game.
Yeah. I like how by red source we don't mean like red source in the
Yeah,
Magic
just
the
red
Gathering
card.
sense,
Just red card.
where it's like red land. No, we mean red source in the Yu-Gi-Oh sense.
Yeah.
We just draw any red card. and that's
Any red
like-
card.
You got it.
Yeah, Dev took that one. It was pretty close. The one decision point I think he really had to make work past like turn 2. He definitely did it correctly, and it definitely led him directly to winning the game.
It's
So it looks like Nick 2 is gonna go back through the sideboard. Looks like he's got some different action on play versus draw.
Yeah, so Lil Franco, he's dead to damage on board. The Orc is a 2, and then Bowmaster's 1, and then Grief is 4. and he's
Bowmaster's
at
actually
5.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Oh, Bowmaster is at 2. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
from the Undying.
Yeah.
So you have a 2 Amassed Orc, a 2 Orc itself, the Bowmaster, and then a 4 Grief that can't be blocked. And the Ant can only block one of them. So no
Yeah.
matter how he blocked, he's taking 6.
Yeah, and Grief has Menace, which is the reason why. I can't
Correct.
block
Yeah,
it.
I can't block Grief with Menace.
Don't know why any of those creatures have keywords on them, but like whatever.
I'm down. I've
Of
been
course
down.
you are.
I've been down.
Of course you are.
We play both of them in both formats.
I play subtlety sometimes. I don't know.
Ugh. I played
That card
Rakdos
is
Scam last night at Legacy. That deck is fun.
I appreciate that they put the weaker card keywords on like the stronger effects, but at the same time, like maybe those cards are a lot.
Listen, they printed a set that wants to make money, so
I mean, they did that.
yo, we appreciate all the follows, everybody. We really
Yeah.
do. We're just a gaming store in San Diego that loves fun.
Yeah, if you ever want to fly out to play Match of the Gathering, you should pull up. Shout out TC Rockets on our
469.
journey to 1,000 subs, where we'll do a Match of the Gathering giveaway. So if you want to get your skin in the game, go ahead and hit that button. Or sorry, subs, followers.
rated us 469 people.
But let's see if we can get there, boys.
Yeah, it'd be great if we could get to 1,000. That's for sure.
Well, 1,000 followers means that I can rig the giveaway to get the prizes.
We rigged
Yeah.
the giveaway. We rigged the giveaway.
Yes.
Make Robert win.
Yeah, to make Robert our commentary boss win.
Patrick, you did not make 12 accounts to help as much as possible.
Look
Look
not
at
as
you!
far as Twitch
Look
TOS
at
is
you!
concerned.
Look at you slandering your own self.
Not as far as
openly.
Twitch TOS is concerned, baby. No bots
Yeah,
here.
no
Like,
bot.
no bots.
Oh, Patrick.
All right, looks like is Devin double pile shot? Yo, stop this! Stop him!
It's untimed.
Somebody stop this guy!
It's untimed.
I don't care. This is against the rules.
Then you can go tell him. You can go
Hey.
yell at Devin.
don't you dare let them pile shuffle twice in a game. Stop that.
You know what, Devin? Devin said, "Listen, this shit's untimed. I'll do what I want."
Devin is gonna fetch on turn 1 and pile shuffle, and I'm gonna run over there and punch this dude.
Oh my goodness.
I swear.
Oh my goodness. I like how Nick already has his deck presented and he is ready.
He's
Yeah,
chilling.
he
like,
is ready.
does
He's
not
like,
care.
I'm on the play. You can't double grief my turn 1 play. I'm down. Let's do this.
We are making Amulet of Vigor, and you're gonna die.
Hey Chaz, that's not how that works.
Can we give slow play warnings in untimed round?
No, you you can comment on it though. The untimed top 16 for the Surf Showdown,
Mhm.
they did give slow play warnings in an
No,
untimed.
no, you are allowed to give slow
They-
play
they
warnings.
did.
There's just no actual accessible penalty. Like,
Definitely, it was definitely lit.
Also, that's Commander. That's built different.
Built different.
It is.
Look at Devin aggressively shuffling Nick's deck too. Like Nick don't got money. They ain't
Ooh.
smacking
Oh, hey, yo.
it. Yo,
Hey, yo.
Devin better chill.
Yeah, slow down.
Nick, tell him catch me out. That's right, Nick. You smack his deck.
Yeah.
You tell him catch me outside. How about that?
Yeah, Devin out here like, dang, this deck looking kind of.
Look,
Sick,
Devin
like-
over here. Devin over here is riding that line. DQ'd for unsportsmanlike conduct.
No, please don't. Like,
Hit him with a riffle shuffle.
oh, not the
Dude,
riffle
Nick was like, I'll axe that deck.
shuffle. All right, so let's take a look. Oh, Chalice on 0 is good. What
Chalice
else?
Monkey Grief.
Chalice Monkey. Yep, we're in.
Nick's got Beseiju,
Hand's
Arboreal
great.
Grazer, Urzasaga Dismember, Ring, Titan, Summoner's Pact. I don't understand. Are we keeping this? What are we gonna like?
I think we have to keep this. I
Right?
think
Do we
this hand's
go
great. Yeah.
go turn one Boreal Grazer into Beseiju? Or not Beseiju, Beseiju play
Just
Grazer, play the
Urza
Saga.
yeah, and just draw well. Like,
And just draw well.
I mean, your deck is over 50%.
Look, are we scared of the monkey? That's the question. We have a Grazer, but are we scared of the monkey? Hammy Bone, that was allowed back in the day, but listen, if somebody didn't want you to pile stuff with their deck and they called Judge on you, that was also allowed.
Oh
I'm not
my
letting
God.
somebody pile shuffle my
No,
deck.
Absolutely not. Not because I'm not okay with them like randomizing. How dare you take that much of my time? I'm trying to
Look,
play
look,
Magic.
Brad. It's also not exactly looked great down on. If you're doing that, I want to call Judge on that. Because you just grab my deck and start pile shuffling. We're not about to do that.
I will call Judge on something. who
Yeah,
grabs
we're
my
not
deck
about
and-
to do that.
If I fetch and I shuffle my deck and I hand it to my opponent and they're like, "Oh, well, we get to pile shuffle once again,
Yeah,
right?"
I'm
And they
not
decide to
doing
pile
that.
shuffle.
Yeah.
I
No,
would
ain't
be
no next
upset.
time we play nothing, Brad. Listen, listen. I'm gonna be like, "Where's Jared?" Because I'm not about to tolerate this nonsense.
It's fighting words.
Yeah, catch me outside. How about that?
Oh, Nick's going to 5.
Oh, that's brutal. On the play.
It just so happens that Devin's hand is not.
Does he have a
Thought Season,
black?
though.
He doesn't have a black or a pitch card.
No, he does not.
No pitch card for grief and no undying spell, so that's
Mhm.
not that bad.
There's a non-zero chance that Devin does just grief him anyways, though, considering that Nick is going to so few cards.
Chaz says, I noticed you didn't use your pile shuffle. Can I use it on your deck?
No.
Shout out to Chaz, our last season's winner. He's all
Absolutely.
sick today.
Oh,
Left us no camera time. We didn't get to see his cute face. This is ridiculous.
yeah. Chaz looking for the back.
I only get to see Chaz on a token today. It's absolutely ridiculous.
True. I'm coming for you though, Chaz. I'm winning that
Yeah.
token this season. Bet that. How much battery do I have?
Mulligan's dot deck.
I mean, it is what it is, you know.
Stupid. I love it. Oh, they're just dragging this out. They hate us. I think Nick is just enabling Devin so Devin misplays. Nick's smart.
Wait, is Devin Devin mulled that?
He did.
Yo, that's wild.
It is wild.
That's wild.
I mean, Nick Mold too. They're obviously scared of something.
I mean, each other, but
Yo,
That's insane.
yo, Chaz, you can share what your token you want your token to be. Let's hear it.
yeah. What do you want your token to be?
I agree Devin should have kept.
Yeah,
But
no,
he-
that
Devin
hand-
feels
that
like
hand is
he's-
really good.
Devin feel like he's scared of something. Is he gonna get rewarded with grief?
Absolutely.
Oh man, is he got is there a pitch card? There's a pitch card.
You
Yikes.
always have it. You
Yikes.
always have it.
Nick is double dismember. What does he put him back? Does he feel like a dismember's enough? Oh, I shouldn't have asked you, Chaz. You're trolling me. He said the Armor Thrall, the +1/+2 token. He's trolling.
That card's great.
Alright, so how many dismembers did Nick keep? He kept... Okay, so he kept both. The problem with keeping both is he's going to have to fire this off. Here goes Grief, pitching... Undying... or Feign Death. So Nick's going to fire off this dismember. Oh, he's going to... Are we cycling the int?
No, Nick's not gonna fire off this dismember.
I mean, he's about to lose both of them regardless.
Yeah.
I think he just-
Yeah, but he's not gonna
Okay.
discard it. Like, oh, double dismember.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, double dismember's really good here.
So I think this probably. Wow, this does change the math a lot.
It
Two
does.
dismembers against a mulligan to 6 with a grief changes the math. So
It does.
Yeah.
So you're taking dismember and then you're making him do the other dismember.
I don't.
I wonder if the pitch card was
Are you
that or
even
terminate.
doing that? Terminate's in his hand.
Yeah, I'm saying
Yeah.
how aggressive are we keeping it?
Oh,
He's
for
gonna lean into it now pretty heavily.
I like leaning into the terminate, and it just so happens that it's going to be the right decision considering the way that this hand looks, right? Okay, sure, resolves. Cool. What are we doing?
He's really considering what he's taking here, right?
No, he already took the card. He's deciding if he wants to bait out this dismember.
He took the generous in?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really baiting out a dismember. It's coming.
I mean, if he feigned us, he baits out dismember.
Oh, he just lets it die.
Yeah. Mhm.
It's an interesting play by Devin.
I actually don't hate it. I know that a lot of Nick's deck is lands, but drawing like 4. in
There's
the
another
next 4
Undying
turns is
spell.
not
So he has 2 Undying
easy.
spells that terminate Swamp, and he played the fetch land.
Okay, this is gonna be a slower game. Oh well, we're just drawing out of it. I would run out this Arboreal Grazer here.
Yeah.
Okay, so trigger, thingy, bounce thingy, play thingy. All right. Let's see, Devin's gonna go ahead.
Devin's gonna
get a
probably
swamp.
shock and kill the. He's gonna terminate the.
He's gonna terminate this.
Yeah, he wants the
Really?
top deck monkey. I mean, he could get real rewarded here pretty beat by the top deck. Nope, he's not gonna fire it off. Okay. Ooh, Magus is kind of sweet.
Wow, never miss. Just don't miss.
I mean, Magus gets killed by the Dismember, but it's still pretty sweet.
yeah, for sure. I mean,
The question is though, does Devin wait for the other land to play the Undying spell? He passed.
it's tough.
It is tough. Dryad's disgusting here.
It's a 2/4, and that's just very relevant. I think this baits out terminate. Yeah. And I think even though Nick has shown that he doesn't, that's pretty good.
Yo,
That's pretty good.
Yo,
That's pretty good.
He's gonna do it and make it get dismembered and then slam Magus. So he's gonna take a dismember.
He'll look at both dismembers.
Correct. So
Yeah.
I'm taking a dismember.
Yep.
I'm casting a dying spell, forcing the other dismember. Then
Yep.
I'm slamming
Yeah.
Magus.
Bless you. Bless you.
I couldn't get it out. I had to sneeze.
All right. Undying
Yeah. So
spell.
here it is. Now I'm gonna bait out the dismember.
I mean, I don't think you cast dismember in response here. I think you just let it go.
To have double grief.
No, just to not lose 4.
I mean, you lose 4 and the grief is
Oh,
gone
you lose
forever.
4. No,
Yeah.
no, you're right, you're right.
Yeah. No, you play the dismember.
No, you're right.
Yeah. This
I
this sucks
forgot
for
that
Nick.
it's a creature. I
Yeah,
forgot
this
that's a
sucks for
creature.
Nick. So Nick has the top deck pretty well here because
Yeah.
Devin's gonna slam a Magus, and then we're just waiting for removal for the Arboreal Grazer.
Yeah, for sure.
Or Nick could top deck
If
another
Nick draws
forest.
bounce land though,
Yeah.
that's not it.
What do we do here in this situation?
Just play more lands. Do what the deck does.
Copy Gruul Turf, bounce, Beseiju?
Oh no, that's not a Vesuva. That's a crumbling.
Oh, you're right. Nick was pointing at it. That's why I was trying to figure out what he was doing. He Blood Moon 2? That's pretty lit.
I think he might Dryad here and die.
Expedition map?
Expedition map's not bad.
We'll be closing our game room at 8:30 tonight.
Run out the expedition map, pass. He can look for a Beseiju for this Blood Moon, but he can't. It's so hard for him to know that there's a Magus rolled up.
Yo, that's a Fury.
Fury is going to be good at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this
We crack map, we're gonna go Beseiju.
I don't even think you crack map right now. I think we're just drawing. Oh, okay. All right. He's going to crack map.
Yeah, I think you crack map and then untap with it. The question is, does he know? I don't think he knows that Devin has Magus in hand, right? Like, how could you know?
I don't think
Or he
that's
just goes to
good.
the second forest. I don't hate that either.
The second forest is actually pretty arguable.
Yeah, it's
here.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
considering-
Devin did just pass.
Also, considering the interaction between Dryad and Blood Moon, like, second forest, not awful. Okay.
All right, so he gets Beseiju.
Yeah,
I don't hate
Beseiju.
it. I don't hate it.
Don't hate it. Lines up.
Devin's
badly,
more than
but-
likely gonna get his second swamp off of the Beseiju if he's
sure.
paying attention.
Who is, though? You know?
I mean, I certainly hope he's paying attention because it has been a long day. He
I'm
has
not
been
paying
playing
attention.
all day.
I am paying zero attention.
You're correct. Devin hasn't presented a threat, but he does a Fury in hand that Nick
Yeah,
doesn't
there
know
is a
about.
Fury in hand that's
And
gonna
he can
be
get a
a
land from the
problem very
Beseiju and top deck a land, and this is a pretty disgusting game from there.
Attack for 3 or 0.
Yeah, you're not swinging. Stop. There's the swamp.
Oh,
Now we're just waiting, right? Do
I
we
think-
slam
I think-
Magus now?
I think you make Magus now so that you can
Yeah.
make the guy next turn.
Yeah, play Magus now.
Magus go. Makes it real easy to like not
Shut
fire.
off Summoner's Pact because Nick only has the forest.
Yeah.
Now he's doing math and he's upset.
It'd be like that. I mean, that's why we're playing 4 copies of the effect, right?
Yeah. That's for sure. We got 2 mainboard Blood Moons, a Blood Moon, and a Magus on the side. That is 4 effects.
Yes, sir. All right, so we're gonna draw an Azusa that doesn't really do anything here. I will say this play from Devin does leave him open to Dryad hitting the battlefield.
It does,
Yeah.
because he keeps Fury in hand.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. And Blood Moon did come. Both Blood Moon effects came down first.
Mhm.
Do we run the Suzusa out? I don't feel like it's necessary. Yeah. I didn't see what Devin drew, but he's the Dothy. Okay, that's pretty good.
It's
It's
a
Shadow.
clock.
It's unblockable
It's a
damage.
clock.
He needs a second green source to be able to play Titan. Right? Titan's 4 and double green.
Yes.
Yeah,
For
we
double
need
green.
we need a second regular forest. That is a one ring. That is not a bad draw. So now we're gonna have protection, which is pretty relevant. We're gonna draw a card, and this is the engine that Nick may need to get out of this. What did he draw? Is that is a basic forest? That is
Okay,
huge.
Basic force is really big here.
That is really big.
And also, this ring is just gonna draw so many cards. Like, okay,
So now we're dashing, or not dashing,
it's
monkey, we're
not dashing.
playing monkey.
There's a possibility to dash just so you can get 5 damage in instead of 3. Although, Devin is just passing.
Protection from the ring.
Oh, yeah. No,
yeah,
that
yeah,
makes
the ring
sense.
protection.
Okay.
Oh, that's a draw.
Oh my god, these draws. They're so
Uh,
strong.
Yeah, that's a Titan, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're just getting Titan and casting Titan.
Make Titan triggers.
Yeah, this is
let's go get more forests.
this is really good for Nick.
Let's see. So forest. I might have gotten a Valakut here.
You can argue that with the
Mhm.
Beseiju, right? Because you can
Yeah.
Beseiju the Blood Moon and potentially force the block with Magus, and then Valakut's online.
Well, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because
Oh.
I mean, you're not really getting much swung out back at you because you're gonna block with the Aborigres on Ragavan.
Yep.
Unless Devin top decks removal.
Yeah.
Then there's your argument.
And we know that Devin is
Devin also
on-
could just rip a Terminate here and ruin Nick's streams.
Terminate is really good here, but we know that Devin is on basically exactly Fury in his
There's a
hand right
grief.
now.
That is a. Is
Grief
that a?
is
I don't. Grief
not
hits
terrible
Azusa.
here.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and just do this.
Yeah. Hard cast a grief. You're gonna
Okay,
get. The
I mean, you're gonna
Azusa.
get a Dryad.
We'll get a Dryad,
I don't
yeah.
like Azusa.
You're right,
I think
take
you get
Dryad. You're right. Take
Take
Dryad.
the Dryad. That fixes too much mana. And then I guess we're just dealing with a 6/6 question mark?
I think we're just swinging for 3, and we're at a standoff
Yeah, for sure.
because he can triple block the Titan and trade.
Yeah.
But that's also not.
I think
I-
triple block Titan is fine with Nick.
Yeah, it is
Mhm.
because then he can just Beseiju the Blood Moon.
Yeah. So he's got a tap 4 for this.
Are we making sure the life total is updated correctly with the
I
ring
think that's
damage?
what they're doing
yeah.
right now. Yeah. So Nick needs
Was that
to
a
pay-
Selesnya? Yeah, Selesnya is from Sanctuary for
Oh, Nick
turn.
is deciding what he's doing here because he's trying to figure out if, because he just drew a Dismember, I believe, off that ring, and so he's got to pay 4 here. So we should probably get that done. And
Yeah, so you're gonna Beseiju the Blood Moon, then you're gonna dismember the Magus, and
Mhm.
the field is open.
Yeah. But you have to wait until Devin attacks, or else he can dismember back, which is not actually good for you.
Correct. Off the Dothy, which
Mhm.
is super. Well, no, because Titan's a 6/6.
Yeah, for sure. But I think that like reducing that damage is very relevant here. Like it will actually swing the clock back in Devin's favor, maybe.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You do have to understand that Nick is also going to be going to 7 off the Dothy and 5 off the ring.
yeah, and probably 1 off this Dismember if I'm counting correctly.
Is there a black source in play?
Absolutely not.
Yeah. So that would be going to 1.
Yeah.
Having to pay for dismember.
And that's if Devin elects not to attack with everything. So
Correct.
yeah, there's a lot that Nick has to do here to kind of make this work.
Nick's gonna draw 3 cards. What is he looking for?
1, 2, 3. I think he might just try and go for all of it this turn.
Okay, first off, that other grazer could be relevant.
Yeah. So let's see. We're gonna go green, green. Why green, green? Okay. Okay. Oh, Grazer's extremely relevant here. Oh, he drew in his upkeep. Oh, that's. Oh.
A little
Things are getting very
confused.
interesting. I think he let the red trigger resolve and then drew in his upkeep.
Oh, pack upkeep. That's right.
Yeah,
Paid
yeah.
for pact.
He wanted to see what he had before he paid for pact.
Correct. Is his life total correct with the 3 damage from the ring?
It didn't deal 3. He let the ring trigger resolve first.
Oh, so he took 2?
Yeah.
And then tapped to 3. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah. So, oh man, this is just such a complicated turn.
It really
Because
is.
he
He drew
has,
an amulet too,
the
by the
answers.
way.
Yeah, he has the answers to everything technically, but I think he has to determine whether or not he's going to try and just kill his opponent, and like how close he is to potentially doing that. There is a lot going on here.
Devin's completely tapped, which allows Nick to actually formulate mana.
Yeah, for
He
sure.
can just figure it out.
And like, there's a generous ent rolled up, which is a very relevant 6-drop right now.
He is not just bored tapping math, etc. He paid for pack.
Okay, so we've got the Boseiju on the Blood Moon. Starting there, tapping 2 forests for it, which is
It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine because he's gonna run out
Mhm.
this Dismember. I think he's just trying to figure out if he wants to tap the Gruul Turf or the Rot Farm.
yeah. And then we're gonna use a mountain.
Yeah. We still haven't made our land drop.
No, we have not.
We have an Arboreal Grazer in hand.
Mhm.
We also have an amulet we drew
Yes.
with another bounce land in
Oh,
hand.
Arboreal Grazer is very good here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's another
Oh,
trigger
this
for
math is- yeah.
for amulet.
This math is wild. Okay.
I
think
kind
he
of
has
like
almost exactly enough to make this hard.
I don't believe he's played a land. He paid for pact and then he Beseiju'd. What did he
Okay.
play? What was played for turn?
I think the second Gruul Turf.
The chat is saying he played Rot Farm. I did not see him play Rot Farm. So if he
Oh.
did play Rot Farm, then I'm wrong.
Okay. So we've got Amulet.
Did we properly pay life for Dismember, Steven? There we go. Now we're at 6.
Okay. This is
This is really dicey because he has to end this turn. Dothi
Yeah.
swings for 3 and the ring kills him in his upkeep.
yeah. Oh, Azusa.
So he has to win this turn.
Azusa is so helpful though. So now we are. Oh, this is so freaking close.
It really is.
No, because if he can figure out a way to get this generous ent on the battlefield and sack a food, then he's like relatively okay.
Also, Steven, that Dismember is in exile, not in his graveyard. That is a game action that we need to fix. It is
Oh, yeah.
exile with Dothi Voidwalker with
Correct.
a void counter.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna get. Oh, he's thinking about going Simic Growth Chamber plus Otawara.
I think so.
Otawara has a cost reduction on it, which is relevant.
There's only Azusa for cost reduction.
Yes, but that still means it's 3 instead of 4, which could matter. God, this math is so difficult.
I mean, he's a Chad on the deck. I
Mhm.
give it to him. I want to
Yeah.
see him pull it out.
No, for sure. So we're gonna go
Devin's
ahead.
also at 19, which is something we got to talk
I don't
about.
think he's trying to kill him. I think he's trying to
live.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get the utility out of his lands to make this one work. So trigger, untap.
Hey, you guys don't have to be so toxic towards each other in chat. You know, we're all here watching the same game, just trying to enjoy it. It's okay to have opinions, but like, we're actively watching the game. We're not here to belittle people. If that's what you'd like to do, I advise you to just watch another channel. We definitely don't want people belittling each other in this chat.
Yeah, there's no real need for that. Let's try and keep that positive energy flowing. big fan of keeping it 100.
Everyone
billion.
loves the backseat game. Everyone loves it. Let's be honest. But
I mean, they're literally.
we're
paying us to
watching
do
we're
it.
watching Nick, who cannot hear us backseats, and Nick is the one that's making the game action.
Wait, they can't hear us.
Oh yeah, no.
They
Nick,
can't hear-
Nick and Devin cannot.
Why
hear
are we
us.
commentating if they can't listen to our plays?
These two cannot hear.
I'm
us.
so much better than them though. Like,
Steven can hear me.
but like clearly I'm the more skilled player, right? That's why I'm telling them how to play.
Steven can hear me, who is running the stream
We
because
love
he has
Steven.
headphones on.
We love Steven.
But,
we love
uh,
headphones.
These two obviously cannot. hear us.
Jeez, this is so weird.
I'm not even mad that this is taking a while because
No, this is
this turn actually
ridiculous.
matters for the game.
Yeah, I think Devin's trying to figure out if he's blocking. or not,
Mr.
actually.
J, Mr. J, we got Kazi joking. He thinks Nick and Devin can hear us. He was very, it's very joking.
I'm messing around. Yeah, I know they can't hear me. At least I really, really hope they can't hear me.
Damon, no, so they changed it.
Mhm.
When you realize the pack trigger was missed,
Mhm.
it goes on the stack. It doesn't
Yes.
just miss and you lose the game.
Mhm.
They adjusted the pack trigger for that a while back.
Yes. So nowadays, should you have a pack trigger and you miss it, quote unquote, whenever you realize that you missed it, or your opponent realizes that you missed it, your opponent has the option of whether or not to put that trigger on the stack. They should almost always elect to put the trigger on the stack, because if they don't, it means you just don't have to pay for it.
Correct.
Yeah.
What it looks like Chad is talking about is, I think we're going to see a channel on the Arawara.
Can we make sure we bounce a land with that Gruul Turf that we just put into play?
Yeah, Steven, ask that Nick. There you go.
Okay,
He
cool.
bounced it. We're fixed.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know the math, Patrick. It's close.
Okay, so this makes 8. Yeah, that's enough. That's enough. Oh my god, he found a way. And then he's going to sack the food. He's going to go to 9. Oh my god, I can't believe he figured out a way.
He has Ottawara in hand too to Ottawara it back to his hand during upkeep.
This is so sick.
Yeah, he has Ottawara in his hand to Ottawara it during upkeep.
Are you talking about the ring?
Yeah, so he can go to turn,
Mhm.
draw 4 cards with a trigger on stack,
Yeah.
Ottawara it back to his hand, and take 0 life.
No, he'll still take 3.
He will not, because the burden counters when you go to take the ring will not be present.
I believe it checks on trigger, not on resolution.
So I believe it checks on resolution because it's the same as drawing the card off the card.
It is not. The activation cost of the ring is only tapping it. The ability says that draw a card, put a burden, or tapping it and putting a burden counter
Correct,
on it.
but doesn't the ability have to trigger with the burden counter at the end too?
No, it does not. Yeah, I believe it'll check in C3.
Yeah, because everything I've seen with this card says the opposite. Let me read.
It's
the ring.
possible I'm wrong. The last time I got this ruling was from a judge whose first language wasn't my own, so I could have misheard it. I also have not looked up how this card works exactly myself. I haven't judged an event in a really, really long time.
So it says at the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life for each burden counter on the ring.
Mhm.
This one says put a burden counter on the ring, then draw for each burden counter on the ring. So if you interact with the ring with Leyline Binding as you're putting a burden counter on it, you do not get any cards because there's no burden number to check.
Correct.
So how is the wording the exact same and you would still lose life?
Because again, this one does not. This one counts when it gets put on the stack.
Is it only
That one
because
counts as it's basically taken off, quote unquote.
Is it
I
because
think.
it's a game action of tapping it?
No, it's because we put a burning counter on its cost, and the resolution of the ability requires counting them.
Okay.
It's weird. If somebody knows something else that I don't, please feel free to talk about it in chat. This is something that you guys could definitely discuss that I'm not certain about.
Yes.
But I think I got this one, even
Yes,
though I'm
the
not 100%
Rakdos
sure.
deck does run Bolt.
Yes, correct.
Devin has
Devin kept
one
it on the
copy
play.
of Lightning Bolt.
And we know he kept it in on the play, although I'm not certain if he kept it in on the draw. Jeez, I can't believe Nick found a way to make all those permanents this turn.
Yo, he looking. How do we sit here and like look at Nick and not know how he knows the stack, man? like Kazi, I told you when that man
Yeah.
started moving cards around, we were gonna sit here for a minute and he'd figure it out.
Yeah, he'll get there. Like, that was just such an impressive turn, though. Like, figuring out, I could never do something like that. I don't know how that works. It's pretty ridiculous. But
I mean, it's insane. What he just
Yeah.
said was crazy.
no, for sure. Like, there's a reason why I don't play this deck, though, right? And there's a reason why Nick does play this deck.
Chaz would say, Kazi, something that Kazi does not know is Neotropical fish alone make up 10% of all vertebrae on Earth. I can't believe I just read that out loud.
That's you go on Wikipedia just for that.
That sounds something like
You
Chaz
take a
would
sick
say.
day just to troll me on stream. I'm upset. Oh, we're just hardcasting Fury. Okay. What does this do?
You know?
He's thinking about it. We've not put the spell on the battlefield to resolve it. Okay, it looks like he is committed to casting this. Oh, he's thinking about using the Fury in order to get this Generosent off the battlefield, I think. Because he can activate this Doithy Voidwalker. But I don't think that's enough.
No,
I
it's
really
not.
don't.
I think I'm killing, if it's me, I'm killing Azusa and putting 2 damage
Yeah, gotta kill the Azusa.
on one of the Boreal Grazers because whatever the Int's blocking, it's not going to matter.
Yeah.
And if he blocks with one of the Boreal Grazers, you can like double blocks on the Grief, you can at least kill both the Boreal Grazers.
I think I might have just done this post combat, honestly.
Probably post combat too, that
Probably
helps.
would have done this post combat. This does potentially clear the way for more damage, though. It kills the Azusa, but it means that Generosent is probably staying around. And if we are trying to kill this Generosent, then we should be doing it post-combat, I think is the idea here. Do we have judges in the chat?
Says the ring checks the last known information. If you leyline binding the ring or auto warrior it when it triggers to put the first counter on it, no cards are drawn. If
Correct.
you do the same as you're trying to put the third counter on the ring, you will draw 2 cards as it checks the last known information, which is
Yes, also correct.
so same is true when bouncing it during upkeep once the trigger ability goes on the stack.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you take the last known?
Yes. So if you were to go into the upkeep and you put your ring trigger on the stack and you go like Auto War my ring, it'll still 3 you. If you put your ring trigger on the stack and you activate to draw and you resolve that draw,
You'll
because
take
you
4.
put burn encounters as a cost, you'll take 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. In order to activate it, it needs to put a burden counter on it.
Okay, and then Chad says another fun fact for Kazi: fish can actually drown. Fish don't breathe water; they filter dissolved oxygen from it.
I knew that.
That's
I knew
why
that.
aquariums usually don't have these machines that pump oxygen into the air.
Calling it. Knew that one. Knew that one. Got that one. Yes, sir. More fish facts, though, please.
This has been the longest game 3 all day.
It's just both these turns are really
It
complicated.
really is.
Yeah. I'm not putting this on the player. Like, oh, that's the other thing is that like if you have the luxury of time, just use it. Also, poor Steven. He asked us if this was going to be an hour. But if you have the luxury of time, you should be using it, especially in like these untimed rounds. There's a reason why we afford players this privilege, and it's so they can actually utilize it.
Yeah.
Okay, so he went to Azusa, a non-zero amount to this Titan, activate Doithy Voidwalker, dismember your Titan.
Interesting.
Okay.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna swing with Grief and force the double block on Grazer, or no, because the Int
I think
can
we
block.
might just not swing.
Yeah, not swing because the
I think
Int
we
can
might not
block.
swing. Yeah. This Auto War is gonna make things way trickier for Devin.
Name
as
is
the game
Merc.
goes.
The Int came down to make a food that got sacked to gain 3 lives, so we don't die to the ring in our upkeep
Mhm.
from a Dothi Voidwalker swinging when we would be at 6, putting us at 3 and dying to our ring.
Okay, so Devin is figuring out whether or not he's attacking and what he's attacking with.
Yeah, so this is really bad for Devin if he doesn't pressure this because Nick can auto-R that ring, recast it for protection.
Yes, correct. Not to mention like a pretty reasonable amount of life.
Yeah. That's not true. Devin can interact. If he top decks a Terminate, it kills the Generosent. I mean, that's a pretty huge interaction.
That's really big.
Yeah. Or if Nick plays a Titan that he draws, Devin can, terminate the Titan.
Yeah.
Devin can definitely interact.
Mhm.
The ring gives the protection to the player, not anything else.
I believe his last card is also another copy of Feign Death or some effect like that.
I mean, that'd
Which
be
means that
sick.
if the
It looks
Generosent
like a Blood
blocks
Crypt.
Fury, then he can reborn the Fury, kill the Generosent, and kill another Arboreal Grazer, the one that doesn't block Grief.
I believe Devin has a Blood Crypt in hand because he acted like he was going to play it tapped. It's a Blood Crypt.
Could be a bluff, but yeah, if it's a Blood Crypt, it's a Blood Crypt.
I've definitely seen it.
Yeah.
He bent it like this.
Oh, okay.
All right, so we're going to 6.
All right. Why does it say 7?
Steven
Okay,
just didn't
cool.
hit the button.
All right. Let's go. 6 one time. So the thing is that that Colony Garden just making another blocker is just another irritation. Yeah.
Pretty good.
Draw 4.
We're gonna
Because it's
need
free. It's kinda
yeah,
free.
it is very free with Auto Aura.
Mhm.
Nick has a ton of lands in play.
Mhm.
What do we see?
Yeet.
Another Titan, 2
All right.
Boreal Grazers. Is
Pretty
Is
good.
this a wrap?
Pretty good.
We Titan and we have an amulet, right?
Stuff.
So we just get haste and then double strike.
Yeah.
Devin's at 13. Can he block enough?
Titan is not 100% here.
You're right, it's not, but
Yeah.
it's
It's a lot.
to me it looks pretty GG.
It's a lot. He needs to make sure he keeps up a blue source though, because this ring can be a problem for him. He's making sure to use a pretty.
Nah, I don't think he cares about auto warring the ring anymore. I think he just straight up cares about winning the game right here.
Okay, for sure.
This
So-
is pretty gross with how good this is gonna turn out.
Is there a reason we're tapping 8 for this Titan?
I can't answer that.
Okay.
Are we shortcutting?
Maybe. I don't know. Oh, we are. Yeah, we are, because he's floating red-white off the Gruul, off Gruul Turf and Selesnya Sanctuary, so that he can activate the Slayer Stronghold when he finds it. And he knows he's getting it, so he's gonna go ahead and get this bounce land. He's gonna activate the Slayer Stronghold targeting his Titan, and then we're gonna bounce something. Not sure what.
Probably some form of land he played.
Crumbling Vestige. I think that makes sense. That card nets mana right now. And he has not played a land this turn, I believe.
I don't believe he's played a land either, and he has 2 Grazers, which is also super relevant here.
Okay, so
'Cause
he
he can
bounced his
Play Great Stuff the Forest and play bounce lands.
Yeah, bounce Gruul Turf. We're gonna go ahead and play a bounce land, make green blue, float green plus green blue, and then he's also got red white floating up in that top left corner right there. He's
Oh, we're
gonna
just going
transmute.
all for it. Here's
we're gonna
another some
transmute.
respect.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's it. Yep. All right. Excellent games. Looks like Nick's gonna go ahead and take that one down. That's actually gonna be our whole tournament. Congratulations to Nick too for coming in first place. Still an excellent showing from Devin Fung.
Yeah.
Um,
Devin went undefeated on the day until now. He was 4-0-2 in Swiss
2-0 in
with
the
2
top 8.
intentional IDs, and then
It was insane.
yeah, he won the quarter and the semis.
Yeah, for sure.
Shout out to Devin and Nick. Look at Nick.
Yeah.
Always the Titan chat to me. There's the Blood Crypt.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's the blood.
Thank you guys for following. We're gonna be back once a month for these Rocket series for the
Yes.
next 7 months.
Mm-hmm.
We also have a top 16 after the conclusion of the Rocket series.
That one's gonna be a banger.
It's
Tune
gonna
in
be
for
a
that
banger,
one.
yeah. So you're
I'll
gonna
be there.
we're gonna have eight months of events, one each month.
Mhm.
There, you accumulate points at these 1Ks that we're doing, and then these points will accumulate towards a top 16, and then we cut to a top 16 and play rounds of Modern, rounds of Pioneer, cut to the top 8 from top 16 and play it through with Modern.
Yeah, and I will either be commentating or playing in that top 16. You can bet that. Probably.
I will be here probably commentating the
No,
whole
I'm built
series.
different. I'm built different.
But this is Michael Corson, and
Kazi Baker.
thank you guys for tuning in, and thank you for how great this Rocket series went. It was fun to commentate.
It was dope. See y'all later.